Awesome. Thank you. All right. Okay, so that's done, and then I just need to go and do this. And hello, everybody. All right. Should be good to go on that front. Move this over here. So what's up, everybody? We've got Bad Gamer, we've got Mid-X, we've got Sir Tyrion, we've got La Lemieux, and Technology Sam, and Flopdoodle, and N, and Wee Weirdo, and Hitcha, and ZM Amazing, and Inky Osiris, and Nas, and Aditya, and Peanut Red, and Soli. Oh man, sorry you've been so tired, Soli. Had me at tier list. Yeah, well, we'll get to that. We got a lesson to go through first, and then we'll have a lesson at the very end of it to close it out. Is the tier list a surprise? I don't know. I did announce it everywhere on the internet, so I don't think it's probably going to be that surprising once we get there. But I'm just going to pull up one more thing. All right. So here's a question. Have they actually made a tier maker tier list that includes the new Splatoon weapons? It does not look like that one has it. Ooh, let's go for recent. Because that one probably has the new one. Yeah, there's the Zimmy and the Snipe Rider. Okay. We're in good shape now. Alright. There in fact exists a tier maker list that has all of that stuff. Nice. Alright. So I am now going to put our code in. Just checking, will I be screen sharing? Yes, I will be. And I just need to make the window here for that. I am talking here to Quart, who is our VOD reviewee for today. They will not be speaking on the mic. They're just going to be typing with me through DMs. So if you hear me talking to someone and you're like, who is he talking to? It's probably the VOD reviewee. Probably. Aw, man. Okay, there goes Kitty. Kitty was in my lap, but as soon as I moved to type the code in, he was like, nah, not comfy anymore. Understandable. Have a nice day. NG08. Okay. And welcome, Over. Did you see yesterday's Ludi matches? I played in one. I don't know which ones you're referring to, but probably haven't seen too many of them because I was busy myself. Hi, Doovie. Okay. Saw you in Splatoon earlier. Oh, hey. Welcome back. Alrighty. So, let's start by scooting to where it's easier to look at. Quart should be able to see just fine here. And if not, let me know. Gonna scoot the Discord window around a little bit. Okay. There. Okay, that means that's working too. Very nice. Alrighty. Saw the ones that Devi commentated on entirely by accident. Oh, cool. Well, that's Devi. Devi's here. Devi, you're famous. Oh my god. I'm so proud of Devi. Anyway, we're playing the Dually Squelchers here. And this is actually a very standard kind of team comp right here. Like, this is something that I could totally see someone running in competitive, so that's awesome. And then on the other team, they've got a Hydra, a Gal, Dapple Dualies, and a Reflux. So that's not necessarily a bad team either. These are pretty well balanced. Well, obviously, you're going to have to worry about the Hydra. With any super long-range backline weapon like that, you're always... The first priority is, where's the Hydra? How do I make sure I'm staying out of range of them? Because they're going to get in range before anybody else on their team does. So they're always the first thing you're going to have to worry about, and you always want to be looking to see where they are before you like commit to a fight or anything like that. Make sure that they're not protecting their teammates here. And hello, Katie. Mr. Squid School Gem. I like that. I like that. Ooh, and the grillers are going to get casted tonight. Cool. What time is that going to be, Devi? When should we tune into that? I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to like raid out into that, but the timing might not work out because I've got a fairly long lesson tonight. 8 Eastern. Ah, shoot. That's right when the next lesson starts, so I unfortunately will not be able to go and see that live, but definitely check that out, folks. If nothing else, watch the replay of it to see how that goes, because that'll be exciting. But back to the lesson. So yeah, that'll be the first thing you'll want to look out for. Have I even played Tower Control on this map yet? I'm not sure if I have. It's only been out for so long, and I've been playing every chance that I see it. So I've been trying to, get used to how it plays so that I can coach people on it, because this is new stuff, and this is something we've got to get used to. But sometimes it just doesn't give you the mode that you're looking for. So I'm not entirely sure where all of the checkpoints are, and we'll be kind of figuring that out as we go along. In fact, you know what? Let's do this real quick. Okay, so first checkpoint is just in mid. It is not protected at all. Second check, it looks like there are only 2 checks, and the second check is pretty deep into the enemy base. So it goes from a spot on the map that you're basically going to have after you win any fight to a spot on the map that you often don't ever get to hold in something like Rainmaker. So let's dip back a few seconds and see how we start off here. So it looks like nobody's going out to the left-hand side, which is fine. The left-hand side is a flank route, and you're probably not going to be going for that as the Dually Squelchers as often as you are on some other Slayer weapon. So going out into the middle makes a lot of sense. You're going with the main body of the rest of your team, and we're running into some resistance there. We see that the Hydra's on this side, and what I would think to do at this point, since the Hydra's over here, is maybe move the fight over to the left side, since the Hydra can't see that, and it's going to take a little bit longer for the Hydra to move over there and get charge back than it is for you to move over there. And you can kind of take advantage of the window between when the Hydra is out of play and when they're back in play with charge to maybe get something done. Another thing that I just noticed is that the reflux has gone down on the other team, so we have a slight advantage here, and we can start moving up, which we do. I like this bomb. That's exactly what you wanted to check. Beautiful. You knew exactly where it was that threatened you the most in that moment. You put a bomb there, realized someone was moving, picked it. Great stuff. So we're getting engaged on there. I was a little bit worried about the amount of enemy paint there was in mid when you came back. Because, like, the whole area right now behind the tower is blue, right? And then you go and get that, and now it's all orange. So something happened between when you went and took that fight on the left and now. So what you probably want to be doing there is painting this before you try to go for it, so that this guy can't sneak up on you, but you do a good job of staying out of the way. Do you know Jump Tech Court? I'll get that answer in DM in a second, but just wanted to get the question out. All right, so Crab gets in and gets one, and now this is exactly what we want to be doing. We want to be pushing up, taking space, being annoying, being something that they have to get through. That's fine. Honestly, that trade is not a bad thing for your team. You gotta pick, so the Hydra's not going to be a concern for your team, and the tower keeps on rolling. You'd always want to try and get that cleanly, but at the end of the day, you know, getting the trade means that the tower gets to keep pushing. I do, but I don't think I used it enough in this game. I think I'm worried about using it unnecessarily and losing accuracy in a possible kill. So, Jump Tech, okay. So Jump Tech is a way that, like, you can maintain accuracy while jumping, and yes, you do lose it a little bit towards the bottom of the jump, and so maybe that's what we're worried about there. Yeah, it does carry over for a few shots. Because one of the big advantages of Jump Tech is that while you're in the air, you still have single reticle accuracy and single reticle fire rate. It only changes while you're on the way down to the ground, which I think is like an oversight in how they timed when that state changes for the different dualies. I think they like gave it the same kind of timing as another set of dualies, forgetting that this one can just jump out of that. And so they were like, yeah, that feels good, without testing the jump. So that's my guess about how it happened in the first place, but I don't know. I think it's just a cool part of the weapon. So that's something where obviously, like, it's going to be situational. You probably don't want to be using it every single time, just because, like, sometimes you need to get away faster, or you need the second roll, or something like that. And the time that you used it might have been an opportunity to, like, it might have been a good time not to use it, just because you were right on top of them as soon as you dodged, and, like, you needed a little bit more distance. But I think most of the time, at the very least, you probably do want to be jump teching in basically any of those kinds of fights that you're taking. So, in any case, definitely be working on that in the training room at the very least, because that's just a really powerful part of this weapon. It makes it very difficult to hit. It makes it very immobile. It makes it so that it doesn't get stuck in the way that other dualies do. So most fights, like any kind of fight where you're anywhere near the range you want to be, Jump Tech is definitely where you want to be. Because you don't have as much burst movements with it, so you can only roll once and then jump, but you do have more sustained movements. You're not going to get stuck in place dodge rolling, so people are not going to catch you before you're kiting them. And that's the advantage of it. Anyway, so we trade here, tower keeps moving, and let's see, the team is able to trade favorably, and it keeps going, and it keeps going. And I have a feeling that we would not be getting this far if the Hydra were still in play. Like, I think going after specifically the Hydra there worked out in your team's favor really well. And you're suppressing the Hydra, that's really important. They are, again, a really powerful defensive fixture on the enemy team. And it's important to not let them get their DPS aimed at the tower, because that will almost certainly end the push if they're able to do that. So from here, it looks like you're worried that... What is happening here? Is it that we lose a player on the tower, and so we're backing up for that? Let's see. So, my thinking here, because I'm not seeing anyone go down or anything like that behind us, my thinking is, let's just deal with this guy who's right in front of the tower. Let's deal with the player who is straight in front of the tower, preventing the tower from moving forward. You might be noticing that maybe nobody's pushing the tower currently, and so you're trying to get on to keep it stalled here. But I think we're probably going to be able to hold the tower for longer if you splat that player who's rushing it, rather than if you back up and try to get on. So it's this player, I believe, right here on the right who gets your teammate, and then they drop down in front, and this is the player who ends up splatting you, I believe. So this player is the one who stops the push, and that was the player who is running forward at the tower. I think if you deal with them by just using your range and jump teching yourself backwards as they run to you, you can kind of... They're isolated, right? They're not really with too many other teammates of theirs, and you can probably take that fight and just keep the tower here. If the tower comes back down over the ledge, that's fine, because then you can just pick it up again. But the idea is to try and keep the tower push going as long as possible. It's very similar to Clam Blitz, where you're not really trying to push the clam basket as fast as you can. You're trying to keep it open for as long as you can. You're not trying to keep the tower pushing forward as fast as you can. You're really trying to keep it on the enemy side of the map for as long as you can keep it there, and keep players jumping in behind it so that they can keep the push going, and you keep the enemy team backed up as far as you can. Getting on the tower, it gets you a few extra points, but does it get you a checkpoint? I don't know that it gets you a checkpoint. Let me double check, because I think you get off before the tower goes to checkpoint. Yeah, you get off before the tower goes to checkpoint. So your teammate is able to finish that while you're going down over here. But I think that you getting on tower wasn't especially necessary for getting the checkpoint. Maybe it was for a little bit, but it gave your position away and everybody wipes because of it. So, I don't know. Getting the checkpoint is definitely progress. I think on a coordinated team, you'd probably say that you want to just back up and kind of keep the space around the tower safe and get jumps in and then push in a second time and get the checkpoint then. But for solo queue, this works out, and I think that's a really hard checkpoint to hold at, if it's anything at all like how this plays in Rainmaker. So I think you've already made great progress, and wiping here isn't the end of the world. Just... we probably could have kept the momentum going a little bit more if we had stayed alive. YouTube and Twitch are saying hi to each other. How wholesome. They're not feuding. Very nice, very nice. I like that you're kind of in a corner. You're about as safe as you can be, and they're starting to get around, but because you're going in when your teammates are there to cover you, like, this ends up working out. Like, you're being shot at by the Hydra, so that forces you around the corner, and then the Reef Slider comes in that forces you further, and the Boa's trying to come in. Like, if you're alone, this is a problem, but you're not alone is the thing. You're going in at the same time as your teammates. And so, because you do that, the Crab Tank on the right is able to help you out, and you're able to come away with a fight win off of this. And that should also allow you to stop the tower, which you do. Great shred on the Booyah Bomb. If you ever see a teammate who's going for a Booyah Bomb, you always want to be shooting at it. That's phenomenal. And we keep pushing forward. And we're pushing forward in really good coordination with our teammate here as well. So I like the way that we're playing this so far. Nice, getting the torpedo. Some weapons are always going to get torpedoes easier than others, and with torpedoes being so much more a part of the game now that new weapons have been added with torpedoes, it's an important reminder to everybody, hey, if your weapon can hit torpedoes easily, please shoot the torpedoes. Because you don't want weapons like, say, the Tri-Stringer to have to waste a charged shot on getting rid of a torpedo that's heading toward them. You always want to be taking care of those for the teammates on your team that can't. Because even if, for you, it's like, oh, this isn't a problem, this is heading somewhere else. It might be a problem for your teammate. It might be a problem for the person who's trying to cover you. So, definitely get those when you have the chance to. Obviously, there are some weapons that will try to use them as a distraction. They'll throw a torpedo and then go in on you while you're trying to shoot the torpedo. So watch out for those kinds of situations. But... that's still a really good idea. So. Oh, this is scary because you and your teammate both have missiles attached to you, and you're really close to each other, and your missiles are going to block off their route out of there. I don't know if there's much more you could have done to prevent that situation. Let's see. Thanks for the follow. So it's like right here. Right here, my thinking is if I just back up, then my teammate here, I Am Heretic, they cannot back up because they run into my missiles. I guess maybe if you back up at exactly the same time it works, but it's a pretty tight window. If I go to the right, maybe, then maybe I give I Am Heretic a way to back up because the missiles only fell so far to the left and they can use that extra space. Maybe that's the way that this works. As it happens, the only way that they have forward is to run ahead. And they don't want to run ahead because they're being shot from there, and so they go down. So that was, like, really well-timed missiles. Like, it was just super unfortunate. There was probably a way for them to survive, but it's not the easiest thing, and I wouldn't completely blame yourself, but I think going right instead of going backwards does a little bit more to help protect your teammate from those. All right. This might be a little bit closer, actually, than you want to be, because if someone drops over that ledge, they have range on you. Like, you're a longer ranged weapon. Your goal is to hit people at your max range. And so there is actually a point where, despite the fact that you are part of that Slayer Skirmisher pair whose job is to push the enemy team back, you literally cannot move any further into the enemy spawn than you can currently. The only way you do that is maybe by jumping off the tower into their spawn area, which you can't do yet. So pushing further forward towards this front wall actually isn't putting you at an advantage anymore because now the enemy team is already pushed about as far back as they can be. I guess maybe you can like shoot up over the side of the ledge if you get closer, and so you can hit someone further back with maybe fall off or something. But for example, there is an enemy player from right underneath the 60. Can you see my mouse? I don't think you can see my mouse. Yeah, I don't think that's possible. And I don't think the people on stream see it either. From right underneath the number 16, if there's a frontline weapon that goes there, you have range on them from here already, but if you push closer, they also have range on you. So from here, I would just play around this unpaintable cover that you've got right to your left here. Right to your left, goodness. That you've got to your left here. I would just play around that once you get up into this position, because anything that drops down on Milk Tea, your teammate in front of you here, you're going to be able to attack from that spot anyway. So you don't have to get any closer to it, and this way it lets you keep your effective range. It lets you keep your distance. It lets you use your range to outplay the opponents. Don't see a mouse? Yeah, figured. Okay. Because from here, now there's a 52 gal at point-blank range of you, and this is a disadvantageous position. Fortunately, your teammate is able to help out, but I think if it's just you and the 52, you probably lose that. All right, good awareness, knowing that they're coming out to the left. Unfortunately, the front doesn't hold either. So we're probably gonna need to back up from the amount of firepower that we're seeing coming from in front of us, and also the amount of enemy paint. This isn't a position where we can really hold out very easily. Okay, we win that one. That is a fight where if they aim better, they probably win. Because they're a 52 gal. Your goal against the 52 is to keep your distance from it, or to... I mean, you did the best you could in that situation because you have to make it miss, but I think on paper you probably should lose that most of the time. So what I'd want you to be doing is trying to keep your max range from the front of the enemy team. Like, you're still going to try and stall, you're still going to try and waste their time, because you can always just keep jump teching backwards and always being annoying and getting in their way. But from the position that you put yourself, the 52 is able to sort of cut you off from getting back to the rest of mid. They're able to drop in between you and your retreating route and your escape route, and so you'd probably want to be moving backwards just a little bit sooner than that and staying a little bit more along the objective line. Sorry, I got a little distracted by the kitty, but there. That was his tail. Ooh, that was a little bit risky. I think there are Hydras who will be able to just get their aim on you and out DPS you and win that fight. But you got enough damage on them earlier and they missed enough shots that you forced them away. You scared them too much. Now that was really good because you saw before you engaged that they were shooting at somebody else. And so that gives you the initiative that you need to go and win that. Okay, so I'm noticing teammates going down. You're hearing that audio cue and you're seeing these X's on the bottom of the screen. Or, I mean, those X's are showing up on the bottom of the screen. I'm not saying necessarily that you're seeing it. But we're not responding to those right away. I think we've got the idea that there's an opponent down in the sneaky. But if something's getting our teammates, and then those teammates are behind us, then we've already missed who that player is. So by the first one, we probably want to be snapping around to mid rather than by the second one here. Get why he's rolling, but there felt like there were noticeable times where it felt unnecessary. I disagree. So rolling with the other dualies is a big commitment in terms of movement. This is answering a chat question. But rolling with the dualie squelchers, because you're able to jump tech, doesn't really change much. It keeps you more mobile, makes you harder to hit, while also letting you keep that single reticle accuracy and that faster fire rate. In combat, rolling is objectively better unless you are going to run out of ink for doing so. I can't think of a situation where you're actually committing to a fight where you don't want to be rolling. Like, it's just faster fire rate, better accuracy, you're mobile, so they're not going to be able to hit you. It's still not going to freeze you in place. Like, I can't think of a reason that dual reticle is ever going to be better unless you're going to run out of ink for doing so. Or like, I don't know, maybe you're trying to paint more while you fight. That doesn't really... That's a different objective at that point, so... Ooh, the missiles. Okay, so we run away from our teammate that time. That's really good. Really well managed with the aggro there. You recognize that you're in a dangerous position, but you put out enough of a threat to make the opponent move, and then as they start trying to close the walls in around you, you dodge roll backwards. This is all really good. Unfortunate. We literally just missed the torpedo. If we hit that torpedo, we're probably still alive. So, 2 down on the enemy team. I agree with the jump. It's a nice, safe spot, but it gets you into the action a lot faster. Now we're worried about this. Ooh, about these dapples. The dapples got up there really quickly. I was not expecting to see them that soon. But what you do want to be doing, once you know that there's somebody on that right-hand side, let's see how this happens exactly. I'll actually look at it from here. Okay, so the dapples are already moving, actually. I was thinking that the player on the right-hand side... No, because they were booyah bombing, so that makes more sense. Okay, so I think you get distracted by the player on the right, and the player coming through mid is what we don't notice. There it is. Yeah, the replay feature is mostly really cool. The problem with the replay feature is that it smooths out the camera so you don't actually see exactly what they saw. If that were the case, that you could see their camera movement and everything, it would be perfect. And maybe some more camera options too. But yeah, so what's happening here is we're getting really close to a major body of enemy ink. And we're not painting it defensively before we get right up to the edge of it. So, like, there was a teammate who went down in mid, for example, which is one clue. But another thing is just look at how much orange there is around you. Like, they are much more able to use that ink than you are. So you're right at the front of the battle lines. And as a weapon that wants to maintain its range, this is a dangerous place to be, as we find out when we get run over by a jet ski. Okay, nice pick. And hopefully we're able to keep ourselves alive here. Oh, goodness. Very good evasive play. There was only so much you were going to be able to do with that. Let me see if there's any way we might have been able to escape that a little better. Or a way that maybe we could have avoided being there in the first place is another thought. Okay, so we're jumping and there's already someone behind us. So it looks like we choose to deal with this other player because we know that our teammate is dealing with the other one. From here, my thinking is just get behind the unpaintable area in front of you and maybe jump out. Because you just don't have a lot of room to move, and you're probably going to go down because of how much damage you have currently if you stay in the fight. But if you take a position where it's really, really easy for them to miss shots, where you're not on an open sight line with anybody, that might buy you enough time to be able to actually jump out of here and get a better position. Because you don't have to like stay in here and hold the line. Not that it would be that effective anyway, because you're the only one here and you don't have any paint to work with. But because you're stuck on those open sight lines, you're kind of just unable to do anything about it. Shouldn't end up making a difference if they don't clear check. Yeah, the rest of the team clears them out of check. It looked like one of your teammates was making a really good flank through middle, so maybe, you know, you staying there actually helped them get those picks because you kept their attention on the ramp area. But I think it's probably survivable because I think even if you jump out, they're still going to be looking at you for a second or two before you get out of there, and that's probably about the same amount of time you would have bought your teammates by dying. Oh, goodness. That's not a fight that you should be winning against a 52. Because, again, the 52 just has so much more DPS than you do. And they only need 2 shots. So they can miss... They can't miss that much just because you have a faster fire rate, but they can still miss a little bit and get you sooner. So one thing I would probably try to avoid is ending up this close to 52 gals. Like, being on the other side of their wall will surprise them, but they should also just be able to hit you and splat you before you can do anything. Nice. Very well played. Very well played. Just taking full advantage of their slower fire rate, doing things in between their shots, and then making their shots really difficult to hit when they have them to fire. All good stuff. You might have been able to get away with moving that wave breaker a little bit further forward, because I don't think it's going to do anything about the Hydra or anybody that you're trying to push currently. All it's going to do is keep the area that you already had under control safe, so you might want to move that a little bit further forward. Can I whisper it to you? Oh, goodness. Everybody's passing notes in class. All right. Let's see. So where is it that we get to the point where this fight gets initiated? So they're 2 down right now. And you threaten the 52 and force them back. And that was really good because you used your range to say, oh, nope, you're hurt. You can't move forward because I'll splat you before you hit me. that was really good play around the 52. I love that bomb. We take out the... I think the moving backwards is honestly what I don't like so much about this. That, like, we didn't really need to back up in that situation. We'd already forced them back. We'd already used a bomb. I guess maybe you're doing that because you're a little bit low on ink, but they're also spending some time retreating, and you can spend that time recovering the ink. You get hit once, but we're pretty much healed out of that by now. Put this out here. Like, I'm thinking you just stay in that same spot for a little while and make them use more force to get past you. Because as soon as you back up, they have full access to the tower now. And the Tower Rider, you can see, has to get off. And they pop crab. And so, like, because we turn our attention to what's going on in mid, everything falls apart in front. It was us keeping everybody back from ramp that was stopping them from just coming through like a wave and whopping the tower. There's only one player in mid that's coming and flanking you, so I don't think everybody on your team has to turn around and deal with that. In a situation where you're being flanked, I think it's important for at least someone to hold the line. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to hard engage as they push in, but you have to make it harder for them to push in. They can't just, like, move in very quickly. If you're able to stall out the fight in front of you, that gives your teammates time to win the fight to the right of you. So with this kind of a situation, I'd like to see you spotting, like, where are the holes in our defense? Where are the spots where the enemy team could push through if they were to push on it right now? And I want you trying to stall those as much as you can, unless you're immediately threatened. You end up getting 2 anyway. It might not have made a difference, because the flank did get something. But that's a thought for how to play that, because it looks like the tower really did just kind of... The Tower Rider was like, oh, wait, I can't stay here. They drop off. And then they pop Crab Tank, and then the Crab Tank gets shredded anyway. Like, they just immediately found themselves in a 1v3 when they thought that they were safe to keep pushing. Ooh, okay. So, something to think about in this situation is we are currently winning. And all we need to do is stall them and hold them back enough from breaking second checkpoints and then scoring more. So, when they get control at the end here, the thought needs to be, all right, let's just play it cool, get special, sit back, because we've got the advantage of not needing to push. They're the ones who need to force the issue. As long as we just create a good enough defensive position to hold from, we should be fine. Like, it's their obligation to push into us. It's not on us to make something happen here. So Milk Tea's a little bit far up if they're down below. Oh, no, they're good, they're good. Never mind. They were higher up than I thought they were. Okay, so the missiles forced them down. I'm a little worried. Okay, so a couple of things have happened there that worry me a little bit. First of all, teammate dropped off the left into enemy ink. So I have no knowledge that that teammate is going to be safe. They're maybe going to apply some pressure from the middle, but that only has an impact if we're able to apply pressure from the front. And the front right now is walled off by a splash wall and protected by a Hydra. And also, apparently, the 52 is snuck up onto the right-hand side. So this is probably a situation where we're like, we're a little bit scattered right now, and we probably don't need to be taking this fight. Let's just back up a little bit and let it come a little bit further forward, give us a chance to regroup. One of us goes down there, and now we're up really, really close to this 52 again. And this time, they do actually come away with it, like I've been saying they should. And unfortunately, that is going to be a wipe. We do still have a chance here, but we've got to get to the tower. There's not a lot of time. We need to be bombing it and shooting at it, and yeah. Um, the way that works is there's no time to get your main weapon engaged. We have to just throw a bomb on one side of the tower and hope our teammates shoot the other side. That's probably the only chance you've got, but wiping was the big issue there. Man, so it all came down to that one fight at the end, because you guys were doing so well up until then. But the big thing I would say about that is that when you're in the lead like that, when you've got that much control, you don't have to really do much. And it's better to play it patient. It's better to play lame. It's better to just paint and paint and paint and paint so that it's very difficult for them to push in. You don't have to push them back anymore. You just need to make it difficult for them to get forward. And as long as you do that, just with paint and bombs and, again, playing lame, I think you manage to do a lot more than you do by pushing in a situation where your team is a little frantic and scattered. The teammate dropping to the left is not great. When they come around the corner with the Hydra ready and the wall in front of it, that's okay, we're backing up from that, man. I'm not doing anything until that Hydra doesn't have charge anymore, or until that Hydra's aiming at someone else, Because, what do you do if that Hydra aims at you? You can't shoot it back. So you got to just kind of get out of there at that point. It's also unfortunate that the teammate loses the 1v1 on the right. If you're backing up sooner, you might be able to kite back and trade that instead of getting rushed down by the 52. But the teammate who drops down on the left ultimately goes down as well. So it seems like your team did basically the same thing that you did, namely that they got a little bit scared because it was a moment where they needed to clutch up. And they put themselves in positions that were just a little bit too far forward, and they got punished by a strong defensive weapon in the Hydra and the 52 gal being able to wall them out. So rather than letting the enemy team push into you, rather than letting them undo themselves by running towards you, you guys ran into them when they had already had time to set up. So if they ran forward a little bit, but they only got to the bottom of your ramp, right? If you hold from higher up on your ramp and then make it difficult for them to push up the ramp, now they're not set up anymore. Now they're pushing into you, and that's when you're going to have that advantage. So it's definitely hard to do in those last moments, but your instinct in a clutch moment like that should always be play safe, play lame, win game. There was so little else to criticize about that match than that last moment. Pretty much every other decision was, I think, a really strong one. You guys held their spawn for a pretty good amount of time. You painted more than anyone else. You got special more often than anyone else. You top fragged. There's just a lot of good happening there. The only player who got splatted less than you on your team was the backliner. So, overall, very well played. And the big mistake was the stagger at the end of the game, where as soon as, they get an advantage and they get the objective like that, and, they score this wipe, you're immediately worried, okay, we need to make sure not to stagger. If we stagger, that's how we lose this. If we keep going down, if we feed, that's how we lose this. So just play not to feed. Play realizing that even once you're completely set up and you've got a ton of paint in your base, they still probably have to push a good 30 or 40 more points past where you control. And that's when you're going to be strongest. You're not going to be strongest pushing into their ink that they already control, pushing towards their splash walls, pushing towards their Hydra with charge. That's not when you have strength. You have strength when all of that stuff hasn't meant anything because you haven't pushed into it, and now they've already used their cooldown on their wall. They've already used the charge that their Hydra has. They don't have paint in front of them anymore because the tower is still moving, and they haven't had time to move up with it. And now that is going to be where you have the advantage from high ground, looking down at them, having the area painted up around you, having your teammates had time to regroup and maybe get a special out or something. So it's that kind of patience at the end that would have saved that game. So, do you have any questions for me, Quart? I feel like I didn't say too much of that was critical of you, because most of this game was played really, really well. You are clearly more attuned to the dually squelchers than I am. Like, you're making a lot of good positional plays. You have these really good instincts of like what you need to check and what kind of range you need to keep. There are obviously a couple of times where I can, you know, criticize, okay, maybe you got a little bit too close there, but for the most part, like, you are playing the weapon to its strengths. So I'm not even sure there's all that much that I would want to show if I were to go and play the dually squelchers in a match for you. But if there's anything that you'd like to see or anything you'd like to do, just let me know, because we've got 10 minutes. Cord is typing, by the way. Don't have any questions now. Is it fine if I DM you later if I think of some? Absolutely. Yeah, happy to have them. One thing, I don't know if you're on a team. It looks like you might be just from the tag, but playing in a team environment is actually a really good way to learn about those kinds of situations where you sort of need to clutch up, because all it takes on your team is for one person to call, don't feed in, play safe, paint for special. And immediately everyone else is like, oh, yeah, okay, I know what to do, instead of feeding into the enemy team as they're pushing at the end. So something you can do if your team tends to have that kind of problem is to make that call out yourself. Like, right at the end, like, okay, they got control of the tower, but it's still on their half of the map, and we have all of the time we need to respawn. They're not going to be able to get pushed all the way up. Come on, refocus here, camera. They're going to have time to get pushed all the way up to well past the point where the enemy team has to push to. Like, if you've got that kind of time, that's the kind of presence that you can provide on the comms. You can be telling them, hey, calm down, we're good, it's fine. They have to push really far. We have time to get some specials before they get there. And to try and keep things relaxed and play to your advantage instead of getting desperate and pushing into their advantage. All right. And Cord is typing. Can we do a round or two of Anarchy? Yeah, sure thing. Let's play. I will DM you my friend code and also the password that I intend to use. All right. And I will stop projecting at this point. I'll probably save some frames. And I need to find... Here we go. It's a bird, guys, look. Wait, why am I creating the room? We still need to add each other. This is silly. I'm being silly, guys. Oh, I need to delete some friends. And this one. Yes, it's a very nice bird. We like our bird friend. I think I have another picture of a bird like this. Teacher being silly. Me? Never. Why would I do a thing like that? Let's see. Okay. I'm just deleting a few friends because this is going to be a problem later too. So. How often do you get flack for using light mode? Every time. And I bravely stand in the face of it. I am truly a luminary. Some of you who know what that word means are laughing. Okay. Did I accept it? I think I accepted it just now. Illuminating my eyes to a crisp. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. All right. Thank you, bird friend. You have done all that you need to do. You may go now. Back to your happy skies where you fly. Room is up. Just checking things out. I actually did a little bit of messing with my gear build. So it's different now. Okay. And we're going to shift a little bit over. Ooh, I rolled over the blanket that I was sitting on and was starting to pull myself off the chair. Very cool. Thanks, physics. Always remember, guys, if you fall down, you know, if you trip, you do something clumsy, it's not your fault. Blame physics. It's physics' fault. And I will continue to make call-outs, because while you will not hear anything from Court, they are still on the call with me. So I will speak with the assumption that I am being heard. T-Tech or V-Shot? We're actually going to be talking about that today with Tier List, but V-Shot. Okay, roller pushing forward. Oh, one on right. I'm helping Agent 3 with this. They should be down. I don't know. How did I miss? Oh, no. I've done a bad. One of us DC'd. Okay. Well, that was a little funky. Let's try that again. Jim, do you think a button that turns your camera 180 degrees will change things up a lot? We already have that button. It's the Y button. It's useful with stick controls, because all you got to do is this, and now you're facing the opposite direction. So the input is you turn the direction you want your character to be facing, and you press Y, and they're facing that way, right? So theoretically, it's possible to do quick turns that way. But in practice, it's typically inconsistent, and it's actually faster to get the muscle memory down that you can flick this way. But with stick controls, where you can't turn like this quickly, it is actually ideal to turn that way. So it's a little disorienting, but if you get used to it, it is possible to do. Just, you gotta kind of predict where the camera is going to be rather than trying to track it with your eyes, because it moves a little bit too fast for your eyes to follow. Watching one of your VODs at the same time, and I see my cat being used to cover your room code. Very cute in his blanket. Awesome! There we go, there we go. We have brought the cat home to you, even though you're home with them. We've duplicated the cat. Duplicated the company. Well, this is a predicament, isn't it? we're gonna back away from that. We're gonna paint for special. There's probably gonna be someone on top mid, yes. And I'm going to Zuka them. Got one. There's one underneath bottom right. I'm down. Right near your weight breaker, I think. We've got two down, so we might be able to move in and get zone before they get back. They are two... Yeah, there we go. Roller dropped bottom right. Flushing them out. Nice. Easy peasy. Hydra weak. Oh my god. Paint my feet. Whew. Can't believe we both got out of there okay. One drop left. Might be roller. Okay, one roller. One. Oh, there's the other one. I found them. I found them with my face. Double Explo, huh? That's really what they decided to come into Anarchy with. Well, I guess the other team has double Splatling, so that's something. Oh, great. Hi, Roller. Please go away. Oh. They did not respect my wishes. Roller has bubble ready. Yeah, with that many backliners posted up, we don't want to be rushing in too carelessly. We got one with a bomb. Let's see if we can push in from here. Weight breaker got me. I was hoping to give teammate time to drop down to the right, although the teammate was just an Explo, so there's not a lot they're going to do there. I don't know. That was not an ideal team composition. Okay. We'll do one more. One more so we get a comp that does not consist of two Explos. And then from there, we will get on to the festivities. We will make a tier list. Because the people love their tier lists. Fairly standard team comp from us. They have a lot more range than we do. So we're going to have to play aggressively, but also just watch sightlines on your way in. We've got time to go after them, but we do have to go after them at some point. I got one. Blob is down. I'm surprised that they were the one to drop out at me, so they don't have as much paint on the zone at this point. We can probably take control of that. Got one. Blob is playing a little bit unsafely, so we're able to take them out. Blob is the biggest paint threat on their team. So we need to be careful when they get into play, because they can't outpaint any one of us individually. I'm very worried about Stan's health. Stay alive, Stan! No, not Stan. Okay, at least they traded. It's 3v3. We can start working our way in a little bit. Okay, nice. That's another one down. We keep catching this blob, and that's really good for us. The blob wants to play more patiently than that so that it stays alive and can just be this consistent, annoying paint threat. Heavy's forced out of the way. All it's got that we've got to deal with is this wave breaker. I'm threatening the left-hand side, but I'm not going to go in too hard. They're pushing me? No, they're not. I accidentally fell. My bad. I'm down on left. Just painting up to make sure they can't flank us, and then... Oh boy. There's one trying to flank right. They're booyahing. They're in behind us. Dropped. Nice, Heavy's down. Shoot, I got marked. That jump is dead. Okay, maybe it's not dead because you have dodge rolls. I always say that to dualies players, and then they're like, challenge accepted. It was just me at the end. I didn't really have a piece of cover to hide behind. Might have been a way to jump out, but I noticed too late that I needed to. Need to get in there. Oh no. That was a well-placed torpedo. That's probably it. Alright. Well, sorry we didn't get a win or anything like that. But, hope you enjoyed. And thank you for reserving the session. Yeah, Court says good games, and thanks for the review. You're welcome. All right. I'm going to leave the call now. And now, it is time for tier listing. So, we're going to make the whole thing from scratch here on stream. Let me just get this scooched a little bit. That should be good. And now we go to here. Oh, and it's on the right window already? Who would have thunk it? Very cool. Okay. So let's get this shifted. Oh, that's because it's showing that. I don't want it to be showing that. I want it to be showing this. Which, there. I'll adjust it a little bit. Try and make it a little bit bigger so it shows up well on camera. That's nice. That's nice. That's exactly where we want that. Okay. Actually, that's probably a little too big because we're going to make more tiers than this. I lied. We probably need to make this smaller. Sorry, folks. Probably considerably smaller. We'll do this. That's a good happy medium for now. Okay. Gem is gone. What are you talking about? I was here all along. Y'all think you're getting away from me that easy? Ha! Silliness. Alright. I'm here. Do I bring Restream Chat into this? Are they going to cover stuff up? Yeah, kind of going to cover stuff up. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. 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 All right. Should be good. Gem scare. Put chat above your head. I could do that. That could work. That's an idea I can get behind. Hanging over my head like a sword of Damocles. Okay. Maybe we line it up with the... Well, it's not going to be aligned with the top of it anyway. Because at a certain point, the elevation of it is going to change. So forget about it. It's there. It exists. Okay. So tier list. A lot of new things have happened in the game. We've got some new weapons and some balance changes. Nothing super major, but I think it's enough that the competitive scene has had time to kind of rebalance and figure out some new things. There's not that much that's going to actually be that different. So let me... Did I have my... Do I still have my old tier list posted in resources? I don't know if I ever actually did that. I don't think so. So... Let me just really quick go back, and that's not it. I'm on a different account right now. Okay. No, not that's this one. Our shot is still. Shush. Okay. So. This is what the tier list looked like way back then, and I'm taking a look at it. Still looking relatively similar. There are definitely going to be some significant changes, though. And there's a cat now. So this is what it was. But now we've got some new weapons, and we've got some changes, so here we go. Double gem, gemception. Which one's real? None of them are real. They're all just pixels on your screen. Nobody's seeing the real gem right now. Hi there, cat. Yeah, he's being very cuddly at the moment, and I approve. Okay. So... There is a tier that's just that. And it is these two weapons. These two weapons are all you need in a team comp. There are literally teams that are being played that are consisting entirely of Splash-O-Matic and Machine. I've seen 3 Splash-O-Matics, 1 Machine. I've seen 2 of each. I have seen 3 Machines, 1 Splash-O-Matic, all being played in top-level JP tournaments. These two weapons are absolutely just nuts, and they complement each other extremely well, and counter each other extremely well, as it turns out. The Splash-O-Matic is the best painter for Crab Tank in the game, and Crab Tank is by far the best special in the game. It's not even close. The Crab Tank right now is the metagame. You play around Crab Tank. Everything that you are trying to run on a team comp, you have to ask yourself, what does this do against Crab Tank? And that is kind of the question that we will be asking ourselves as we go down the list is, what can this thing do if there's a Crab Tank on the map? So right now, one of the best answers to that question, what do you do if there's a Crab Tank on the map, is throw a Booyah Bomb at it. And the prime Booyah Bomb weapon of the moment is the Sloshing Machine, and has been for the entire duration of the game. And Another answer to what do you do about a crab tank is damage it from behind. Well, you can slosh with the sloshing machine up over the top of the crab tank, and so that is another possible solution to dealing with a crab tank user. So then another thing that is very, very powerful in this game is throwing a bunch of just like what Ren called trash damage, which is we're just chucking something into the choke point. We're not even really caring that much about whether it hits something. We just want to like zone them out of this spot, and so we're going to lazily throw a fizzy bomb into that area. And well, sloshing machine, that is what it has been doing for the entire duration of competitive Splatoon 3. It has been chucking a bunch of fizzy bombs into choke points until it gets Booyah Bomb, then launching the Booyah Bomb at the most important target and going back to chucking fizzy bombs and taking fights when it has to. And it's only when it starts having to take fights that you know whether or not the player is actually experienced on the sloshing machine, because all of the rest of that is really easy. And that is something to consider. Like, the weapon being easy is an advantage in its favor. You don't have to, master the blade to be able to play a machine. Like, everyone has a pocket machine. Everyone has a pocket splash. You have to get a little used to crab tank, and maybe if you don't play shooters, then learning the movement mechanics that shooters can abuse, especially lightweight ones like the splash, is something that's going to take some time. But these are two really straightforward weapons that do not require that much extra thought. They are weapons that you can plug into literally any spot on a team comp. The Splash-O-Matic is a Slayer support and a skirmisher, and it can throw burst bombs, so it can kind of pseudo-anchor a little bit if it needs to. And it becomes an anchor when it pulls Crab Tank out, and suddenly it's a Hydra that never has to charge. Then the machine can play support, it can play skirmisher, it can play Slayer, it can throw fizzy bombs from a distance, it can throw Booyah Bomb from a distance. Like, these weapons are some of the most versatile in the game. And when I say versatile, I don't mean jack of all trades, master of none. I mean jack of all trades, master of everything. So if there is a slot on your team that you're trying to figure out what to put in it, and you've got like a flex player who can play a number of different things, you're telling that flex player to play one of these two weapons, is basically what's happening most of the time. There's really not that much else that plays so many roles so well and that gets the team so much. And I cannot stress enough just how much of a crab rave the metagame is right now. So, yeah, these are the weapons that define the meta. So, like, in the past, I've always called this tier meta-defining. These are the weapons that the meta arises in response to. So I'll just put those there because that takes up less space on the screen, and I want to save vertical space for the sake of making the other ones fit. So, yeah. Yeah, whatever. Anyway. Yeah, Crab is cool. Like, don't get me wrong here. I think Crab is actually really well designed. It's just a little overtuned. Crab is very good, but if you nerf certain like numbers that it has, it will come down to being reasonable. If you nerf its duration, if you nerf its range, damage, its armor, there are a number of different things that you can do to it that will change it and make it less overwhelming. Any of those things could work really well, but something's got to come down on the Crab Tank, and it really should have come down at the beginning of this season. I have no earthly idea why this was not the very first thing that the dev team looked at to nerf, because it was already dominant at the time, and then all they did was nerf missiles, which was in part a counter to Crab Tank, but also was another dominant special that everyone had to consider, and now they're less considering missiles, more considering Crab Tank. So, anyway, so now the next tier down is going to be the best answers to it. Like I said, This right here is already a team comp. All you need are these 2 weapons. But the weapons that are going to deal with these the best are what we're looking at next. And so I'm going to get a few different ideas out here, and then I'll start talking about them one by one. So just give me a minute to put some stuff up here. Where did it go? Do they have it? Oh, it's... Why is it here and not next to the other junior? That's silly. Just going through one by one and making sure that I've got all the ones that I'm looking for here. So pardon the pause. I'm just thinking very intensely. Wow. All right, I think that's it. So let's go through all of these. So Flingza is a very, very frequent weapon that's almost up in meta-defining tier. If this were the patch right before the new season, it would be in meta-defining tier. Like, there was a time where the optimal team comp was some combination of 3 of these 2 weapons plus a Flingza roller. And that was what all the backline weapons were running. And this is still largely what backline weapons are running. So people who are like the hard charger mains right now, their top level is starting to feel forced out. So me putting the E-Leader here is a little bit... You know what? I think I actually dropped the E-Leader 1. We'll talk about why in a minute, but I've already had a discussion with Ren about that. But the top charger players are generally playing Flingza right now. Because Flingza gives them a little bit more mobility. It gives them missiles. Flingza got nerfed, which is why I'm like half considering putting this back up here, because at this point, these are the weapons that we're seeing the most out of anything right now. Like, let me just really quick pull up, not there, here. So, for those who don't know, Gamba Woomy is... I don't know how much of this is showing on screen, actually. Let me double check. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Gamba Woomy is a player who's very in touch with the Japanese scene and will post the weapons that top Japanese teams are playing in tournaments. So these are the rosters that you... So this is the rosters, and I think these are the placements. Because I think, like, this team is this team, and then this team is this team. You know, they line up. So you can probably look at this, because this will actually show the placement. So this is the first place team on the left, and you move across. So they post the weapon comps that are being played by the top Japanese teams right now. You can see there's a lot of Splash-O-Matic. There's a lot of Sloshing Machine. So you can kind of just look down the list and see what people are generally playing right now. And you can see there is a good amount of variety. And it depends kind of on the mode as well. So this is some data. Gross. Gross, gross, gross. Do not like gross. So you can see that, like, this is a data set that I am considering when going into this and looking at this. And I'm looking through it, like, we're seeing a charger or two here and there. We're actually seeing a lot of heavy, and we're also seeing a lot of Flingza still. So, like, I'm not a backliner, and going back to this, I'm looking at this and I'm not sure, because the big thing about Flingza that is different from the last tier list is that the missiles got nerfed. For those who don't know, the way that missiles work now is that they cannot be charged while they are launched. There is a very long delay between when you launch them and when they charge up again. So before, every backliner was just running a Flingza because it gave them the mobility that they needed to move around. They still had the missiles to contest any backliner, and they could paint a lot with it. Now that that is nerfed, I'm going to put the E-liter up here on the low end of this tier, because I'm on the fence about where I think it belongs. But it might well be that Flingza is in a similar place to it at this point. But there's definitely an order to these here. So anyway, Flingza is the weapon that like the top level backline players are tending towards at the moment. At least last I have looked into it. We're also actually seeing a lot of heavy, which I still feel like it's here, but I see a lot more people pushing it and using it. So backline is a little bit of a blind spot for me, and we might have to reconsider that a little bit as time goes on and I get more weapons up on the list. But let's get through the rest of these for now. Flings has been like that backline alternative for a long time now, and so people are still good at it, and missiles are still good. They're just worse, and that's why I dropped it a tier. So still very viable, still definitely the best roller in the game. Then we've got 52, which has always been a valid replacement for if you want something more aggressive in terms of the main weapon than the standard paint till crab or throw fizzy bombs sort of play style. Same kind of deal with the splatter shot. The issue with these two is they're a little bit less survivable, so they're a little bit higher risk, higher reward. If you could, like, these are the two weapons that's like, if you want to stop these guys before they get special, you want to send one of these two weapons in to try and get that pick. But doing so is a little bit riskier, and usually, you know, if something is risky, you're not gonna grab one of those two. So, then Dually Squelchers is kind of one of the best midline weapons right now. I don't know. That's a strong claim because obviously Sloshing Machine exists. But in terms of like a standard kind of crossfire skirmisher midline, this is definitely one of those that can make it work. Pair this with a really aggressive frontliner, and that's an amazing fighting pair that can go up and make things happen. But there are, I think, a lot of issues right now in the meta for something like a Dually Squelchers. There aren't as many flank routes. There aren't as many awkward angles that it can take on people. So a lot of the time you're just fighting it head on. So you're either going to just fight it with a crab or like use maybe a backliner to deal with it, or you're going to, you know, rush someone forward at it and try to get on top of it and force it back. So it still has the role that it always did, and its special is very good. It's just not quite like the absolute top tier. I still think it's really strong, and I still think anyone could run it if they wanted to. So now we get down into the more dubious range of this list. Like, I'm very confident that these weapons should be where they are. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I would put up there, and I might start adjusting it as time goes on. The Tetras probably still belong up here. We'll get to it eventually. But C Junior, I think, is very viable. I think it is one of the best like support weapons that there is in the game, because torpedo pressure is just so annoying. Like, what does a crab actually do if a torpedo gets thrown up and behind it, right? It just kind of like has to ball up and tank the damage or something. It can't shoot at that very easily. It doesn't have the speed to be able to aim at that and knock it out of the air, nor does it want to have to do that. So somebody else kind of has to deal with that for it. Torpedoes are also just a really good anti-backline tool. And it's part of the reason why like these weapons are struggling a little bit more than they used to, because there are more weapons that have torpedoes on them now, and so you throw one of those at one of these guys, and they've got to waste one of their precious shots on taking out the torpedo before they go back to do anything. Same deal with like the Hydra, with anything else that you're trying to work with here. So it's a very annoying force in the meta right now, and it just gets wave breakers like nobody's business. Wavebreaker is, like I've said, a very good special, and it makes it very difficult for the team to function while one's active. So I feel comfortable putting it up there as like even one of the best weapons. I think that that's one of the best junior kits we've ever had. So Explo is still Explo. It's not super changed. It's nice to have the ability to see things and be able to hit them up over walls after you can see them, because you have the point sensor plus the arcing shots. This, up and over the top of stuff splash damage is always going to be useful because it outranges, or not outranges, it can fight weapons that outrange it very effectively. So E-Liter can't keep it down because it can just sit behind a wall and keep chucking the shots over the top. And it can threaten crabs. So it has some tools there. And then E-Liter, like I said, is one of the most dubious here. I'm just not sure where exactly we want to put this right now. Like I said, backliners are tending to stray away from this, but with Flingza being a little bit more nerfed, maybe it's going to make a little bit of a resurgence. Like, we're looking back here, and we're still seeing some E-Liters peppered in there. I feel comfortable leaving it where it's at because I think we're seeing enough of it at top level that we can say, yeah, this is going to be fine. Like, if you're a Charger player, I wouldn't completely give up on it. I don't think it's the worst. It may not be as overwhelmingly powerful as it was at the beginning of the game, especially now with a map like Flounder Heights where it's really hard to find a good backline position for something that long-ranged. But I think it's playable. I think you can run that in a top-level comp, and you're not holding your team back so much that... Because, like, realistically speaking, if someone plays E-Liter, and you tell them, play something else instead, are they going to play that something else better than they're going to play the E-Liter? They're probably a Charger main. They're probably someone who's pretty good at the Charger, and not as good at other stuff. So on like the vast majority of teams, if they've got someone who is playing E-Liter, I'm like, you could switch them onto a Splash or a Machine. I don't know how much more effective they're going to be on that weapon than they are on the weapon that they've mained and practiced that much. So I don't know. That one's on the fence. That one I'll leave to the backliners to debate about. What about Scope? I generally just rank them the same. There is certainly a little bit of a difference. Scope versus unscoped, there are advantages and disadvantages. A lot of the time it's personal preference. But I don't think that the scope makes so much of a difference that it would change the tier placement. If it does, it's very, very slight. So I just tend to not rate the scoped versus unscoped variants differently. Okay. So now we're going to get into a very large tier of playable, but maybe somewhat outclassed. And there's a lot that's in here, which I think is very good for the game. It's cool that there is so much stuff that is playable, even in really, really high-level play right now. So I'm going to dump a whole bunch of stuff up here, and then we'll talk about it. Okay. I think what I'll do... I think I'll do it like this. And then... Yeah, we'll keep that where it is. Instead of some modes, I'll say situations. So that'll cover that. This up here too. And that. Actually, I'm going to put this here. There is a lot, for sure, that go into these two tiers. Is there anything here that I'm missing? I've placed the splat. Oh, I haven't placed the splat charger yet. Whoops. Where'd that go? There it is. Oh, I'm missing range blaster. Whoops. Yeah, that belongs up there. Is there anything else? I'm on the fence about. I might need like even a separate tier for Bamboo and Blob. I feel like the company that these two weapons are in is definitely like far below, but I also don't feel comfortable putting it all the way up with weapons like the Ballpoint, the Carbon Deco, the Squeezer, like weapons that people are playing competitively. The Range Blaster. Range Blaster should probably be a little bit on the high side here. I don't feel I can put it with those, but like all of these other ones, I'm like, that looks way grosser. So we'll deal with that when we get to it. But I'm taking one last look to make sure there's nothing else that I'm leaving out. Okay. So let's go over like half of the cast that I just put into place. Let me order this a little bit too. Ordering it is going to be hard. I'll do this. Yeah. This goes past there for sure. Oh, Tri-Stringer needs to be higher. I'd say like something like that. I think this is what we're seeing the most of. Okay. That's probably pretty good. Here. Okay, I'm going to talk now. So, Range Blaster has never really, like, left the game. If you can hit direct to the Range Blaster, you're going to be able to do really well. It's just a lot of firepower and really good AoE damage from a pretty good distance away, and it's difficult to fight against. It's something that will force the enemy team to back up immediately if it gets into a good position. Positioning it is difficult, and it's the biggest reason that it's down as low as it is simply that it does not paint really well at all. It needs somebody else on its team to paint for it. And so something that, you know, you have to consider on a high-level team is, all right, if we're going to try and make this comp work around this weapon, then that means that one player choosing this weapon means that the other three of us have to pick weapons in a certain way to enable that. And the question of whether you're willing to do that is kind of complicated and political sometimes within the team. So if you got someone who can play it and they're getting value on it, you know, I'm always happy to run it because I play weapons that paint well. And so I don't care that much because I'm going to be able to support it one way or the other. But sometimes you can make it so that, like, your backline player is in a little bit of a pinch because they, you know, might be a Hydra main. And if somebody on your team wants to pick Blaster, they're like, well, one of us can't do that because then we don't have enough paint on the team comp. So it's that sort of a challenge for it. It gets a bomb, which is great. It has Wave Breaker, which is, you know, like we've said, totally fine. Not one of those game-changing specials like a Crab Tank or a Booyah Bomb, but it's one of the next best kinds of things. It's up there with, like, the Trizooka. I'd say Killer Whale is probably in the same category because of its ability to counter Crab Tank. So, like, there are a few specials that are, like, very good, acceptable specials that you never really hate to have, and that's one of them. I never talked about the Tetra Dualies. I just realized that. My opinions on Tetra Dualies haven't really changed that much. They are hold forward, get splats, be very, very, very aggressive, get splatted a lot yourself, but push them back so far that you're able to make up for it in the time that it takes for you to respawn and get back, and keep pushing the tempo forward. And that's really good against stuff like sloshing machines, because sloshing machines do not have the kill time or the mobility, and so if you get on top of them, you can just dive them and beat them. They don't fare so well against an active Crab Tank, and so, you know, I don't know. The Splash-O-Matic matchup is a little bit more touch and go, but they do outrange the Splash pretty well, so if you're trying to initiate fights before they're able to get specials, that's a pretty good option for it. Anyway, moving on. Why Tetra over Wiper? We'll get to Wiper, but I personally believe that Wiper is a bit overhyped right now, but again, we'll talk about it. It is definitely higher up than it used to be, but I'm on Range Blaster right now. So, Range Blaster. Really solid, good AoE damage, can threaten things from over the top of stuff, and it has an answer to Crab Tank. It has its AoE. It can shoot over the top of the Crab Tanks for armor and hit the player that's behind it. So there's a whole bunch of different tools there that are all really important for combating the current meta. It's just paint hungry, and that's its biggest weakness. The Splatlings, the state of backline is just something that I'm not as in touch with, because I don't play those weapons, and so I can only talk about what I see. I'm seeing a lot of top backline players saying that they really like Heavy right now, the Wavebreaker in particular being really useful, and its ability to walk forward and be mobile being really useful. I can't say too much more about it and why it in particular over, say, the Ballpoint, except, I mean, Wavebreaker, good special. The advantage over heavy is that or over Hydra, sorry, is that it's more mobile, that it's able to move into the positions it needs to be in a little bit more aggressively, and also it's able to get out of certain situations a little bit more effectively, and the charge time isn't quite as rough. So I'm guessing that is a big factor in it. But I can only say so much about it, like I said, and that's why I've lumped them all into about the same place here. Ballpoint, I think in terms of main weapon, this is the best Splatling, and it's really its kit that's holding it back. That's my personal opinion, and that might not be reflective of what other backliners will tell you. Again, this entire section of 4 weapons I would completely defer to Devi's opinion on. But Ballpoint, it gives you really, really good close range efficacy. The DPS from the short range shots is just insane. And it gives you really good range. And the nice thing about Ballpoint is that you can maintain it. That unlike the Heavy or the Hydra, when you have charge, you're going to have charge almost the entire way until you run out of ink. Because you can just keep quarter charging and then firing, and then quarter charging and then firing. And like, you're much more sustained damage. You're a much more sustained threat on the map when you have a Ballpoint than you are with the other 2 weapons. The other weapons are cycle based. The other weapons are like, okay, they're firing. They're not firing anymore. Go. Okay, they're firing again. Stop. But the Ballpoint is like, they're just still going, man. They're still firing. They haven't stopped. I can't move. I can't, guys. Help. It takes a little bit more to move through like an active zone that a Ballpoint is trying to control. So that's a really nice thing about it. And it's also a more mobile Splatling than the Hydra is. So that's super nice. It's not getting a lot out of its fizzy bombs because in order to play that playstyle of having a lot of sustained fire, you just don't put out subs a lot. Beacons was actually the perfect sub for it to have because Beacons let it put the sub down and then forget about the sub being there and not have to follow up on it, not have to do anything with it. It was just there and useful, and the Ballpoint could go someplace else. So yeah, I don't think it gets that much out of Fizzy Bomb. It's a big chug on the ink tank to use the Fizzy Bomb. And then Inkjet can be helpful sometimes. Like, there are always going to be niche uses for any of these specials, because Inkjet's not a terrible special. It's weaker than it used to be, but it's not terrible. But it's best used on a frontline weapon that's going to be pushing up underneath ledges, which is exactly the opposite of the positioning that the Ballpoint wants to be at. So you end up with a lot of these, like, early T-Tech players in Splatoon 2's lifespan often had this problem where they would trigger the Inkjet from too far away. And so the opponents would literally just have time to move out of the way of the shots. Like, they'd have time to dodge them and then get behind cover so that none of the rest of them were hitting. Whereas what you want to be doing with Inkjet is getting right up on top of someone so that the very first shot is a direct and you get rid of them before they can react. And getting into the position where you can make that kind of play is just really difficult with a backline weapon. So, big mismatch with the kit, and the fact that it's up here as far as it is with such a big kit mismatch, I think is a huge... it says a lot of the main weapon itself. So... okay, T-Tech main. I'm not a T-Tech main. T-Tech has Tri-Strike in this game. Okay, and then Tri-Stringer. Tri-Stringer, I think... I've heard so many weird varying opinions on this. Because, like, some people were saying, oh, yeah, Tri-Stringer's a low tier. I'm like, no, it's not. It's really not. And then somebody got a result with it in Japan, and everyone's like, wait, Tri-Stringer's good, guys. Tri-Stringer's good. We should all play Tri-Stringer. It's like, it's niche. It's good in specific situations or on specific teams. I don't want to say that it's like a specific mode or something like that makes it. I don't want to drop it down here to this area, because these weapons are still good. Don't get me wrong. It's just there are certain situations you would use them, and otherwise you'd use something else. Here, it's more of like a general purpose sort of thing, and I think it's like it's not an A tier. It's like a B tier. It's fine. You can use it. Like you can see it used in a very, very high level of play. It'll work. It's good for chip damage comps. You know, you throw a bunch. It plays really, really well off of burst bombs from the splash. Like, it's not bad. But I also don't think it's like the best thing since sliced bread. Like, it has pretty slow DPS. They did improve the painting significantly, which is part of the reason why it's up here more. But it's still relatively slow to get picks and needs to be kept very safe in order to do things. And so its challenge is having enough of an impact on the game with the few shots that it has that it's worth fielding one over something else. Because you're not going to get very fast splats with this thing. You're going to do like sustained damage and sustained zone control that's going to be pretty universally non-lethal unless it's paired with something else or unless the opponent doesn't get out of the way very quickly. So it doesn't enforce its zone very well. So it needs to be a factor in like every single fight on the map in order to be useful, and it can get stretched kind of thin sometimes. So you got to be very efficient to play that weapon, but it does work. And then Hydra, you know, my opinion on Hydra hasn't really changed ever. It is very high risk, very high reward, very big downsides, but it can also just wipe the enemy team off a single charge by itself. If it's played well, it needs to get into the right kinds of positions, and so your positioning is going to be absolutely crucial when using this weapon. And you also need to make good use of the auto bombs to be able to scout and see if you're being flanked, especially on some of the more difficult maps for it, like maybe Flounder, where you can get flanked on every side, and you just kind of need to always know where stuff is going on in the game. So I still see that, you know, at my level of play, we're not seeing quite as much of it at top level anymore. There's like one comp that was running it here. And I'm obviously this is not a hugely representative sample of what's being played, but if you see a weapon being played and getting, you know, top 8 in one of these tournaments, that does say something in its defense, I would say. And I have more of that kind of data than I have on NA tournaments, because NA tournaments are usually just playing one of these two weapons, and there's not nearly as much variety in the weapon pool that people are playing. So backline, like I said, I don't know. Why is Splash-O-Matic meta-defining? You're going to have to go back into the VOD previously, but Crab Tank is absolutely busted. I will hear no contrary opinions on that. It is the meta right now, and everything in the meta is, can you counter Crab Tank? Okay. Carbon Deco. Carbon Deco is, in my opinion, and has always been, the best sharking roller. Having Carbon plus a Burst Bomb, I think, has just always been such a powerful combo. And the fact that they got it back and actually gave it a good special this time means that it is... It's hard to say that it's the best the weapon has ever been, because here's the thing. The reason that you ran Carbon Deco in Splatoon 2 was that it was the fastest kill time in the entire game through armor. Nothing else splatted someone who had armor faster than a Carbon did. And because of that, you know, with armor being as much a part of the meta in Splatoon 2 as it was for such a long time, running one of these was never that big of a problem, and you just had to bring a little bit of paint for it. It's got kind of the same thing that the Blaster has, where you need to paint a lot to set this thing up. But there are a lot of weapons that you're able to pair with it to make that happen, and just like the Blaster, I don't think that's enough to just stop you from wanting to consider it in the first place. It is seeing a good amount of use. Anybody who plays that sharking roller play style, this is your best pick, I think. It's just really difficult to deal with, especially with latency and everything, if it gets behind your team. It splats very quickly, very consistently. You just need to get good at aiming burst bombs and aiming roller flicks, and you can become an absolute wrecking ball of a player. So, strong weapon, not the strongest. I still think that the sharking roller play style is flawed. And that's that's why it's down here, despite being the best of its kind. But for what it is, like, this is the best you're probably going to find. The Trizooka is a huge addition to it. Like, that is so good for that weapon, because now it has even more of a ranged option than even the Burst Bomb was. The Burst Bomb was already plenty, because you can poke at people from a distance, like you can with like a Splash-O-Matic, which is still relatively short range itself. But now you've got a Trizooka. You can just like take someone out at like charger range, if they're in your way and they're making it difficult to pass an area, or like if you're sharked in a position and you want to do more damage than just throw a Burst Bomb to poke at someone, you can just delete them instead with your Trizooka. So I think that gives it a lot of options. Trizooka isn't the best for it in every situation. Like, it is not a panic special for it at all. Once you're at short range, you always just want to be using the main weapon, even if you have the special ready. So it's in a bit of an awkward spot, like the V-Shot, where you want to be popping the special from further back, but then moving forward, and I think that's even more awkward for it to navigate, because at least the Splatter Shot can paint for itself pretty well. This is not going to do that quite as quickly or as efficiently, and it's even more important for this to maintain stealth, because the Splatter Shot can kind of paint its feet and get itself out of tricky situations, because it's a shooter. It can paint for itself very, very fast, and I think that mobility outweighs the fact that the Carbon is a lightweight weapon. I think being able to put paint down for yourself is more important than weapon weight at a certain point, which is why, for example, I don't even think of the Luna Blaster as a lightweight weapon, because technically it is, but the amount of paint that you're able to put down on the ground for yourself is so little that you have a hard time getting in a lot of the time. So Carbon, Deco, pretty darn solid. If you play that Sharking Roller, this is probably what you want to be switching to off of the Splat Roller, which I think was the best option previously. Another thing that we'll talk about a little bit when we get to the Mini and the Junior is that I think that Big Bubbler is starting to fall out of style. So that's another reason that the Splat Roller is a little bit less preferred at the moment. So... okay, Stamper. Stamper has been getting pushed in NA by Chara for a very long time. I think that will give it a little bit of a bias in that there's this very visible, consistently streaming and consistently posting content top player who is talking about what he likes about this weapon. Fusion is also a very high-level representative of this weapon. Like, people have been giving it an honest try, and so, I'm not going to rate it any higher than it is currently, because I think that it is being helped by having friends in high places, by the fact that Chara thinks that the weapon is cool and is trying to make it work. But, like... I think it definitely has weaknesses. I think that it runs into these kinds of weapons up here, and it's probably going to lose that 1v1 because it just doesn't have quite the same DPS. But the advantages of it are a lot of chip damage, the ability to hit from really far away, the one-shot potential at close range, and very, very high damage against Crab Tank. The Splatana's have been gifted with this insane amount of shots, insanely low amount of shots that they need to actually peel off Crab Tank armor, and they can apply those shots from relatively far away. So if you get it an off angle to a Crab Tank with a Splatana, and you're able to keep just doing like light attacks, you'll shred it remarkably quickly, and often you'll be able to get in a good amount of damage before you have to duck away, before it's able to move its slow rapid fire aim to you. And so that is a way that people are starting to try and counter Crab Tanks now. So because it has that extra utility, and because it has the versatility of the chip damage and the ability to one-shot, all of these things add up to make it pretty useful if you play around its strengths and avoid its weaknesses, namely running into someone who's just like running at you with a frontline weapon. It does need to be set up a bit. You really like running one of these with something else that has chip damage, which fortunately you have in the Splash-O-Matic. So you'll see a lot of people trying to work these into comps, specifically with Splash-O-Matics. It's also not a bad pairing with X-Blow, although that does lead to a slightly slower moving team comp. I'm debating whether I actually want X-Blow down a level, because I haven't been seeing that as much in top level. But again, backline... Would I put it below the E-Leader? I don't know. I feel like those are the two things that you're probably considering at absolute top level if you're definitely going to run a hard anchor. I'll leave it there for now. Again, like, the whole backline section here is pretty dubious to me. This is the part where, like, I think if anyone disagrees with anything in the tier list, it's either going to be one of those or one of the, like, lower tiers that I don't care that much about. Where it's like, okay, I know that this weapon has significant weaknesses. Which level of low tier I put it in, whatever. But I think that's the part which I think is most questionable about this tier list. But we'll move on from there. Stamper, I think I've talked about pretty well. Like I said, lots of combo potential. So if a teammate damages someone with something like a burst bomb, you usually have some ability to deal the remaining damage that you need with that. And the better you get at figuring out the flowchart of what type of damage you want to do, the better you're going to be at that weapon. Tri-Slosher, I think, was a little bit overlooked. I think it's definitely not the strongest, because there are a couple of things about its kit that make it significantly weaker than it has been in the past. One of those things is that it doesn't have the best special in the game. The first one had armor in Splatoon 2. One of those is that it doesn't have a bomb anymore. Having a burst bomb was absolutely insane for this thing in Splatoon 2, and having a splat bomb was also very, very good for the Nouveau kit. And now it's got Toxic Mist, which is just a weaker choice across the board. And people are going to say, wait, but Toxic Mist is really good. It does X, Y, and Z thing. And X, Y, and Z thing are not as good as what a bomb does. It is still useful. It's better to have a Toxic Mist than not to have a sub at all. It's good utility in certain situations, and it can be very annoying to deal with. But annoying is not the same as lethal, which is what a bomb can be. It's not going to stop a Rainmaker push. It's only going to slow it down. It's not going to get someone off the tower. It's just going to take away their ink so that it's difficult for them to stay on for as long as they want to. So that's weaker, and also Inkjet is weaker than it used to be. Now, this is hands down the best Inkjet in the game. It's the second Inkjet weapon in the game. It is one of two. So it feels very silly to say that, but it is a good weapon to have Inkjet on. It's going to be in a similar spot to where, you want to be pushing up to use the Inkjet anyway. Like, you want to be under ledges with this thing, threatening people over the top of them. Well, that's what the Inkjet does. So as soon as you get that special, you can just be like, oh, hey, I was just going to shark this spot with my main weapon, but I can just delete someone now. So that's very useful for that. 1 second. I need to check on something. I thought someone was at the door. In fact, it was just someone outside the door moving a refrigerator. So, anyway, going back to it. So, yeah, Tri-Slosher, it's been getting explored a little bit more. Ascension, in particular, in North America, immediately took a shining to the Tri-Slosher. Like, they were using it earlier than anybody else I saw. And we're also seeing it used a little bit more often in Japanese play. Like, I think it definitely has some maps where it pops off. And the Inkjet is, again, not a terrible special. Because even though, like, the reason it was better in Splatoon 2, and even then still a little bit niche, was that you had armor. So if a charger was looking at you, as soon as you inkjetted, you weren't just dead. You would get your shot off. And if you're smart, you're using that shot to take out that E-liter if it's in range to threaten you. And from there, you've got high ground and you're able to take out everybody else. And that's kind of how you had to play it. But you don't have that armor in this game, so it's a little bit more difficult to make use of. But it's still not useless. It can still work. And that sort of aggression, I think, plays well into Splatoon 3, where sometimes you just need to break through. And something that's going to do that relatively consistently with every play it tries to make, that's a solid choice. I should probably put Inkbrush a little bit higher than this. I'd probably put it like hereabouts, but I don't know. It's kind of tough to compare. It's kind of apples to oranges. If you main brush, this Inkbrush is probably the one I would recommend you use. If you want Zipcaster, then that's cool, but I think more often the Killer Whale is going to give you more consistent benefit, and the bomb is just so good for this weapon. Being able to poke with something that's immediately threatening from a longer range than it can reach with its stubby little arms of a range. It's the T-Rex. It's like I have a big brush but little arms. Like it doesn't reach far at all. It's very, very short range. It's less than Dapple Dooley's range. It's such a melee weapon that it needs something else ranged to poke with. And I think the Splat Bomb does that better than the Suction Bomb does. The Suction Bomb's great. You know, it's a very useful supportive tool, but it's not going to have the immediate threat that the Splat Bomb is going to. And I think that the Inkbrush can follow up on the Splat Bomb better than it can follow up on the Suction Bomb. And Killer Whale is really nice, and it's really cool because, like I've mentioned before, your ability to move with the brush down while the Killer Whale is active lets you put the Killer Whale shots at different angles than any other weapon in the game is able to, which is really cool. So I still think the Inkbrush is fine. I think if you're a brush player, you play that one, and you're going to be doing just fine. You're going to be playing that sharking playstyle, that ambush playstyle, and you're going to skirmish if you end up in a fight that you can't win. And you can also just sit back and chuck bombs if none of that is working. And all of those are valid, and then you can go back in with the Killer Whale or set up your teammates' fights with the Killer Whale while you're distracting other opponents from a distance. So neat little weapon, and very cool and unique that it's in the game and that it works as well as it does. All right. I am a champion of the Nautilus. I think that the Nautilus is underplayed currently in North America. I think that it is still a completely viable option, despite, you know, everyone looked at it at first and was like, oh, it's got a support kit, why? But, like, it can be that sort of pseudo anchor and play a little bit more like a heavy splatling kind of, and still be kind of impactful in that role. Because point sensors are not that bad in this game. You have a lot of choke points that it's very difficult to push through on this map if you can't go through this choke point. And so I'm just going to dump this really big radius of a point sensor on it, and we're going to know you're here. And as soon as this weapon knows you're there, it has some of the fastest DPS in the game that it is going to be able to completely shred you with. So if you're taking a fight with a Nautilus, you'd better know that it's looking at something else or that it doesn't have charge, and otherwise you're in a lot of trouble. I think anybody who still has the mechanics from Splatoon 2 to run like the Inkjet Nautilus, for example, that was really popular then, you can still do pretty much the same things here. It's going to be a little bit less in like the key slayer role where like your entire team is working to set you up, and more in a little bit of a kind of backliney role. But this can still absolutely pop off when it has the paint to work with and it can start to move in. So I don't think it's bad. I think it's a little bit overlooked. But I definitely see some of the weaknesses in its kit and the weakness of not quite having that much paint and needing its teammates to paint for it that are keeping it out of more team comps than its capability, than its ceiling would have you believe. So Ballpoint wants a beacon. Yes, Ballpoint has always wanted a beacon. Inkjet buffs when... I just want Inkjet on more weapons. Let's put it on more weapons first, and then maybe buff it. Maybe give it like Zipcaster armor or something. Like that would be a nice start. It's big sad for us right now. Why didn't they put it on the T-Tech? Why did they just not put it on the T-Tech? Speaking of the T-Tech, the T-Tech is a phenomenal main weapon, sub-weapon combination. Like, Splatter Shot plus Splat Bomb is basically the best thing you can possibly give a Splatter Shot. Like, it is a very, very good 1-2 punch. The special is tremendously mediocre. It is very, very mid. It's not bad. It has some uses. But it is no Booyah Bomb. It is not even close to Booyah Bomb. Booyah Bomb keeps you safe by giving you armor and has like this really, really good aiming where you can put it right at your feet or you can put it more than halfway across the map at someone. And that keeps you way safer than you ever are when using a Tri-Strike. A Tri-Strike, you can't swim. You can't use your main or sub weapons. If they made it so that you could like use your main weapons while you're throwing this, like it was a, oh my goodness, someone's honking outside. If you were able to use your main weapon like you could with the bomb rushes in Splatoon 2, that would be so huge for Tri-Strike. I think it would be completely fair. I honestly think it would still be worse than the bomb rushes were then, because then you had the impact for longer and it painted more, and you know those shots were more likely to be lethal. There were a lot of advantages of that over the Tri-Strike, but I think then it would be a really, really, really strong weapon. Like I would be starting to put it up above the V-Shot if that were something that were true of Tri-Strike, I think. But the fact that you're just a sitting duck with a big glowing thing on your back while you're using it makes it really difficult to use this thing effectively. Because even with like the K-Shot, where all you could do when you had missiles up was waddle around really slowly. You fired those missiles by pressing one button and then you were done with the missiles. So you could actually get into positions where you were like taking enemy fire but ducking behind cover, popping missiles, and then popping out from behind cover before you got flanked from around it. That's not possible with something you have to throw 3 times and you have to be standing up the entire time while you're doing it. Like, at least missiles you could swim with. At least missiles you fired quickly. And even then, that was one of the biggest disadvantage states that you could be in. Here, it's just, you're so stuck for so long doing something that's not having that much of an impact, I might note. A Booyah Bomb has a really big radius. A Booyah Bomb, if you throw it directly at someone, they have to run really far, and they have to start running before it lands. Because if they run as it's landing, they're going to get caught by it and they're going to go down. If they're cornered, they're going to get caught and they're going to go down. With a Tri-Strike, you're just like, let me take 2 steps to the left sometime in the next maybe 5 seconds or so, and then I'm probably alive. You know, 5 seconds is maybe an exaggeration, but it just never feels anywhere near as threatening. It's only like as threatening as like a torpedo or something. A Booyah Bomb is a lot more than a torpedo. And the fact that there's 3 of them isn't a huge difference. There are some ways that you can throw one like way up in the air and then throw one at the ground so that they land at about the same time, and then you take up a little bit more space. And that's a cool play that you can pull off sometimes. But it's just not the same. It is not a priority special. It's not something that you are actively trying to run on a team comp, I don't think, ever. I think you always prefer a Booyah Bomb to this, and so if you're trying to go for that kind of a displacement special, that's what you run instead. So the special is what's holding this back from being better than the V-Shot. Everything else about it is insanely better, and if they end up buffing Tri-Strike, then I'm a T-Tech main. But it needs a little bit of something for me to think that it's better than having a Suction Bomb, which is almost as good, and a Trizooka, which is way, 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 way better than the Tri-Strike. Like, if you think about this weapon can get you 3 splats. It doesn't even need all 3 shots to get you the 3 splats, because it gets so many collats. This thing can, like, splat so many people. This thing will mildly annoy, like, 2 people at most. I just don't think there's any comparison in terms of the power of the specials. And so even though I much prefer a Splat Bomb, I much prefer a Trizooka. So that's why I'm still going to keep playing V-Shot. Okay, Octobrush. Octobrush, I think, is going to do as well as Zipcaster is currently doing in the meta. If Zipcaster is good, Octobrush good. If Zipcaster is weak, then Octobrush weak. Right now, Zipcaster is kind of aggressively mid. Zipcaster is high risk, moderate reward. And I'm not going to disregard, like, the unique utility you have with the Zipcaster. Like, Zipcaster absolutely does something that no other weapon in the game does, no other special weapon. It can target a player who is unreachable to everybody else. It can bring you and move you to places that you cannot access in any other way. And that's really cool. And it also is really likely to just get shot a lot of the time. It's something that as soon as the Zipcaster is called out, you know, your backliner is going to be panicking, but the support, the Crossfire support who's working with the backliner is just going to turn around and help them do 2v1 damage to the Octobrush, because it still has to get up close to someone, and if you're zipcasting to something, you're probably not going to have a lot of cover when you get there. So you're kind of just announcing with a big neon trail, I'm about to be right here, and unless you find a way to attack someone from behind cover, despite having moved there in a straight line and then turned around, which I don't see how you do that without maybe multiple casts and being very surgically precise with the one pick that you're going to be able to get after zipping that many times. It's just not quite up to the level of the top tiers in the game. So I think that special is mid. I think that the weapon is fine. The Ink Brush is a little bit more mobile, which is nice for it. I don't think the extra range over the Ink Brush is quite as big of a deal as the mobility is for the Ink Brush. And it has a slightly worse bomb. So I put it a little bit worse than the Ink Brush, but if you're a brush player, realistically, you're probably going back and forth between those two, depending on what you need at the time. I am also seeing a lot of like Octobrush and Stamper back and forth, and people are tending to prefer the Stamper right now, so which is why I'm putting this below it. But I don't know. I think Octobrush is fine. I just don't think it's like the best option out of all of these, so that's why it's a little bit lower here. Okay, Squeezer would be insane if it had a bomb. Has a splash wall instead. I think there are still some places where I like Squeezer a lot. Like I maintain that Squeezer on Hagglefish is really strong because you can actually use the wall really effectively to push forward through mid, through an area that is unflankable and is just, well, let's put the wall down, fire some shots at a really long range that will clear everybody out, put the wall down a little further forward, get my frontliners really close to those players that we want out of the way, and be able to keep putting down suppressive fire and supporting them in fights. Like, I think that play style that's kind of similar to what a 52 does, just with a little bit more range, is still really great. And it has a lot more range than the 52, so it has a different niche than it has. And it has Trizooka, which is a very valuable special. It's just, you know, not one of the top specials. That sort of midline pressure isn't really what's as valuable right now. It's still going to get walled really hard by Crab Tank. So it would be really good against like these weapons' main weapons. The problem is you're not worried about these weapons' main weapons as much as you are the fact that they get Booyah Bomb and Crab really fast. And once there's a Crab in play, this is a much harder weapon to play. You don't have bombs to use to try and throw at it, to try and do a decent amount of chip damage to the armor before running away. You kind of like take one or two shots and then you're in danger. So the wall isn't going to help you that much because it's going to shred the wall so fast with its rapid fire shots, or it can just hit up over the wall with the explosion. The wall is not helping you at all against a Booyah Bomb, and the sloshing machine can hit up over the top of it. So it doesn't have as good of answers to the top tiers currently, and so we're not seeing a lot of use for it. But meta shifts can always bring a weapon back, and while I don't think it's ever going to be quite the tip-top tier, it could definitely still see play, because I think the main weapon special combination is still really good. Mini is possibly the best bubble weapon in the game, and that's a contentious statement. It might be Junior. These two are very, very close. Wait, I would put this actually down here for the same reason I'd put the Junior here. We'll talk about those two a little bit later when we get down to this tier, because I was like, wait, I have exactly the same reasoning for both of these weapons being here. I should just put them in the same spot. Anyway. Slosher, standard Slosher, V-Slosher. Very, very good main weapon, sub-weapon combination. The special is Tri-Strike. Same exact issue that this weapon has. This is a very, very good aggressive midline weapon, and those two things, the main and sub, let it fight basically anything to some degree, pretty capably. It's still going to be a threat against crab tanks. It's still going to be a threat against backline weapons. It's a special threat against backline weapons because it can hit up over the top of ledges. It's got Tri-Strike. So if you're trying to pick a bucket, you want something that has a kit that's firing on all cylinders, that has a main weapon and a sub weapon and a special that it loves. This one only has a sub weapon that it loves. The special is pretty aggressively mid, and so not only does it not have quite the same complete kit that the machine does, but it's so similar to the machine in terms of what it provides that you're almost always just going to see a machine instead. And so somebody who's trying to play this Slosher is trying to play a much more aggressive play style, or they just don't like trying to hit machine directs. But I don't think it's doing anything that much more important than the machine is, and so it's definitely in the outclassed section here. Charger, you basically play this weapon if you want an ink vac, and the times that you want an ink vac are small. Few. There are not that many of them. The E-Liter has more range and also has Wavebreaker, which is much more universally useful. So the times that you would pull this out are pretty niche. But it's still a charger. It's still one-shots. It still applies the same kind of pressure, just maybe not from as far away as the E-Liter does. But it's a little more mobile. It can move into some situations that the E-Liter can't. And it has a bomb, which is also super nice. So if you want ink vac, then that's probably the way that you're going to get it on most team comps. This is, I'm feeling pretty confident saying it's the best ink vac weapon in the entire game. But ink vac is, like I said, very situational. There are times where you get a lot of value out of it, but you have to set up the entire team positioned around it in a certain way for it to get value. And even then, it's so slow that you're only able to control a certain spot. You're not able to push forward from a certain spot. It's actually a very similar problem to what Big Bubbler has right now, that you can't use this to shove someone out of the way. You can only use this to keep them from moving forward for its duration. And that's not as much value as the other specials in the game are going to give you. So that's here for that reason. Forge, I have said before, is like the best weapon in the game that you probably shouldn't run. The reason you run a Forge on a top-level competitive team... I shouldn't say top-level. The reason you run a Forge on a competitive team, once you're getting to like mid-high level, is that you want a Booyah Bomb, and the player who's got to run the Booyah Bomb doesn't like playing machine and plays shooters better. That's about it. Because this weapon doesn't paint as well, and so it's not going to get the Booyah as quickly as the machine does. Its bomb is not the... it's not going to have the same amount of value as Fizzy Bomb plus Machine Slosh is going to have. For this weapon, the bomb has to do all the work, whereas here you can combo off the bomb, and this bomb takes up a lot more space, which is better because being able to occupy an entire choke point with a single bomb is really powerful. So I never see a way that if you're really trying to put together the best team comp you can justify putting the Forge in. But it's still a really good weapon. Like, it's not bad. It has ink efficiency problems, and that's probably its biggest weakness. Its DPS is kind of mediocre, especially when you compare it to the Squeezer, but it's solid. It splats reasonably quickly. It is a threat from a longer range than like these kinds of weapons, except the VDS. You know, these aggressive weapons that are going to be trying to push in and do stuff. You can wall those off really well with this thing. This thing is really good at splatting those. Like, it's fine. It's just a little slow. It's just a little worse than what else comes above it. So if you're playing this competitively, like, you're not throwing. It's just there might be a better option. This is something that I have been thinking about a lot recently. Like, Wiper... I have so many thoughts about Wiper. Let's talk first about the comparison to what I've said about this previously, because before I put this at a bottom 4 slot, I thought this is one of the worst weapons in the game. And we need to be clear, this is not the same weapon that it was. Okay, this has been buffed. And the buff that it received is a very substantial one. So, just for the sake of getting our sources up here. So, 2.0. Width of the ink launched by horizontal slashes has been increased by about 27%, and the size of terrain inked by falling spray has been increased, so it's easier to connect ink in an uninterrupted straight line. 27% is a massive, massive number. Let's take a look at this weapon really quick, the Kensa 52 Gal. It was... let me find it. Okay. It was this patch, 5.4. This was the patch where the K-Gal became meta. It wasn't any of this stuff, although this stuff had been building up and was helping it over time. The one thing that made people realize and like try and use it and see, oh my god, wait, this thing is incredibly powerful, was this 27% inking buff. That is the same size of the buff that the Splatana Wiper received. But now, not only is this paint going to be greater and like get its special faster, it's also going to let it move faster, because you're going to get an uninterrupted straight line much quicker. It's smoother paint to swim through. This stuff is a big deal. It may not seem like it, because, you know, the big complaint that I always had about this was that it had low DPS, and that isn't answered here. But it is going to help compensate for it in a pretty significant way. Now, the reason that this kind of buff is not going to make it as big as the K52 was is that, well, there are a couple of reasons. First of all, it hasn't been getting buffed up until this point, up until this like tipping point. This is the first buff it's ever received, so it still has a lot of the same weaknesses. Another thing is that Hammer is really, really holding this weapon back. Now, it can use Hammer. Hammer's not like a complete mismatch with it. It's just that Hammer is undertuned. That Hammer really has a fundamental flaw that there's not really a super safe way to use it. If you made it super safe to use at melee range, it might be overpowered, and so you might want to avoid making it that strong. It's just not great. So the fact that it gets this painting buff means less for the Splatana Wiper than it meant for the Kensa 52 Gal, which was able to use that painting buff to get a Booyah Bomb, which has always been one of the strongest special weapons in the entire game. The K52 was also able to use that to increase its tankiness, its defensiveness. It synergized really well with Booyah Bomb. So, like I said, like this, it synergizes with the Hammer. It's just the Hammer is itself the problem. But it also has Torpedo, and Torpedo has never been a bad thing about it. I think Torpedo is one of the reasons that this weapon isn't like... even back when I thought it was one of the worst weapons in the game, it wasn't the worst, and Torpedo was one of the biggest reasons for that, because it has damage combos, and Torpedoes are just universally useful. If the rest of your kit is absolutely god-awful, you can still just Torpedo spam, and that's still a halfway useful weapon. So we end up in this place where It's got a lot of new painting ability, which is improving its mobility, which is improving its paint output. It's improving its special, acquisition for whatever that's worth. And that makes a big difference for a weapon. The weapon does have a one-shot. And the biggest thing, I think, above all else, that has shifted my opinion of the Splatana Wiper, besides its painting buff, which is massive, is that it does insane damage to Crab Tank. You can just, do rapid-fire shots on the Crab Tank, and it's what is it, 6 shots or something? It's some obscenely small number of shots that you need to hit the Crab Tank armor with to just shred it immediately. It's so little. So this thing happens to counter, in some small way, what is meta at the moment. Hammer is also kind of a weak counter to Crab Tank in some situations, because it does massive DPS, and it can be thrown from a very great distance, and does massive DPS when it lands. So it does a really good job of being able to damage that Crab Tank enough that maybe a teammate can shred it. And it can also just kind of shred it with a main weapon. So the problem with this weapon, and the reason why I'm putting it as low as I am, is that, again, it has abysmal DPS. I regularly win 1v1s against really strong players on Splatana Wipers, because they just physically cannot do enough damage with their weapon. They can make me miss a lot more than I make them miss, and I still beat them because I have a splatter shot and they have a Splatana Wiper. As soon as this runs into a good frontline weapon and it's anywhere near in range of them, it's just dead. And so it has to play really evasively. It has to play either expecting to die a lot, which is what people are starting to do with it now. They're actually running it like it's a Tetra Dualies and putting a ton of quick respawn on it, and just diving into the enemy team with another teammate so that they can help with paint support, range support. It kind of works in that role, because what you try to do is you get the opponents to focus on the other player, and then the Splatana Wiper is at a relatively safe distance, doing its relatively low damage, but damage enough that's able to shift things in their favor. It's able to throw a torpedo in there for extra damage before it goes in. It has the melee range stuff. It has some stuff that it can do if it's trying to rush forward. But again, it needs support from the team to be able to do any of that, and I just don't... I'm not convinced enough that it can beat Tetras right now. I still feel like Tetras are better for its niche. I feel like it can play that role. But man, when I see Splatana Wipers go in, I'm seeing them feed like Tetras. I'm not seeing them slay like Tetras. And until that's the case, I'm always going to feel like this is going to be a weaker choice and that it's a little bit outclassed. But and I say this having played against Pika from Cherry Limeade, having played against Arashi from Last Resort. These are players on teams that should absolutely be wiping the floor with me, that are better mechanically, that are better in their decision making. And sometimes I'm just wait, I can just kill them right now, and there's nothing they can do about that. And that's their weapon's fault. So they have to be getting enough value that being possible is worth it before I will say, okay, yeah, run Splatana Wiper over Tetra Dualies. So that's where I'm at on that. Okay. Reflux is something that you have to consider because it gets missiles faster than anything else, and that is the only reason you have to consider it. The main weapon, like we've talked about before, is really low damage, and the sub-weapon does barely anything for it, frankly. I think it would rather have most other sub-weapons in the game than have a curling bomb. And I've talked before about how I have a very low opinion of curling bombs in general. I think that the mobility that they provide is useful for weapons that want to get forward and want to attack you, and even then, I would still probably rather have a splat bomb. So part of this is coming from my curling bomb hate, but also I just have not seen anyone showing that they can slay with the main weapon yet. If you're able to pop off with the main weapon, like if you're able to actually win some fights and be more helpful in a team fight context, then the combination of the main weapon and the special is strong enough, especially with the way that the main weapon paints, that I'm like, okay, yeah, start running this weapon instead of something like Flingza. But I think Flingza is stronger all around, despite getting fewer missiles. And so I think that will be the missile weapon of choice for the time being, for the near future. Okay. Man, we have already taken a long time, and there is a lesson in 25 minutes, so I might not actually be able to finish this whole thing in this time. I will try to edit it down a little bit in the video that I put up to make sure that this isn't as long as it was on stream. But there's a lot to talk about. So, these weapons here, there are some situations where I'm like, yeah, this weapon can work. And then there are other situations where I'm like, why are you running that? Like, there is definitely something better. And I think... maybe. I think, yes. I'll put that there. I think I put it there. Okay. I'm going to leave it there. So let's talk about what those niches are with each of the weapons. With Blaster, it's largely tower control, because it's a combination of having a Blaster in tower control, which is awesome, because a Blaster in tower control is able to clear people off the tower really effectively with its AoE damage, and having Big Bubbler in tower control, which is a way to defend the tower as it pushes through especially a valuable checkpoint. Now, that's a little bit of a mismatch with this particular weapon, because a lot of the time you want the Blaster to be further ahead than the tower, so it'll either stay on tower and not be a factor pushing forward, or it'll push forward and not be a factor defending the tower. And it's a little bit annoying trying to play it in that way, because I played this weapon quite a bit early on in the game's lifespan, and I've been playing it less since. But also, Big Bubbler has been falling off because people are just shredding it really fast. Big Bubbler is something that has maybe like 4 seconds of uptime against the team that focuses it down if you don't have control in front of the Big Bubbler already. And if you have control in front of the Big Bubbler already, what extra space is the Big Bubbler earning you? It's maybe like a little bit of an insurance policy in case you don't get hit by like a stray charger shot or something. But it's not going to stay up for so long that the charger's not going to be able to just charge and fire another shot. Big Bubbler cannot let you push the tower. It only helps you protect the tower while you're already pushing. And so having something like a Booyah Bomb that will actually move people, or a Crab Tank that will actually prevent people from entering the space for a longer amount of time and do damage, those are much higher priority than Big Bubbler is at the moment. So Big Bubbler would actually probably need an HP buff in order to be as valuable as it currently is. Obviously, like, it's weaker on tower, and they've designed it that way, and that's part of the reason why, you know, it's going to get shredded so quickly on tower. It's going to be shredded a lot less quickly on the ground, but even so, it's going to get shredded at some point. And that helps with certain weapons to play selfishly, because it keeps them safe and forces people to walk into their range to be able to contest it. So that's the reason that Battle Junior is stronger in this game than it ever has been before, because getting into Junior range is actually a problem against that weapon. It has deceptively good DPS. But it's not enough, I think, for this weapon. It's not enough to offset the fact that this weapon, despite slaying really well, also doesn't paint very well. And so the main weapon is just weak enough, and the special is just weak enough that I'd only really consider it for tower control, and that's if you have someone who's like a dedicated Blaster main. A lot of the time, I probably just prefer one of these frontline weapons up here instead of that. Splat Dualies are excellent if they're paired with Tetra Dualies. And that's about it. You want them to be with the Tetra Dualies for this exact reason. You want a Crab Tank, but you want a weapon that is going to be able to push into enemy ink with the Tetras more effectively. And so it is with that kind of niche situation where, like, you need something that can dive even harder than this weapon can. And don't get me wrong, this weapon can dive. Like, this weapon is a lightweight shooter with a very high fire rate. Like, this thing can schmoove, but this thing can move through enemy ink, and this thing cannot. So that makes this a little bit more effective at following up on the crazy, stupid things that a Tetra Dualies are going to do. And so if you want a Crab Tank, this weapon, it's not going to get the Crab Tank quite as quickly, but it's going to have that extra utility, and so there's a niche. Dapple Dualies. People are running this at top level in Japan on Rainmaker, and that's it. That's all I'm seeing. But in Rainmaker, it allows you to play it with a very fast pace of play. It lets you get beacons to let you jump back into the map sooner and not give up map control as quickly. And Tacticooler is somewhat valued in Rainmaker, specifically because you can move the Rainmaker faster with it, and that makes your pushes move quicker. The other utility of the Tacticooler isn't quite as important as all of that stuff, although the respawn time definitely helps, especially when paired with beacons. But you're basically running Dapples for that combination of utility. It has some fighting utility. The dodge roll, especially with latent netcode like we've got in Splatoon 3, is basically a teleport. It is very, very difficult to follow. You're probably just not going to predict where it ends up, and so you're going to have to be reacting while it is already aware of where you are. So at close range, you get up against this weapon, you should always lose with pretty much every weapon in the game. I can't think of another weapon that loses... that this weapon loses to if it gets into range. But getting into range is, of course, the problem. And it has absolutely no tools to do that. So its whole objective is going to be turbo feeding. Zap is kind of in a similar place, but it's a much better rounded weapon. It just doesn't have the beacons. So you're playing this if you want Tacticooler and you want more of a weapon, as opposed to more of a utility, like remember how some Pokemon used to be HM slaves? This is an HM slave, whereas this is something that can actually fight, that you've just given Surf to, because that happens to be a useful move for it, both in combat and in being able to move somewhere. That's kind of how I view it. So the NZAP is a much more reliable kind of frontline shooter type with a bomb, which is all good, and it also gets Tacticooler, which, if you want the Tacticooler, solid thing to run. Jet has the same problem as Splat Charger, which is that it has InkVac. And InkVac is only useful in so many places, but it will get InkVac very quickly and reliably. It will still have backline pressure and presence, and it will paint a lot, which can take some of the pressure off of your teammates. Not that any of the meta weapons are having any trouble with painting whatsoever, so that's not quite as important as it used to be, but it gets InkVac very quickly, and there are some places where you do actually get some good use out of an InkVac. We're seeing a lot of it in, I think, Tower Control. So there's like Area Cup, and then there are other like mode-specific tournaments, like they've done Rainmaker. And I believe there was a Tower Control one that I saw recently. Let me double-check this here. But, there was one here. Was it this? Man, this would be so much easier if I read Japanese. Can I get a translate button? Translate English? There we go. Darn it! I don't know what that word means. I think it was this one, but I might be wrong. One of the ones was Tower Control, and we ended up seeing it a lot because you could just put the VAC on Tower, and that was a more sure way to get yourself through a checkpoint than something like a big bubbler ended up being. And it wants to play at about the range that you would fire an InkVac shot from. That said, the InkVac itself is going to be less effective from that range, so you're usually using it, again, as like a defensive tower thing. And then you can play from further back with the main weapon. That's my guess about how that thing is working. Because I'm not seeing it a lot outside of like these few top Japanese teams that are playing it, but I think it has at least that niche. Yeah, Google Translate doing literally nothing for us. So, again, there are some situations where an InkVac can work, and in those situations this is fine, but there aren't that many of those situations. Okay, now we get to the bubbler spam weapons. Mini is, I think, the better of the two, because the main weapon is nuts. The main weapon is just great range, great charge time. It's a threat from a lot of different places. It has a relatively high fire rate still. It moves quickly. There are a lot of good things about the Mini Splatling, and it has never been a bad weapon. They just keep giving it kits that nerf it really badly. The one kit of it that had missiles in Splatoon 2 was nuts and was meta for a while. Like, it has that potential. It just keeps getting held back by its kits. Toxic Mist is not what it wants. Nothing really wants Toxic Mist over any individual other thing. There are some weapons that can use it better than others. Like I think Tri-Stringer is actually a pretty good call for it. Tri-Slosher can definitely use it, but like you'd still rather have something else on those weapons. And same deal for Mini here. It's not that it's bad for it. It's just you get less out of that than you get out of other things. And Big Bubbler, like I said, falling out of favor at the moment, and so it's not going to be at the forefront anymore. The advantage you have with Junior rather than range is bomb spam. So do you want a solid midline weapon with decent DPS and really good paint output, or do you want a short range shooter with really good paint output, and instead of the like relying on the crossfire utility, the DPS, you're relying on it to throw a bunch of bombs and play supportively? I'd say that there are niches for each, but I slightly favor the Zimmy. And maybe, I don't know, in some situations I might favor the Junior instead, but also both of them are niche, not just because like you'd take one or the other depending on the situation, but because you only want Big Bubbler in so many different places. I would probably only run it on zones and tower control right now. Rainmaker, it seems like an absolute waste because you're going to move so far past the Bubbler anytime you use it that it's just a selfish special completely. And Clam Blitz has a similar problem to Rainmaker. It's a little bit better in Clam Blitz because when the basket is open, having the bubble up there is more useful because the objective is static. And you know you're just going to be trying to control that one space for a longer time instead of trying to move someplace else. But anytime you have to move, the Big Bubbler becomes much less useful. Because the Big Bubbler is not going to move there with you unless you put it on the tower or something. And then another Bubbler weapon. The Squiffer is basically like... We see it get used on like Inkblot because you can jump shot over the top of their plat. Like you see it in certain places where being able to hit jump shots is useful. But that's really niche. There are very few times that that's really something that you care about that much. Point sensor is fine, but it's not like you'd really kind of prefer it have maybe something for its own mobility or something that like maybe a burst bomb so it can do damage when it doesn't have charge ready. It kind of leaves it out high and dry a little bit with the kit. You really have to be hitting your shots very reliably. And even then, there's some angles where you just kind of can't do stuff because you're a line of sight weapon that doesn't have an insanely good range. And so sometimes you're just like, well, they're in there. I know they're in there. I know exactly what angle I would have to shoot at to hit them, and I just don't have that angle available to me, and I don't have any way to flush them out. So there's absolutely nothing I can do except either stand here or back up. And that's a big weakness in a weapon, not being able to deal with that kind of a situation where someone's holed up. Bloblobber, I'm on the fence about because this kit is not great for it. It's kind of the weaker two parts of its kit from Splatoon 2. But it does paint a lot. And on zones, I'm like, if you want to paint spam on zones, that's useful. If you want to use the rain for a Rainmaker push, like that can be useful. We saw some use out of that on like Rainmaker in Splatoon 2, where you would use it for its very good ability to pop the Rainmaker shield. And so you could like feed the Rainmaker in, be in a 3v4 and still out-pop them on the Rainmaker shield because you had a Bloblobber, and keep just exploding the Rainmaker and pushing it forward like crazy. Like that's a strategy that could work. That's something that like FLC talked about and that saw some use, at the very least in mid-level NA competitive play. So it's like there are some places where you could use it. It's just kind of slow. And slow is not great in this game. Once you get into a place, you're able to lock that area down, and like you've got a lot of paint, and so you're going to be able to hold the zone really well. But if you're trying to push forward, it's going to do that really slowly because it doesn't want to risk getting too close to someone and having to like hit this crazy one shot that may not even be possible depending on how far away they are, because of their ability to dodge the blobs as they come at them. So I'll leave it here. It's close to being lower. Okay, so I need to think about what I'm going to call the next tier down. Okay. I think that's what I'm going to call it there. So these are weapons that it's like, I'm just not seeing competitive players pick these. But, like, you could, and you could probably still get pretty high in, like, X power. Like, I'm seeing Glooga's players get up to, like, 2,700 or something like that. You know, 96, it's not bad. It's still a powerful main weapon. Carbon, it gets Zipcaster, and it can use Zipcaster decently well. Bamboo is still decent. I think L3 is still, like... In terms of crab tank weapons, it's not one of the worst, and I think it's underexplored. Even really, if Splash weren't in the game, it would be one of the best weapons in the game, I think, because it gets the crab tank. But because it's there, it's like, there's not really that much of a reason to use it, but it's also still really solid. I'd put probably both Rapids in there. I'd put this bucket in there. I'd put this mini in there. This is going to be controversial. I'm actually going to put the Splatbrella in here. I think that this weapon is slept on a little bit. Only a little bit. Still not great, but it's there. This weapon gets Crab Tank. It's like, it can work a little bit. What else belongs here? I really want to put Tent here, but I don't feel like I can at the moment. Do I want to put Sploosh here? I don't think I want to put Sploosh here. And then, oh, Gootuber, wait. Gootuber, I'm actually going to put that here at the very bottom of this tier, where it's like, it gets missiles and it has torpedo. And that automatically is going to make a weapon something you have to consider. But with missiles being nerfed, and with the other options like Flingza being favored over it, even Reflux at this point for like main weapon, I would say it's solidly a tier lower, but I'd say it still goes up there. Is there anything else I want to put here? Splat Roller for sure. And then I'd put the Ink Brush Nouveau up here. I think its kit is god-awful, but it's still a good main weapon. And that counts for something. Here's the thing with Sniper Rider. If it was main weapon, I would maybe consider it even being up like this kind of area. But its kit is awful. Its kit is the worst. Ugh. So bad for it. Whoa, 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 chill. I gotta pop up. So, I don't know whether I want to put it here. I feel like there's not enough of its kit that works to put it up there yet. I don't know. Do any of these have main weapons that are like useful, especially good? I think all of these are relatively weak main weapons, honestly. The Lunas are giving them a run for their money. Okay, well, let's add a couple rows below, because we're going to have 2 more tiers underneath this. Okay. And let's get the colors. Okay. And let's just get the rest of these placed. Yeah, I'll probably put that there. Okay, and then where do I put sploosh? I probably put sploosh here. Come on. Here and then there. Okay. I have a cat in my lap now. I think I've got that sorted decently well. These are definitely ordered. This one might go up. These are pretty interchangeable. Yeah, we'll put that there. Okay. Oh, right. Also, oops. Nope, no, 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 no. That was wrong. That's here. We had another one. There. Okay. Now it's complete. Okay. We've got 4 minutes before we have another lesson that I've got to do. So I actually am going to have to finish the explanations for the rest of these later. I just keep taking longer and longer each time, which I'm surprised about because a lot of this was like kind of the same stuff that I was saying about it the last time. So I thought it would go quicker. So apologies for that. I guess we do have way more weapons now. I would be almost entirely done with the rest of the tier list at this point if we hadn't added 10 new main weapons. So, or 10 new weapon kits or whatever. So I guess there's that. But this is the list, and I will talk about the rest of those on the video afterwards. But for now, I need to get in touch with the folks who I'm going to be doing the VOD review for and get them all set up. Okay. So I've let them know where to go. And now I'm in the Discord call. Cool, I'm there. Gem is now a PNG. Very cool. Oh no. Fixing that means... Okay, guys. I need you guys to answer this question for me. Fixing the cam so that I'm still on screen would mean I have to move in such a way that the cat will probably get out of my lap. Do I move? I could just turn it off. We could just be like this. Cat is priority. No move. Don't move. Replace the cam with a cat. Now we're thinking here. This is the correct opinion. Okay. Here's Romeo. And we're just going to shrink Romeo down. Actually, I think I have a cropped version of him. Let's go find the cropped version of him instead. And that way he'll fit better. Cropped Romeo. Okay. Now I'm going into my cat folder. Here he is. There. Much better. Okay. At some point I can probably... Oh man, people are going to think I'm like a PNG tuber or a furry or something, aren't they? But I think at some point I'm going to be able to, like... I should just go in and crop out the carpet too. And so then it'll just be like the cat's looking at you the whole time. I am a cat. Yes. One of the best cat names I've ever heard. His name is actually Romeo, but I call him Romeo sometimes. Reject modernity, become cat. Yes. All right, I've heard, okay, 1 sec from one of our VOD reviewees, and it looks like they've jumped in. Hello, Starlight Pastel, and Creepa108, and Death Omega 1990, and Napalm X5. Welcome to our stream here.
Hello.
I'm going to turn you guys down because you are going to be too loud, because I always have everyone turned down to 75% for some reason. I don't know why I decided to do this. But I don't know. I guess this way I'm able to spot people that I've spoken with before. If they're trying to be imposters, if they're trying to like sneak in there and be like, "Hi, I am a stranger. You can tell me this thing that you would not tell the other person before," then I'll know because they'll be at 75% instead. But maybe I've just given my strategy away and now it's not going to work anymore. Who knows? Do we have a video or a replay code that we're going to be looking over?
No, because I am very disorganized and didn't know what to do.
Gotcha. So if you have a match in the last 50 that you can go and find a replay code for that was with the team, then that would be phenomenal. And if not, then let's record one.
Okay.
So if you don't have one of those, then what I would recommend doing is just hop into Anarchy Open and go play together. And then give me the replay code from that, and I'll spend another 5 minutes wrapping up the tier list.
Yay!
That sounds great.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
So, in that case, how about I'm going to move myself... Yeah, I'm going to move myself out of this chat. Actually, I'm going to move you guys out of it so that you guys can talk, but not... You could hear each other in waiting room, right?
Yeah.
So you can talk, but you won't be heard on the stream here. So I'm going to scoot you guys back down.
Wait.
Okay.
Alrighty. So we'll at least get a little bit more of this done. Here we go. So we'll just make a really quick fix here. There we go. Here it is. There. Very good. Okay. Actually, we'll just stick it in the corner. That works. Okay. So for those of you who are watching this on YouTube, you're probably very confused about why I have vanished. Currently, the cat is in my lap, and so I'm not allowed to move, which is what I would need to do to fix my webcam, which froze. So in place of my webcam, we now have a picture of the cat. And as soon as he chooses to leave, as soon as he is done purring here and being a very good kitty, then we will be back. But going back to it, so this we haven't talked about even this tier up here yet. So let's go through these. Gloogadoolies. So this is flawed. Probably avoid competitively, but also not the worst. Gloogadoolies are a booyah weapon that's just kind of outclassed by the machine. Okay, cat has left my lap, fixing webcam. There. And there. And if we reset this, it should work now. Success. There's my forehead, everybody. I hope you enjoy it. Okay. All right. So Gloogas, they cannot do what Ren described, as we talked about earlier, as trash damage. They cannot just dump a bunch of hitboxes in a certain area and expect that... you can kind of just expect that to do stuff for you with something like the Fizzy Bomb on the machine, and the Gloogas cannot do that. The only damage that you're getting from a Gloogadoolies is either the main weapon, or every now and then again you get a Booyah Bomb. And the main weapon's fire rate is awful. And that is the biggest weakness of the weapon by far, that it's so aim intensive because you get so few shots. So you have to hit them, and you probably have to have rolled to hit them, because then you get the 2-shot instead of the 3-shot. 3-shotting with this weapon is just not a good look, especially when it's going back and forth from one dually to another. So you really want to be rolling, so you're forced to roll and hit your shots in order to do really reliable damage. Now, yes, you've got a wall to work with, and the wall is spaced really well around your roll. So for that reason, I put it up this high instead of putting it maybe even a tier lower. But the amount of paint that it's putting out is just not enough. And so it's going to be outclassed by almost every other Booyah weapon. But it does provide some midline pressure, and at a high level, with a high level of skill, like, this is a dangerous thing that you have to respect. In terms of its ability to fight, you can't just stay in its sight line and expect to be okay. It does do stuff. So it definitely has flaws. It's a really, really big liability in terms of paint. It's not going to get as many Booyah Bombs as the other weapons will, and it's not going to do damage as consistently or reliably unless you're really, really hyper skilled at it. But it can do some stuff, and so it's kind of middle of the road here. 96 as a main weapon is good but slow, kind of a similar problem to Bloblobber. But the 96 is a really dangerous weapon to fight. It just doesn't need to hit you that many times, and so it controls space pretty darn well around it. If you walk into a 96's zone, it's going to get enforced pretty quickly and pretty reliably. Even just hitting one shot with a 96 is often enough with weapons that have this much chip damage that you're able to do stuff off of that. So solid, just ink vac holding it back quite a bit. Sprinkler, not what it wants. It'll get its ink vac faster, but it would much prefer to be using that sprinkler to get a better special. It actually wasn't the worst when it had the sprinkler with ink armor, because it wanted a lot of ink armor, and so it could paint for it pretty decently well, because it could be painting with the main weapon and with the sprinkler at the same time. But still not the best option even then, and now that it has a much more situational special, you're very rarely going to have a reason that you want to run this over other stuff. Carbon Roller. Carbon Deco really boxes this out of its niche super hard, because it doesn't have a Burst Bomb, and the Carbon Deco does. So it's really hard to justify. Zuka is also just straight up a tier above Zipcaster for reliable offense. So, Zipcaster is fun, and it has some unique utility, and it synergizes really well with the Carbon Roller, but for consistency's sake, if you're trying to play that ambush roller play style, I don't see very many reasons that you want a Zipcaster over an Inkzuka, and I definitely don't see any reason that you don't want the Burst Bomb that the Carbon Deco has. Bamboo is in a controversial kind of position because some people are saying it's absolute trash. Some people are saying, no, it's still fine. I think it's kind of in the middle of those two things. It, again, probably wants another kit than the one it has, and it has to play really, really defensively because that's what it's best at doing. It can put the auto bomb out to figure out if people are sharking it, and it can keep its distance really well by knowing where they are, but pushing forward is going to be really hard, and there are other weapons that are going to hold ground better than it will. It's a much more difficult wall to break through with a sloshing machine where you can just chuck a fizzy bomb in some random direction and keep someone out of an area than if you need to hit a pinpoint accurate bamboozler shot to keep them out of that same area, especially if you have, you know, combo potential off of the sub weapon. Whereas with the bamboo, your hitbox is so much smaller that like hitting those two bamboo shots is much harder than hitting, you know, some sloshing machine damage after you hit them with the fizzy bomb, whatever that ends up being. So much less reliable and much more aim intensive. And so I think it's worse for its role, the role that it used to play, than it was in Splatoon 2. But the lack of MPU is not the reason that I'm putting it lower, because I think that the weapon still functions without the MPU just fine. It's a little bit weaker, but it's a lot more specific a situation than a lot of people would say that it was. So I think the mid-tier here is fine. L3, I think I've already explained, gets Crab Tank, but is worse in every other way than the Splash. And the V-Dualies has a niche because of its unique utility to be able to roll over enemy ink. L3 doesn't have that either. So it has a little bit more range, and that's about all it's got over any of those two weapons. And its playstyle is just kind of passive, kind of slow, not really what you're looking for when you need to take full advantage of every opportunity that you get to move up. The Curling Bomb is going to help it a little bit, but the Curling Bomb is not going to make it safe when it gets there. And that's its big problem as a weapon. It's very aim intensive. It needs 2 shots to splat. So it's just kind of not doing enough with the main weapon to justify painting really well and getting Crab. This Rapid is a very solid main weapon. It's just cursed with having very mid specials. And I think it's like Mine and Toxic Mist between the two. So like the subs aren't helping it any either. If you give one of these things a torpedo, I don't care what special it really has. Like it's already a much better weapon. So we saw what that could do with the K-Rapid. A Burst Bomb would also be insane for one of these things. Like these, it only takes a better kit to immediately have these being a factor in the meta. But right now, they're just really held back by what they've got. I'd say that is true for both of them, for both the Tri-Strike and for the Inkvac. I don't think Tri-Strike is good enough to be worth running it. And I think that's the one that has Ink Mine, which is the lesser of the two subs. So yeah, they're not doing well with their kits, but their main weapons can absolutely be stronger than they currently are. They just need another kit. Slosher, this could go higher, depending on what people are able to figure out with it. It's still very new. Line Marker is the worst sub in the game still, I think. A little bit of a range buff I don't think is enough to make that worth running at all. But at least it's going to let you see things, I guess, sort of. I don't know. The Zipcaster is very cool, and the potential of Slosher plus Zipcaster isn't explored enough yet, I don't think, but I think it is something that is worth trying out, at least for the time being. I think that's like the most underexplored of the weapons that are on this list right now. We now have a code, and so I am going to move back up to working on the VOD review here. But we will return to finish out the rest of this tier list. Welcome back, everybody.
Hello. Thank you.
All right. So we're going to jump back to here. And we will put my face back on screen. There I am. All right. So I've got my code. I'm going to go to the computer and I'm going to put that in. And that code is here. And there. And that worked. Pumpkin. All right.
Yeah.
Oops, not that one.
Alright.
That one.
I do
All right.
have a question right off the bat.
Yes.
Do you have any ways you recommend to help prevent panicking mid-games? Because that is something that I know I struggle with a lot, and definitely struggled with here.
There are a couple of things that help with that. Experience is one, because you'll go from, oh my god, I'm being jump scared, to, oh, okay, the flank is coming. I figured that might be a possibility, and I was just hoping it wasn't there. Or you'll go to, oh, I'm being flanked. Well, that figures. I've been here 1,000 times before. I'll do the best I can. Okay, I'm dead. Fine, whatever. You know, you just kind of get jaded about it after a while. You get resigned to it. But another thing about it is that the more confidence you gain in your abilities, the less you'll be put in situations where you're going to panic. And also, there was another thing. Oh, right. One thing that you can try to work on right now is instead of thinking about like emotional things, think about like tactical things. Like keep your brain occupied by here is what we need to do next, rather than what just happened was bad. And so the hope here is that we'll give you guys some goals to focus on, so that in your process of improving, since you're thinking about these other goals that you have, instead of winning and losing, instead of, oh no, we're about to lose, instead of the kinds of things that make your emotional state elevate, you're going to be able to stay calm and just think, okay, tactically, shoot, we just, lost a player. What we need to do now is back up. And you focus on the backing up part instead of the, oh no, we just lost someone part. So,
Okay.
so Splash 52, good combination of weapons there. I like those two, Bloblobber and Hydra. So you have some weapons that are capable of pushing up, and then you have a couple of weapons that are really going to want to sit back and wait for other people to push into them. And my concern here is that we're going to see those two pairs of weapons split apart from each other and create some separation that allows the enemy team to get in on the backline weapons. So let's see if that ends up being something that happens. The other team has a fairly balanced comp, I would say. A little bit slow on their part as well, but they have more of a front line. So let's get zoomed out here and see what we got. All right. So we end up getting Pop, which of course we do. We have a Bloblobber, and we have, well, we actually only have one Lethal Bomb, but a couple of shooters. That's something we generally will expect to get, and so good on you guys for going for it and making sure that you get it. Picking up the Rainmaker here is a risky play that I do not recommend. Wow, we actually broke through the checkpoint. That is something that they didn't need to let happen, I will say. Sprinting it with at the very beginning of the game, nobody has any advantages yet, right? The only advantage that you guys have is that you pop the Rainmaker shield. So you can move quickly from here, but you don't have numbers advantage. You don't have the ability to like sustain this push if you put someone on the Rainmaker. when you want to be picking up the Rainmaker is when you are up a player or two, usually two. Sometimes one if you can really protect that one. But if you pick it up immediately in a 4v4, you're taking someone who was a 52 gal, someone who had a wall, someone who had a very fast splatting, well-painting weapon, and had a very useful special, and you're turning them into the slowest moving weapon in the game with the worst fire rate in the game, and a weapon that can't paint for itself very quickly at all. There's not... The Rainmaker is a very low-tier weapon, and so replacing your guy with the Rainmaker means that you're kind of at a 3.5 v4, basically. You're kind of in a situation where you're worse off than the other team, even though you have a 4v4. So what should happen here is somebody should have cut them off from being able to get to the goal, and that really kind of doesn't happen. And that's something that should have happened. That's something that, like, I blame the other team for more than I would say is a good thing that you guys did. Because when you pick it up, all this Hydra has to do is paint in front of you, and then they're going to be able to rotate to splat you before you get on top of the pedestal here. But, like, nobody gets any kind of angle to paint your feet, and so you go up almost completely uncontested, and even then, you probably could have been splatted before you got up on the pedestal. So they're not throwing bombs, which they have several of. They're not painting your feet. These are counterplay options that could have stopped you from doing what you did. And even now... that you got the checkpoint, which is progress, this is still putting you in a position where you lost a player. Now, thankfully, you were able to stop this flank coming in. The Bloblobber was able to take them out, so that helps you, and that keeps you at a 3v3. But if not for that one pick that you get, you're at a disadvantage now because of that play. And if you had kept yourself alive and then caught that flank, now you're at a 4v3, and now you can kind of force your way forward instead. Also, as Rainmaker carrier, you probably want either the Hydra or the Bloblobber doing that. Reason being, the Rainmaker is more of a backline weapon than anything else. The Rainmaker is a weapon that wants to stay behind everybody, and it has pretty decent range. And from that decent range, it's actually going to be able to do some stuff. But having your frontline weapon pick it up, what's going to happen is that frontline weapon is not going to be able to help the team push forward, and so you have a weaker ability to move up. Were you saying something, or I saw your name flicker for a second, and I'm not sure if that was just background noise or not.
I think it was just background noise.
Okay. So, in Rainmaker, the overall objective is you need to have the Rainmaker carrier protected from whatever side the enemy team is going to be pushing at them from, which is usually the front. But sometimes you need someone guarding for flanks as well. So, in this position, what should have happened if the enemy team had played defense a little bit more effectively is the Rainmaker should have been stopped before it got to the pedestal. Now, if you put two frontline weapons in front of the Rainmaker and then have somebody else grab it and push up to the pedestal, those two frontline weapons meet the enemy team before the enemy team can meet the Rainmaker, and the Rainmaker can keep moving. Whereas the way that it's played right here, we kind of just sacrifice a player to get a little bit of progress. And we get more progress than I think you will later on as your team plays stronger and stronger opponents. So, goes back to a neutral state, and we get another one-for-one trade. We get their dualies, but their dualies get our Hydra. So, we don't have to, like, back up completely here or anything. We can still try and keep mid, but we're also not in a position where we have such an advantage that we really want to be, like, holding forward and just taking a fight right away, the first one that we can see. So for Pumpkin, I would definitely be backing up from here. The Rainmaker is fairly close to you and could do something like paint your feet, get you stuck. You're more effective as a Bloblobber from further back most of the time. And you can maybe try to control the corridor in between the wall and the stack, which is kind of hard to see from here. You could, try and control space in narrow passageways, but you don't want this T-Tech dropping down on you from up top on the ledge. Like, if the T-Tech were to move to the front of the ledge and drop down on you, the entire time that they were moving toward you, they were unable to be hit by you because you didn't have line of sight on them. So you'd have to hit this like weird fall off angle by going up over the wall, and you need to know that the T-Tech is even there in the first place, which is hard to see from where you're at. And so all that time, they're able to close distance on you while you can't hit them, and then they're on top of you, at which point they have the advantage because they do damage faster than you do. Your advantage over them is range. Their advantage over you is kill time. So if they can get within your range so that they can use their kill time before you can use your range to hit them, they win that fight. So you want to be further away from this wall. You don't want to be contesting quite this close right now. And in fact, that is exactly why you end up going down. Another reason is that your weapon is a little bit slower to paint its feet and get out of somewhere because it takes so long for you to put blobs out there. So when it comes time to actually paint your feet and get out of this situation, a shooter might have been able to escape, like Napalm just did. But you can't paint your feet fast enough to make your way out. So you want to be making your way out sooner to take advantage of the extra time that you were given beforehand to paint an escape route and get yourself out of there.
I think that was partially caused by, again, panicking because I was not focused on... I was too focused on getting back to where my teammates were, and then by the time I got there, they were all dead, and then I had panicked and couldn't move back fast enough.
Right. Oh, okay, so you're trying to get back from where you fought the Dapples. Okay, so the state of the game is updating very, very fast in Splatoon. And so what you want to be doing to determine where it is that you move is not so much thinking like, I need to get to this position where I imagine my team is. You always want to be updating your understanding of where your team is and especially what they control. So what should have been the alarm bells in your head here were how much orange paint there is around you. You're pushing into a lot of enemy ink, and there aren't any teammates in sight, so you're the furthest player forward. And being the furthest player forward as the Bloblobber is just generally going to make you vulnerable to plays like this. So the position you always want to be shifting back to is not, oh, I need to go where my teammates are. It's more, where are my teammates? Okay, I need to get behind them and in a place where I have enough ink that I can maneuver. So be adjusting your positioning based on that kind of thinking. So Napalm does a good job of escaping that. Now, Napalm doesn't want to stay in here for too long. You've got your Hydra that's been down. You've got your Bloblobber that just went down. And the 52 is only still just getting back. So you're alone right now. And the enemy team still has 3 players up. And they could come at you immediately and try and cut you off here. You're probably pretty close to special at this point, and you want to save your crab tank because your crab tank is going to be really valuable regardless of how you end up using it. You get that up on either one of the stacks, and that controls one of the first checkpoint areas extremely well. If you use that from plat, you're going to be able to see out into mid. If you use that from your snipe area, which is right above the goal, then that's also going to be a powerful position. There are lots of ways to use crab tank that will just completely turn the tide of a fight. And so you don't want to lose that extra ability that you've got if you just stay alive and paint a little bit more. So this right here, you're pushing into what is effectively a 1v3. Yes, you've got a teammate with you a little bit behind you, but they're not close enough to be able to help you by the time you get there. And again, the enemy ink on the ground should be a warning sign that it's not safe to push there yet. You want to push into places where you have escape routes, so you have a way out of there if you need one, and where you can maneuver side to side so that if you need to make them miss shots, you have the ability to do that. The way that you're pushing in right here, you're just going to have a single solid line of ink that you're painting in front of you. They're going to be able to shoot at the front of that line of ink, and you're going to run into those shots. So this is a very low percentage fight that we end up taking. It's a 2v3 in enemy ink. We lose this fight and we stagger the team. Are you guys familiar with what I mean when I say staggering the team?
Yeah.
I am.
Disorient.
No. So I should explain. So I talk about a concept called the feed stagger loop in some of my videos, namely in the How to Get Out of S Plus video. So I do an explanation of it there as well, but that would be where to go if you forget and you need to remind yourself. Anyway, the feed stagger loop is this. Let's say that we're currently in a 4v4 situation, but someone goes down. Now we're in a 3v4. We have two options, basically. One is, because the enemy team is going to push forward. They've got an advantage. They're going to push forward. We have two options. One is to try and hold our ground and try and win a fight. Now, that's less likely to work because we're a player down. And so somewhere on the map, there is going to be a 1v2 for our team if we try to play this out and the enemy team plays it well. If we back up and give up some space, then what happens is we get our fourth player back, and then we're back at full strength. And then we can defend from there. And the second option is just about always the best option for a couple of reasons. If you fight the 3v4, you're much less likely to win. You may be able to trade back if there's currently a player isolated and bring it back to a 3v3. And if the situation is still stable, maybe then you can keep playing. There are some situations where you don't just want to completely give up if the enemy team isn't all gathered in one spot. There's some niche spots where you can just get a pick and get your team back into it immediately. But most of the time, if you expect the enemy team to play it well, they're going to put you in a situation where somebody somewhere is outnumbered, and you're more likely to maybe go down 1 for 2 in that next fight. And now the enemy team is in a 3v1. So that's one reason that this is bad. But the biggest reason that this is bad is that your first player to go down is in the process of spawning while your team takes this fight. That player gets back out onto the map, and now, maybe it was a 3v1 situation, so now they come in and it's a 2v3 situation because of that trade that we said. Now, most of the time, if you end up in that kind of 4v3 fight and they take it well, it's going to be more like 2 of your members are going to go down for nothing. So this is a generous assumption that you only trade 1 for 2 instead of something even worse than that. But let's say that that's what happens. Your teammate comes back and they're in a 2v3. If those 2 players fight again, now you're probably just going to go down again. And so let's say that now you go down 2 players for 1 again. Now, those 2 players that beat you are still out on the map, and they're giving super jumps into the opponents who got splatted in the first engagement. So they're back up to 3v2, and you once again are in a 3v2 situation. They have 3. At no point in time have you ever gotten your numbers advantage back, because you keep taking fights at numbers disadvantage, losing those fights, and maintaining the numbers disadvantage. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back to the very first engagement here, where the 52 dunks the Rainmaker and goes down. And I want to see where this stagger starts, and we're just going to look at how long it takes for this to equalize for you guys. So we're still even. We're trading 2 for 2. We go down there. Okay, so at 436 is where we're at officially a numbers disadvantage. We have 1 player who's out on the map and 1 who's spawning. We have 2 enemy players who are out on the map and 1 who's spawning. So they have the numbers advantage right now. Let's see how long this lasts. So Napalm and D go in, and they both go down. So now we're still at a numbers disadvantage. And so these 2 players who are spawning, there's not an awful lot that they can do right now. Enemy team dunks. And we do actually get a pick. The Dapples push forward too quickly. So it was only from 436 to 419 that we had a numbers disadvantage, which isn't the worst. Usually you see that go on for 30 to 45 seconds before that equalizes, and a lot more damage is done than just a single dunk on first checkpoint. So good job getting the pick on the dualies. They did overextend, and you did a good job of punishing that, but we needed to get everybody back before we were able to do things again. And so that fight where the Splash and the 52 run in, that's going to make it take longer. Where this could have been maybe a 10-second disadvantage, where we just back up for about 10 seconds and then give a jump in, and then we're back to normal. It turned into, what's 36 minus 18? That's 18? Yeah, so it turned into an 18-second disadvantage. And that amount of time in Rainmaker does matter, for sure. But we're back in a better position now that we've got that player down. Did we recognize that the T-Tech was up here? Was that something that was called out? We recognize it now.
Yes.
Okay.
I was trying to go after them, but they were shooting at me.
Mm-hmm. So the Bloblobber is playing very aggressively here. Bloblobber is generally a weapon that plays a lot more passively and supportively. They play a lot more of a midline, almost anchor role by using their range, because your range is the big advantage that you have over the T-Tech. If you get up close to the T-Tech, they should usually win that fight because they're more maneuverable and they have faster DPS. So you do end up winning that. That, I would say, is a mechanical outplay more than it is taking a fight that is really likely for you to win. Meantime, you're able to get the Dually Squelchers, the Rainmaker is shooting at you, and you're going to go down to that because you're committed to movement while it's aiming at you. The Bloblobber is not the weapon we want to be running at the Rainmaker because it has a slow fire rate just like the Rainmaker does, and so it's more likely that it's going to get caught in the Rainmaker's shot. So you want to be keeping your distance and watching where it's going to fire so that that doesn't keep happening. Meantime, the 52 and the Hydra are backed really far up, a lot further, especially than I want the 52 to be here. The 52 is an aggressive frontline weapon. You can put up the wall and keep yourself safe in a lot of situations that other weapons wouldn't be. Another thing is that you definitely don't want to be crowding your Hydra. For one thing, the Hydra can hit stuff at a longer range than you can. So if the Hydra is posting up there, that probably means that they're out of range for you to do anything effective from that position. Because the Hydra wants to use its max range against people. The Hydra doesn't want to get close to people. So if the Hydra can hit someone from here, and that's where they're deciding to stand, you probably need to be further forward just to be able to hit anything in the first place. But secondly, if you stay too close to your Hydra, what you risk happening is you blocking the Hydra's shots. Because if you stand in front of the Hydra is going to hit you in the back, and those shots are not going to go anywhere. So definitely never stay this close to your Hydra as a frontline weapon, unless maybe like the Hydra is trying to push up to get on tower or something, and like you need to be up in front guarding it. You always want to be pushing up in front of your Hydra player and trusting their positioning, that if they're safe there, you're probably safe from further up. Secondly, there's a fight happening on the front line here with the Splash and the Bloblobber involved that you can be helping with from here. You have a numbers advantage against this T-Tech player, so instead of staying back there, you know, if the rest of your team is pushing up and taking fights, you want to be pushing up and taking fights with them. Hydra, I think, is in a pretty good position now that I'm looking at it. But, like, the fight with the T-Tech is already decided before D jumps across, or tries to jump across the ledge there. It looks like they actually try to swim across, and they can't make the jump because they don't have the ink to swim through. You can only make that jump by using the ink that's on the platform to get across. So that's what you're aiming to try and do there. But, like I said, the fight with the T-Tech on the platform there is already decided by the time D is, like, firing in that direction, and they're out of range to hit it from where they're at. So that might be a factor of knowing your range. It might be just like knowing, oh, I can't reach that far with this weapon. And that will come with time, and that's nothing to worry too much about. I think, you know, the movement also, like knowing that you need to be in ink to swim across and jump across, that also will come with time. But try and be up there with your teammates when they're taking fights. Like, especially if someone's calling out that there's a fight going on, you're the player who wants to be there taking that fight with them, because you have the tools to do that. Another thing that's really important that Creeper definitely saves you guys a bit here in their positioning, but you always in Rainmaker, when you're on defense, need to have someone between the Rainmaker and the goal. As long as you don't have the Rainmaker picked up in your hands, someone's got to be in between the Rainmaker and the goal pretty much at all times. Because if there isn't, then the Rainmaker is running away from you. So they're putting distance between you and them at the same time that they're scoring. Whereas if you're between them and the goal, they're scoring, but that score is taking them closer to you. They don't want to be near you. They want to be running away from you. So you give them a lot more time to score if you're chasing them than if you're in between them and where they want to go. You're also able to stop them a lot sooner that way, just because you can actually paint their feet. You can stop them from moving. You can put a bomb in front of them before they get there, which is much more difficult to do from behind them than it is from in front of them. So we almost let the Rainmaker slip away here. It's because Creeper is still alive and in a backline position that we're able to stop this. But we really want to be, like, as D there, once the Rainmaker starts going up there, we probably just want to be on that platform there with them. By the time, like, if you miss the jump and then the Rainmaker starts moving up there, you probably just want to get up to the right of Creeper and, like, maybe put a wall up or something and be shooting at them and be stopping them from getting there, rather than coming around the long way the way you do, which puts you behind the Rainmaker carrier instead of being in front of it. So, to be clear, you can't see my mouse, can you?
No.
Okay.
No.
Let me switch this up really quickly so that you can see my mouse. Okay. You should be able to see it now.
Yeah.
Okay. So from here, oh shoot. Well, stream will not be able to see this either way. There's not really a way that I can do that. So, so from this area, you dropped in here, right? Rainmaker starts going this way. Instead of going from here all the way around this way and being behind it, you can just kind of get up this ramp and jump across and be in front of it. And that'll be a lot faster for you. So that's what I'm talking about there. We'll go here and then here. And we're back. All right. So we've stopped the Rainmaker push. We've got 3 up. And now the goal is to push forward. We want... the frontline weapons, the Splash and the 52, you guys are the weapons on this team that are capable of pushing forward quickly. You guys are the ones who can paint quickly, who can move quickly, who are okay with taking fights if you get right on top of someone. And so you guys are the ones who should be trying to clear out space in front to get more of a foothold on the map. Because if you guys just sit here and only focus on painting the Rainmaker shield, look at the state of the enemy paint on the ground. They're pushed up all the way to your first checkpoint. Even though they don't have players there, since they have paint there, they can move there really quickly. And if we don't go and contest this dualies here, people are just going to jump into the dualies and be on your plat again. And you're going to have to play that whole 4v4 situation, but this time from further forward. And this time, if they win, instead of getting first checkpoint, they could just KO and win the game. So you want as much space as possible, as much of a buffer as possible between your opponents and scoring the Rainmaker, and so pushing out into mid is what you need to do right now. As the frontline weapons, you can just let your backlines and supports pop the Rainmaker shield instead. Because you're the ones who can push forward, anyone can pop the shield. So let them be the ones who pop the shield. And frontline weapons go up and actually like take some space and cut off opposing routes to get towards your side of the map. Like I said before, you prefer to have something that's not one of the best frontline weapons picking up the Rainmaker. Also, while dropping it off the ledge isn't the worst idea here, just to get it off your plat and like make it so they have to push a lot further to get back to where they were. With this little paint on the ground, you're probably going to die. The enemy team should definitely have done something more about that. I think the T-Tech is playing too far back with this Tri-Strike. As soon as you dropped in with nobody else around you, they should just be running like all 4 players at you and taking you out. So you kind of get away with it here for a little bit. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and you've still got this flanker, so you end up going down. Oh, goodness. Okay, so let's talk through how this works. So, 52 has the Rainmaker. So, the other frontline weapon, the only weapon that we have that can push forward is the Splash. So Rainmaker is going to get stopped because nobody can stop the enemy team from stopping it. Meantime, the dualies end up getting in here on the crab and stopping the crab from having full impact. So we drop down. Napalm drops down into mid, but then it looks like they start focusing on something else instead of the dualies. But the dualies are already engaging on their teammate. So that's a position where Pumpkin wants to be calling help right, because they're getting attacked by someone on the right and they need help from their teammates. And if we take that fight at the same time, you probably beat that player. Like if Napalm just moves a little bit to the side from Pumpkin and throws a burst bomb while Pumpkin is attacking, you guys probably do enough damage that the CDS can't, or the VDS, the Vanilla Dually Squelchers, can't take Pumpkin down as quickly as you guys can take down the Dually Squelchers. But now this situation is really rough, and Creeper needs to back up. Creeper needs to kind of get out of this situation, which they do. So good job to Creeper. Good awareness of the game state. All right, and we're back. So Pumpkin, D, and Napalm are all dropping in. We take a little while to find the Dapples. It might be that we just don't see them immediately. But they're there for a little while. Like, we can see them painting right there in mid. So we know that they're somewhere nearby. We see them painting again. They actually Reef Slider in. So as soon as the Reef Slider is over, they're very vulnerable. We obviously don't want to be in range to get hit by the Reef Slider, but like, as Napalm, seeing that there's a Reef Slider ending right there, I want you like painting their feet with a burst bomb right away. As Pumpkin, like, I want you lining up shots on where they're going to be before the Reef Slider even finishes, because you know exactly where it's going to end, and so you can put the damage there while it's busy exploding so that there's no escaping it. So they have a good like half second where they're just kind of sitting there, and so if we punish it there, we don't have to worry about there being a Dapple Dualies behind our team.
For me, I was trying to shoot at it, but was panicking about the Rainmaker being behind me because I was worried about exactly what is about to happen, being shot with the Rainmaker from behind while dealing with them.
Same, actually.
And that, again, I would say is just like, as Blob, you don't want to be pushing as far forward as you are. You want to be supporting your teammates from behind them, supporting your frontline teammates from behind them. So it's on them to be pushing up, and then you're close enough to them that you can support them with the blobs, but also far enough away that you're out of range of the Rainmaker. You're not just going to die to a random bomb. You're going to have plenty of paint around you to be able to keep yourself safe. And in the process, you're going to be able to paint for them so that they're safer too. So, good job staying alive there by Creeper. Unfortunately, we both end up going down to the Rainmaker shot there. And that's something that you will get better at with time, just recognizing, oh, the Rainmaker is charging. If it is aimed at me, that is a problem I need to move. It's a lot like how you defend against a Booyah Bomb, actually. The way that you dodge a Booyah Bomb is to know that it's coming already, and to make sure that you have at least 2 routes that you can escape from, so that even if the Booyah Bomb cuts one of them off, you have a second one, and you just go and take that, and you keep yourself alive. Same kind of deal with the Rainmaker shot. You just got to make sure that if it gets fired at you, you have 2 different angles you can go at to get away from it, and as long as you have those, then you can just swim away from it and not get hit. The Bloblobber, again, pushing into a very aggressive position and is going to get caught by the same thing. A little bit of a panic push from the Splash here because they're in kind of a 1v3 situation with the rest of their team that far back, but they are able to get the trade, and trading the Rainmaker is always worth it on defense. If you can go and get the Rainmaker, that will slow them down, give you time to respawn, give your team time to stabilize. Because on top of the spawn timer and on top of them having to jump somebody in rather than being already right there in your own spawn, they also have to pop the Rainmaker shield as a team. And so that just costs them more time than it costs you when you trade. There are some situations where it's not going to be advantageous, but like as a general rule, it's probably okay whenever it happens. Obviously, try and splat it cleanly instead of trading with it. but in this case, that was the best case scenario. Now, again, I think that D is playing a little bit too far back. It might be that you're not using your wall as much. The wall is a tool that will let you just move further forward into danger than you normally can. And if you just put the wall down, paint up the area in front of you, and then recharge ink for a little bit, you should have enough time to be able to just put another wall down and keep ratcheting your way forward by using wall after wall to push up and keep yourself safe. You at least can be putting out more paint than you are from this position, and that paint at least will help you to be safe moving forward and to be able to push up. But right now it feels like you're playing a little bit scared, and your weapon is one of the most aggressive weapons in the game. Like, this is a weapon that can really just push into a 1v2 and sometimes win it. So we want you to be trying to take a few more risks here and go in when your team goes in, because if you never take a risk and your team does take a risk, then instead of being there to help them make that risk more skewed in your favor, you're too far back to help them. Their risk probably won't pay off, and now you're at a disadvantage and you should back up. So we want more aggressive play out of the 52, less aggressive play out of the blob. And I think that the splash is generally in about the right places. The Hydra is generally in about the right places. And that's probably game. Oh, you might be able to collapse on this. Yes, good job stopping that. Way to go in there and get it done when you had to. The Hydra is probably going to be more effective for stopping that if they stay at high ground from there. Like, if you just stay right underneath the number 3 right here, you can hit the same people that you could hit before, but from where they can't hit you. And you can still hit the Rainmaker shield, but from where they can't hit you. So there's not really that much of a reason for you to be dropping here and risking maybe going down to the Rainmaker pop or risking one of their frontliners getting on top of you. You should probably just be staying up on the high ground there to help defend instead. All right. So there's that. So let's see. Couple of things that we could do here. Because some goals we had there were get the front line out in front of the Rainmaker carrier, so that the Rainmaker carrier is protected and isn't just running into the enemy team and immediately getting stopped. So that's one thing. Another thing is have the frontliners be the ones who are the first people engaging the enemy team rather than the Bloblobber. Have the Bloblobber be supporting them a little bit more. And then always having someone in between the Rainmaker and the goal was also an important one. And just generally not dropping down into rough situations. What I could do, because I do actually play I do actually play 52 Gal as one of my main weapons. And I would be willing to step in really quickly to play a 52 game to kind of show both the frontlining aspect and also show the kind of positioning and aggression that you can get out of this weapon. And so that would be something for D to watch, and also just to kind of model how to work a Rainmaker push around this comp. I could also, after that, step in for anyone else who wants to see me play their role. And that, I think, could be valuable. It would also be good to just play with you guys so I can hear what kind of call-outs we're hearing here. So what of that sounds good? What would you guys like to do?
One question I want to really ask before is, so before, like, the reason I was playing so defensively is because when I just started out, I had a problem with being too aggressive, is the thing. I would rush into fights that I just had no chance of winning. I would sometimes get kills, but at the same time, I would end up dying myself. So what's the balance between too aggressive? What's the good point between aggressive enough but defensive enough?
So I'd like to take things as quickly as possible out of the terms of passive and aggressive, because you need both. It needs to be a mix of both, and it really depends on the situation which of the two you need to choose. So saying, oh, you need to play more aggressively might be true in the general case, and that might get you somewhere, but it can also just... Aggression at all times is not good either. So right now we're passive at all times, and if I were to tell you to play aggressive and you were to try and play aggressive at all times, neither of those is gonna function at all. So what you need to be looking for is to get more granular. You need to think more specifically about each situation. And the biggest thing I would say is, do you have an advantage? If you have an advantage, you want to fight. And so when you're at a numbers advantage, for example, that's when you want to get forward and push the enemy team back, take space, and let the Rainmaker carrier get forward. If you're at a disadvantage, then you want to, at best, hold your ground, usually back up. Because pushing into a fight is going to put you in a disadvantageous fight. So being aggressive when you're behind is a bad idea, but being passive when you're ahead is also a bad idea. So that's one thing that can determine whether you want to push forward. But another one is just, if you're safe to push forward, then you want to at least be as far forward as you can be safely. Because, like I said, you actually can interfere with your team if you're too far back and you're like standing exactly where the Hydra is. You also want to fan out so that you're covering multiple angles. If you're standing just on top of the Hydra right here, we're both shooting at this target from exactly the same spot. But if I'm over here, and I'm shooting it from here, and the Hydra's shooting at it from there, this player has far fewer places they can run to, and they can also only look at one of us at once. So if they start looking at me, I can just play evasively and dodge while the Hydra finishes them off. And if they look at the Hydra, then I can just take my time and take my shots and finish them off myself. So you want to fan out from your other frontline player enough that you're close enough that you can help them, but also far enough away that you can take an off angle on someone instead of attacking them from the same direction. But the biggest thing I think that's going to help you do this and help you kind of push forward is using the wall. So instead of just like pushing forward and trying to fight people with the main weapon right away, what you can do is see, okay, I'm about to approach a contested area. I'm going to throw out a wall, and then I'm going to be right inside this wall, just on this side of it, far enough away that they can't just throw a bomb at it and explode me right away, but close enough to it that I'm taking all the space I can with it. And then I'm going to paint. And this paint is going to make it safe that I can then push forward further and throw out another wall. And then I'm going to paint again. And this is going to let you take space without them ever really wanting to contest you. Because if they do try to fight you while you're in the wall, you have a two-shot weapon that probably outranges theirs, and you have a wall up. That's just a really low percentage fight for them to try and take if they're out in the open. So that lets you get into these positions that other weapons simply can't get to, because you're safe there and they're not. And you have a fast kill time, and they don't necessarily. And you can just kind of say, nope, this space is ours now. I have claimed it in the name of blue team. So, I don't think I have any of you guys added, so I'm going to send my friend code to Starlight Pastel, and then we'll get the lobby up.
Okay.
Sounds good.
And I am DMing Starlight Pastel the password, and I will DM the rest of you that right now.
There it is.
Okay. So once I get that friend code, I will get the lobby up. If I create the lobby before I get the friend request, then the lobby will close. Actually, wait. I sent that to everybody, and of course I'm going to be filling in for one of you guys at a time, but I guess it'll work for the next game at any rate.
I think it would be best for me to watch you do the 52. That way I can see how it's done in like an actual game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I was definitely planning on starting with that, and then after that I can fill in for other roles as well. Because I'm we have enough time. I could just like play every role and kind of be talking about my thoughts on those weapons as we go.
Sounds good. I definitely know that positioning is something I struggle with compared to like in mechanical skill. I generally tend to be pretty okay, but then like positioning and knowing where to be is hard for me.
Mm-hmm.
Partly because I struggle to like think in time when there is a lot going on.
The thing to replace the panic with would be, I want to keep my range. I want to put blobs on them when they can't hit me. And wherever I can do that from, that's where I want to be.
Okay.
So, lobby is up, and like I said, you guys have the password.
1 second.
Oh, well.
Time.
Okay. Well, that changes the game mode, unfortunately.
I believe. Actually, I don't remember what it was. I checked earlier, but I don't remember.
It'll be tower control.
All right, let's try that again. This time with a different cat. Oh no! The cat has been moved. Okay. Don't worry, everybody. Don't worry. The cat has been returned to a favorable position on the screen.
It's actually really nice seeing my cat covering your code.
Okay. He doesn't trust us. True. True. I do not trust my chat. The cat that I just showed was actually Cassie the Cart Cat. It's a bodega cat from Saskatchewan. And so Devi is closest to that particular cat. But Z-Tech, I believe, says... at the user who said that was theirs, by the way, you have a very pretty cat. All right. So Napalm, you and me are going to be buddies. And then Pumpkin, you are going to be like our backup behind us. You're painting our feet. You're cutting off enemy escape routes.
I should pretty much be between you and the Hydra, correct?
Correct. So try and stay there and find any position in that kind of description where you can stay where you can put blobs on the enemy team, where you can have an impact. Okay, this is going to be a little bit challenging because of how little space we have in mid to pull this off, but they don't have a lot of range, so we can kind of abuse that. I'm just going to try and take top mid right away. So let's go and rush that as quick as we can. So I'm expecting to see opponents soon, so I'm going to put the wall up, and now they're on tower right away. I'm shooting one side, shoot the other. Perfect. Easy peasy every time. Got one over the top. Let's start pushing the tower, and we can push forward, Napalm.
Gotcha.
Nice. We're keeping going forward. Nice. Okay.
We're
So that's everybody. Now we want to be on the tower. We had advantage, so we wanted to be on the tower already. Just waste as little time as possible. Front lines we need forward because they're jumping in, and there are 3 in front of us. At this point, we're probably out of time. We needed to be pushing tower earlier to be able to get anything out of that. Now we need to back up because we're at disadvantage. So back up, back up.
RG is rough.
All right, we got one. Yeah,
We're watching
break the
tower.
wall, isn't it?
Someone just dropped
I'm
down.
gonna get forward on them. There's someone
Who you got
on
bomb
tower
incoming?
right now. Yeah. I've got the Booyah Bomb.
Make it boom.
There's another one that's his forced to drop off.
He's down.
Pick up
Watch
the
out for their
tower.
Booyah. And there's one dropping down on you guys. I got him.
Oh, he got me.
Still one tower.
Okay, he's right behind the tower.
I don't know why they didn't stay on. Yeah, I traded. 2v2, so be careful, but if you see a good fight, you can take it. Looks like you guys are isolated, though. So make sure we're taking fights together if we're going to. Now, at this point, we need to back up a little bit. Maybe jump out if you can. I'm just trying to stall for time to let you guys get back in here. I'm not trying to engage. Back away from the Booyah. There's another Booyah Bomb. There's another one on me. I traded. Instead of going in there, we needed to respect the Booyah Bombs and back up and stay safe. Now we've got some time. We might be able to stop the push from here, but we need to attack tower quickly. Okay, we got it. One at our pillow. Pushing forward. Got them.
Move on.
Okay. I'm going to use my special to go in, and let's try and clear the tower completely here. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Grab.
All right, let's get forward. Get forward. So Napalm, you and I are up front. And then we can have somebody else
Gotcha.
riding tower. And let's try and intercept
do
them
that.
before they can even get to mid. There's one on the wall coming at me. Help. Traded.
Side gun.
Okay, it's 2 for
Traded.
2. Nice, nice. We even trade there. Just the machine.
Oh,
Just watch out for that machine. Nice, nice. Good wipe, good wipe. Good trading back. So that earns us the checkpoint, and now we want to hold the ramp. So I need Napalm up here with me when we get them back.
Gotcha.
cover on the flank.
I'm getting rushed. Still pushing me.
Got him.
Nope.
Nice. 2 up in front of you guys, and that's it. Back off the tower if you need to, because we've got it close to where we want it, but if you're going to die staying there, don't go for it. Oh, I thought I could trade that. All right. Back up. We're
Got the tower's weak.
2v4. We're 2v4.
Nope.
So we don't want to jump into that. We want to swim in at this point.
Nope. That was dumb.
No worries, no worries. We've got time. Okay, they're trying to hit me with Zuka, so I'm just going to back up. That's a wasted special for them. Watch out for the Booyah.
Oh, yep.
Okay,
Another
now that they've
Booyah.
used all their specials, we can probably start going in and doing stuff. Got one.
Got
Got 2. There's another one weak behind it. On tower. They're down. Good wipe.
Sweet.
Alright, so I'm taking space here to make sure they don't come in from in front. I keep letting them get in front of me. I'm using my wall more.
Come up the left flank.
That's fine
Coming up the
because they squid surged and that doesn't do anything.
I got crab.
Great rain. That's forcing them back, and now we're able to move in. One on tower. Got him. I can take the one on the left. Just get on tower. Nice. And now we should be able to push forward and get this checkpoint. They're running in one at a time, so we can just take them out one at a time if we all focus fire. Beautiful. And that should be game. Oh, one more on tower.
Got him.
Woo, good stuff.
There we
Okay.
go. All right.
So we're starting to get the idea of how to trade back when someone goes down. And it's all coming down to, we're looking at the same fight. We've got the frontliners in that fight, and then the others firing at it from behind. So that structure is starting to fall into place. There are a lot of situations where we need to be backing up where we're not yet. So for example, they have like 3 Booyah bombs and they're throwing them all at once. That's a situation where we just don't want to be anywhere near them. We want to let them waste those specials first and then go in after they don't have the specials anymore and they haven't accomplished anything with them. I also did a pretty poor job of showing off the wall there. But towards the end, I was using it a little bit better. Just there are a bunch of times there. Let's hit stick with this team. Let's do one more. We'll show a little bit better how to use the walls defensively there, because I was letting those aerosprays get way too close to me in a lot of those fights.
Honestly speaking,
I let myself get sandwiched in the tower too much.
I really need to use my sub weapon more. Like, I don't ever think about it, and
It is a key
See
part of the
how-
kit.
Yeah. Seeing how effective that is, like, because my strategy is usually the main weapon, and I don't really use the killer whale to, like, score any kills. I use it to disperse people off of the objective.
Yeah, the killer whale is useful for a lot of different things. It's useful for poking through crab tanks. It's useful for stopping someone from playing objective. It's also useful if you see a fight coming to just be like, well, now this is going to be like fighting a 2v1, even though it's just me. So, all of those are good ideas. All right. Yeah, well, that wall isn't going to do any good. So, at this point, it's kind of a stalemate. We want to be careful and try to break through before we try to cross something unsafe like bridge. So, okay, this is good. That player's weak. They dropped into pit below us. They're coming up the left wall.
I used my special.
Let's back up from tower. No need to be on it right now if it's going to be dangerous. There's a player on my jump. They got me, roller. My bad for jumping into that. Back up, everybody, and just try and stay alive and keep your special.
I was crabbed into missiles there.
Alright, back it up.
Okay, we're going to wall this off, and we're going to try and hold from here.
Got the tower.
One pushing me still. Roller, got him. Very nice. One on tower, they're down. Nice, and that'll give us advantage. Let's start pushing forward here. Start taking some space. Good job.
Took tower, took light.
There's a jump. There's a jump. Going for the jump.
What's
Oh, I'm out of ink. Shoot. Ah,
Oh,
I ran in
yeah.
without ink. So they're going to get 2. So we're 2 down, so back up a little bit.
I tried to back out, but I couldn't.
Yeah, flames came up on me.
I'm going to wall this. Watch out for the missiles. Just take the space that you need to get away from them. And now I'm attacking tower. Tower's down. They need to get me off of here if they're going to be safe pushing the tower, and they're not doing that. Now I can just stand here because I have the wall, and I can get this jump. That's 2. Tower's down. Just Flingza. Nice. And I love this rain. This rain is always going in the right direction to kind of push them away. Watch out for flanks from the
They're
walls.
going the under.
Under left?
Under
Yeah.
flank.
All right. Someone needs to be on tower already.
I'm on it.
There's several on the wall to the left of us.
There's some coming in from
Got
behind.
2. Just one in front. Just one in front. If we get them, then they're wiped. Nice.
Got him.
All right. So let's get some paint further forward here. Let's cut them off from getting around to the left.
Crab tank.
Beautiful crab tank. Beautiful spot for that, because I can wall that off. This should be a really good fight for us. I'm out of ink. If I had more ink, then this would have worked better.
Yep, they bombed me.
Dually Squelchers to the bottom right.
I see them. I don't have the ink to deal with them.
Ah, they're a bunch on tower.
Check.
I like the Booyah Bomb idea. There's still one behind it. Push it as far as you can, but then we're going to swim out. Okay. Push to 9 is still really good. Alright, so they don't have a lot of mid yet. They're moving up kind of slow. We can cut this guy off, and that guy's all yours. Alright, we got him.
They got me.
Trying to clear tower. Tower is down. Flingza in front of me. I'm down to Flingza. 2v2. They dropped all the way down left. They're coming up the wall. There's a jump to them. Don't be careful on tower.
I didn't see that coming up, but I traded.
It's okay. It's okay. Just breathe. The tower should be pushed when we have players in front of
I'm
it,
on tower.
and we have an advantage.
Nope,
So if
got
you're
me.
the furthest forward, don't be the one to get on the tower. Tower's cleared. I should be able to push into mid from here. Yep, that's one. And there's one behind us. Got them. That's white.
Alright.
Sweet.
All right. I'm going to try and drop left and cut them off before they get up the walls, because that's what they've been using to get up here a lot. So I'm just anticipating that movement. Now, we'll have to hold the ramp. Yeah, hold the ramp.
I got him. I got him.
I got
Beautiful,
ramp.
beautiful.
I got crab up.
All right, nice. Got the one under the tower. And this guy should go down if I hit any shots at all. Got them. And got another one. All right, one top right, and that should be it.
They're in front of us.
Nicely done.
There we go.
All right. Yeah, wall can also just be used as a reload, like Channel is pointing out. Like, if you don't have a lot of ink, if you're like at half, then you can just like pop the wall, reload a little bit, get your bearings. But it does cost a good amount of your ink tank to put the wall out, so it's not going to be safe all the time to be playing it like that.
Right.
All right. So now, if you want, I can just rotate through all of the different roles and have a different person sit out and watch me each time. Is that cool with you guys? Is that what you want to do?
Me.
Yep.
All right.
I'm with
So
you.
everyone hit stop because we're going to need to switch players, and also I'm going to need to switch weapons.
Also, one other question I wanted to ask in terms of like Rainmaker and tower control like that. Should I ever be playing the objective, or should I just always be trying to help the team push it forward?
You play the objective if there's no one left to play the objective, and the objective can still be played. So you're the third choice of the weapon comp that we have here. You'd prefer that the Bloblobber or the Hydra be doing that, but if neither of them are available to and it needs to be played, then you can do it. That situation won't happen often, but if, for example, you're on a last-ditch push to get to a checkpoint, or if everybody else is further forward and you're respawning, then it can be appropriate for you to take it.
Okay. But most of the time, I should be the one helping them advance.
Right. The true answer to that question is you do whatever the team needs, and most of the time what the team needs from you is the aggression. Anyone can play the objective, but only 2 members on that team are really especially aggressive weapons. And so, in order to clear space for the objective to push safely, you're going to need them pushing further up.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to play Splash this time.
All right.
So we'll have... it was Napalm sitting out there. Here's a cat.
Ooh, Caddy.
That's
I
adorable.
have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I also frequently play a weapon no one likes, the undercover Brella, and I was wondering how I should position with that.
That's a weapon. It makes a lot of sense, actually, that you play both of those 2 weapons, because you position with your Bloblobber like you're playing the Undercover Brella. The Undercover Brella is much more of a frontline weapon, and it can't, like, sustain fights up there for very long, but it can go in, draw aggro, and then maybe duck around a corner or something. So it's going to be playing a lot closer up with the rest of its teammates, trying to get people to shoot at it and get people to run into them. By the way, I haven't forgotten here. I've just been focused on doing the lesson, but while we're loading in, thank you so much for the membership, Andre. I really appreciate that. Oh my goodness. And thank you so much for the donation, too. Cash for cat. Heart. I don't know what ARS stands for, so I don't actually know how much money that is, but thank you so much, regardless of what the actual amount of that is. Also, thank you for the super chat, Olives L. I missed Splatoon 2 T-Tech. Yes, true. Olives? Olive? I don't know what that is, but thank you, regardless of how it's pronounced. $1.30 US. Okay, got it. Thank you.
I just looked that up too.
What is it? What is Armenian?
Argentinian peso.
Argentinian. Okay.
Argentinian peso.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So brine water this time. So we'll just go out the front door here. I would normally flank on a map like this, but I'm going to just play it a little bit more orthodox.
Watch that E-litter.
I tend to really like the flank on this map with this weapon.
E-litter's on the left flank.
I was going to
Got hit by a bomb.
All right. I'm going to play safe for now. Might be able to get in on the E-leader here. I'm going to go for the flank. So when you come in, just try and engage them from the front, and I'll flank them. And I bet we get something out of this. So go, go, go. Grabbing. Got one. Got two. Last one on me, and I should be able to bump them down. Yep, that's 3.
Got spotted by the wave breaker.
All right, so we should be on tower, and then I want D getting up here with me.
Coming.
I'm gonna need some help soon. I'm down. All right, so it looks like someone was attacking the tower. When that's happening, just make sure to call it out so that I know to back up and help you guys with it.
Right,
Okay.
right. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Just gonna play safe a little bit, gonna poke a little bit. Maybe try and shred. Okay, they're using this. They're using all of their specials. Rush goes down here. Another one on me. I'm down.
E-litters on the tower.
Oh, I had a crab tank. I could have popped that. That's my bad.
No.
Make sure we're not going in one at a time. That when we go down, we're making sure to regroup. When we do respawn, note that they're more likely to have specials ready to go. And so whenever they do have those specials ready, we've got to be ready to respect those. So like that team we were playing earlier that had like the 3 Booyah Bombs, if we wait those specials out and they blow them before we're actually in position, then we're probably safe and we're going to be able to take advantage of that. But if we run into them while they're using the specials, that's when we're probably going to go down. So we'll try that one again.
I've noticed a problem that I have is that I'm thinking of the callouts, but I'm thinking of them too late, and by the time I go to say it, it's not relevant anymore. And so then I'm just stopping myself and ending up not saying anything.
A couple things will help with that. One is practice, but another one is making the callouts as short as possible. Like just getting in the habit of, one on me, 3 syllables. And we know that there is one player that is on my location. A really good one is help. So help tower, help right, help left. Those are relatively quick. And having those kinds of patterns that you can fall back on is really useful for getting that information out quickly. They have a lot of range here, so make sure we're not getting chipped out. Give them a little bit more space than you normally would, unless you have like a wall up in front of you or something.
Ah.
There's one below us trying to sneak up on the left. I'm going to try and keep them back, but
There's one on tower.
I'm going to be pushed away from that. So just watch out on the bottom left. There's going to be a blaster there. Blaster down, traded. Just the 2 Tri-Stringers. They're both popping their whales. So Squid Roll is needed to get away from those. And then we can go back in. Alright, careful. 3v3, so
One drop down.
I like how far up you are, D. One behind you. Beautiful. Well played. I'm going to start pushing this forward to get it into enemy territory, and then I'm going to
Left
get off
flank.
and let someone else take that.
He's going up wall.
Alright.
Got the stinger.
They're down. Nice. Stringer should go down here.
One on
Nice.
left wall.
Dooley's last. They're on the wall. They're over the top.
Yep.
Okay.
They're on tower.
Right as I was trying to pop my special, they...
You're first up, D, so be careful. Don't engage if you don't have to.
Okay.
Especially against a
Pulling
crab
back.
tank.
Pulling back.
Waiting for that crab to run out, and then I should be able to get on it. I am down. They're still on tower. We're 3 down. We're 3 down. Careful. Alright, I'm going to be first up. I'll just try and paint for crab tank and wait for you, the rest of you guys to get here. We'll have to give them a little bit of space. Don't run straight to them. Waiting for the rest of us to be ready.
Crab tank.
Okay.
On
Crabbing.
tower.
Crab tank is shredded. There's still a couple behind the tower. I'm taking an angle so they can't get down.
Got one on
Nice.
tower.
Stringer, I shot from too far away. My bad. Stringer weak on right. I got
Blaster,
them.
blaster
Just
down.
blaster. Just blaster.
Got him.
All right, let's get up here. Let's get someone else on tower, and D and I are forward. And Cat is on the computer. If he shuts it down, I apologize.
Stinger up ramp.
Stringer is... Oh, my God. I let them get away with that.
Blaster's coming up on
Oh,
tower.
we're 2 down. We're 2 down. Be careful.
I should have retreated. No big deal.
Get out of there if you can.
Dang it. Nope. They got me. All 4.
Yep. So that'll come down to just recognizing
Blaster-
the numbers advantage. We're
Blaster's
1 down. Be
taking
careful. I'll have crab soon. And they don't know I'm here, I think. Yeah, they're not watching this at all.
Yeah, they're focused on me.
Pinning for crab, crabbing them from behind. Got 1. Okay, ramp is
Blaster.
cleared.
Blaster's
Had
gonna
to
be
have
on
dropped
left.
behind us.
1 super jumping left.
They're weak.
The one next to the
Blaster
tower.
in front. Blaster in front. Careful.
They're taking Equine. Got the Stinger.
An interesting idea.
There we
1 behind tower. I got him.
go. Okay.
1 below us. Up on tower now. They're weak. They're down.
Got hit by
Stringer
the
down.
bombs.
Another one below me. Blaster. Oh god, it's pushing me. Oh no. Popping crab. They should have splatted me for that.
Just trying to pull it out of enemy.
Blaster
territory
on me.
and move them back.
Got him.
On tower.
Tri-stringer weak. Both tri-stringers weak. There we go. Got them both. And just blaster. I'm gonna get on tower and start this pushing forward, but someone else take it over.
Got it.
Blaster on. Got him.
I got it. Oh. Try
Stinger
steering
left.
over to the left.
Dooley's on me. I think I've got this. Maybe I don't. I do.
I'm down.
Got stringer. There are 2 at their rail. I'm suppressing that. Oh crap, I'm stuck in a bomb. I'm dead. See if we can get that push to lead. We're very close to it. Oh, so close. That was a good effort. We might be able to get 1 more attempt here, but we're going to have to sprint straight to the tower. They've got a bubbler around it. It's not likely. Yeah.
Yeah. Good effort. Good effort.
Okay. Starting to use my wall a little bit more.
That's good. That's good. It's really
Really
strong
good.
on their ramp because it covers the entire ramp. Keeps you safe from
Okay.
anyone who's coming in front of you.
I also need to learn how far that thing chucks, because like
Yes. It's very
it
weird.
chucks out a lot. Yeah, it chucks out a lot farther than you would think.
It depends on where you're throwing it. The only thing that changes how far away from you it goes is elevation. So if you're throwing it uphill, it'll just stick right at your feet. Whereas if you throw it downhill, it'll go really far away. And then on even ground, it'll be a decent distance away. Maybe like, I don't know, brush range or something. Okay, that was 2 on the splash, I believe. So I'm going to switch off now, so everybody hit stop.
I had accidentally hit stick with team
Just go into
and it
sleep
was-
mode, if you can.
Oh, sure.
Hey, it's Darwin.
Ooh, nice dog.
Darwin's a good dog.
Oh yeah.
Everybody follow our friend Darwin on Instagram for more pictures of Darwin. Anyway, so now I'll play the Bloblobber here.
Okay. You might have to add someone else to get the room started.
True. Yes, I will. I will send my friend code to... I don't know the gamer tags to Discord names, but this person.
For all of us, it's the same except for Death, who is D, because Death.
Oh,
is not
Creepa is
allowed wearing-
Creeper. Duh.
Yeah.
That should have made more sense to me.
Yeah, I'm relatively simple.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I can't use my name on any Nintendo games. For some reason, everybody's afraid of that word.
Sure.
I would say Nintendo's anti-death, but they also made Majora's Mask, so...
Let's see.
Well, 2 will be darker.
Hey, cat. Off the computer. There you go.
Friend request sent.
Awesome. I'll just leave it where it's at. It's not ideal, but it's the most I'm willing to itemize for it at this time.
Your stream over Discord is very pixelated at the moment.
That generally happens just as a result of the connection to Discord. There's not a lot that I can do about it because it's specifically Discord that causes that. It looks pretty good on my end, and it's the transmission that's the problem.
Yeah.
I actually have a way around that I can tell you about after stream because I do streams myself with
Oh, okay.
friends.
That will be good to hear. All right. So, no more frontlining for me. It's all going to be Napalm and D to be getting up there and working together.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Alright, Napalm, let's crack some heads.
Let's
So I am putting up the cows. Everybody's favorite cows. They're great cows. Everybody likes those
No,
cows.
Machine does not like me.
All right. Lobby is up.
Okay.
Yes, you did hear Romeo. Pretty ugly cats. That's because they're cows. Cows don't get to be as soft as cats, but they're still cool.
Some do. There are some fluffy cows.
Plus, they can be very cat-like when they want to be.
Our hero, the cow, has saved the lovely cow from the evil cow.
Jem,
Alright,
your
lobby
cat
up.
was playing Stringer in Devi's X-Rank match, so there's a Stringer player named Romeo.
Oh.
Romeo is a fellow Stringer main, let's go. Someone's like, I feel seen by Jem's cat.
I have no one that I know that plays any of the weapons I do. My favorite weapons are Sniper.
No, cat, off,
Blob,
off, shoot.
and Undercover.
Oh, you were getting a lot of undercover support last time.
Here, you know what? I'm gonna give up my blanket in the hopes that you will go and lie on it because you like it. And you will stop lying on top of my computer. It worked! It worked.
Salvation!
Just
All
wanted
right.
the blanket. Okay.
Okay, 2 E-litters. Watch yourselves.
Oh, my worst enemy.
I'm actually gonna risk the flank.
They're covering tower.
Alright. Napalm's in on left, so let's try to get over there, D. As much as we can.
Okay.
One on me. Nice.
And that's
Okay.
traded.
I'm taking tower.
Roller going up tower.
Oh, roller below, got him. Charger's still facing me, so when we can get pressure on them, that would be good.
I pressured the sniper rider up here. For some reason.
Why did I think that was... Oh, there's a leader
Push
and a
both.
sniper rider.
Yep.
No, I think it's actually both leaders.
No, they're both leaders. Watch hero spray.
Got crab tank.
Alright, flatted.
Roller.
I should have thrown that rain a long time ago. That's my bad. They're on tower, roller.
I got doubled.
Ah,
Alright, just
crap.
jump out if you can.
Nah, I got splatted by the roller.
I mean,
Before I
creeper.
needed him back out.
It worked out.
Okay.
I'm gonna work on shredding this shield. But, oh yeah, don't jump in just yet. I was dropping off a legend at ME8. Got one.
That was my bad. Oh. Yeah.
Alright. Are you ready to defend yet? Not yet. I'm gonna rain as soon as they come through the checkpoint. And then we should have time to get in. All right, let's go. Roller on me. Help with roller. Nice.
Got him.
All right, Napalm's
Drop
putting on
tower.
pressure from the left, so try to get in from the right. Nice. That's 3 down. That's 3 down. Beautiful. Good job, Napalm. All right, let's get up here.
On tower.
I can get in
Got
space.
crab.
Like the
Roller.
crab, like the crab. Great
Roller.
spot for it. There we go.
Spotted Eric. I'm gonna try and get the E leader to move.
E-leaders.
Oh, there he goes.
Raining. There we go. Oh, one of them DC'd.
Oh, I think the
This
sniper
is just not their day, huh?
Wipe
That
out.
happens. Sometimes it ain't your day.
Nope. Grab again.
Watch the roller.
Alrighty.
There we go.
Never mind.
Yay.
Yeah, double leader plus someone DCing, both of them are kind of rough.
And it was one of the leaders.
Oh,
Yeah,
geez.
at least they still had one.
Yeah.
But yeah, it never feels good, no matter how redundant the one weapon is.
I feel like tower control is somewhat bad for showing the role of the Bloblobber, because the role of the Bloblobber in tower control is just be on tower.
It can be. It depends on the comp. But it can
In this
also,
game.
yeah. Here, we were actually having Creeper take the tower a lot, which probably better just for showing, you know, how to play off your teammates with the blob, but yeah, it would be like more interesting to see what it's doing in like Rainmaker or zones or something.
I know how to use it in zones pretty well. Rainmaker is one I struggle with.
And then there's claim, where most of us just still need practice.
For any gear questions, I will defer to sendu.inc/builds. I am not an expert on every weapon in the game, and even the weapons that I am good at, I look at sendu.inc/builds to learn. So,
My
So we've been learning.
build is just the best Bloblobber player in NA. Their build plus Saber.
Tower. Roller. Chart.
nice. That's 2 down. 1 on right. I'm trying to cut them off. Got the one on right.
The bomb before pop.
Nope.
All right.
Yeah. I just barely missed the missiles.
D, let's get you up there with Napalm here.
Crab coming in.
Gotcha. Moving in.
Roller. Coming up behind. Got him.
Raining.
We got one coming in from the front.
Bib.
Offside.
Left. Left.
I see him.
Roller on left. There, we got him.
Oh. Roller.
Roller's behind
tower.
us. We're gonna get out of here. Just back up, just back up. We've got time to, actually we can probably keep going a little bit.
I got crab.
Dinger.
But they're gonna have players up soon, so be really careful until we get the specials out. Okay, specials are out.
Rollers.
A whale on me.
Dang it.
Roller on tower.
Roller. I see him.
He jumped off.
Ah, traded with
Watch
the
out
roller.
for the missiles.
Yep.
Alright, let's get back up in front of the tower now.
Jumping in napalm.
Crab up.
So something I'm doing is just cutting off escape routes for the opposing team. Like, I'm just taking away paint from them bit by bit.
I took out the jump.
Tower. Lost the tower.
I'll get on. That's me.
Roller coming in.
Popping the special.
Got 2 on me.
I'm down on tower. Good jump to tower.
Got none on me.
It's
jump.
probably going to go down, though, if they time that right. Okay. It looked like they were on the tower, but they, like, only hit the wall of it, so they didn't stop it.
Yeah,
I
they
don't know what
just
happened
barely
there.
missed that.
Yeah, I just jumped to tower and stalled.
But yeah, I was a little bit slow to recognize that tower needed to be ridden, but good job calling that out so that we all knew that someone needed to get on tower. That was really, really good. Always make that call if you're still at an advantage and the tower goes down.
Right.
I have a question.
Mhm.
A rather odd one. This didn't come into play.
Oh,
in
and
this
hit stop,
game.
everybody. Sorry. But
If
go on with the
there's
question.
missiles, if there's missiles on you and you're on tower and it's in overtime, is there anything to do to survive?
If the tower is moving and you stay on the front edge of it, it will just move past the missiles and you'll be fine.
I was
If
thinking
it's at a
about
checkpoint, it's kind of hard. But the tower will stay where it's at for a good 5 seconds, I think it is, before it actually starts resetting. And during that time, it still considers you being in control. So in theory, you could actually even like have the tower directly booyah bombed, and then the enemy team that gets forced off of it can just get right back on and keep pushing it again. And overtime doesn't end that way. The reason that it's dangerous, though, is that if an enemy player gets on the tower while you're forced to get off, because they're not threatened by the missiles and you are, now there's really not much you can do.
The reason I asked is because that is what ended a game that I was playing just before coming into stream.
Gotcha. All right. So, I am going to set up the lobby again. And now I'm on Hydra. What are your thoughts on the Splash-O-Matic? It's the best weapon in the game. And it's a weapon that most team comps in top level in North America are running 2 of. Crab Tank is absurd. And every other weapon in the game that is viable in part because it has an answer to Crab Tank.
Kinda glad I picked up her pocket then.
Welcome, Benjamin. I am Thailand. So you are from Thailand, is probably what you would mean to say. I am Thailand means you and the country are the same. Which isn't exactly it.
I love your food.
Delicious.
Or at least our
There's
version
like-
of your food. I don't know if it's real.
We can get it.
I don't know if we get the actual stuff here. Hard to
Authentic
say.
question mark?
Probably
I mean-
not.
Nah,
I mean,
not nearly.
I know where to go to get some real ones, but that's because I have actually family friends that are from Thailand.
Oh, okay.
If it's-
Awesome. Is the real stuff as spicy as the stuff we get here?
Sometimes not.
Yeah.
It just kind of. It's a very mixed family, though. I will say that much.
Okay. I'm gonna take
Oh
the
man,
plate.
I didn't run any run speed. This is going to be a struggle.
If you're,
Yeah.
I'm gonna support you.
On left.
Oh.
Nice. Okay, that's 2 down. The one on
Hold
tower's
on.
down, just the one on right.
Oh.
Got him. I'm getting on tower. Push up. We need people up
Yeah.
in front of the tower here. Okay, you're gonna ride tower. I'll go up in front then. This is a really solid place for something that's long range, as long as you can stop someone from getting up to you. But at this point, I need to pop Booyah because someone's in front of me. That player will go down into the water. Actually, they're flanking us.
Anna keeps
Coming up
getting
on
me.
the
I got the
left
flank
side.
covered.
I'm
Oh
right
god,
down.
there are 2.
Hey,
Where did that player go?
They got me. There were 2 behind me.
Crap. I shouldn't have jumped. I shouldn't have jumped.
All right, don't jump.
Nope, swim in.
Good job not jumping.
There's not much I could do there.
Oh man, I didn't have enough charge.
Oh. 2 on me.
Ran
On the tower.
right into that. That was just my bad.
I'm just gonna wait back here.
1 pushing me. Got him. This
Let's on
Really
up.
scary. Behind us, still behind us.
Oh, you
Got him.
got him.
I got him weak
I'm
on
gonna
the
booyah
tower.
the tower to get it stopped.
Got
On
you.
me, on me. Traded. Watch out for the wave breaker behind us.
I'm trying to break it.
We need to get tower cleared soon if we're gonna keep lead.
They got off, so I'm getting on.
Got the Splatana.
Good
They'll be coming
stop,
back
good
to
stop.
Tip Katsu.
Beautiful.
Got Sugar Toast.
That's another one. Okay, we should be able to start getting forward in front of the tower. We need to stop them from just continuing to get on, because eventually that goes badly for us.
Trying to get him to disperse.
There we go. There's one in mid here,
Alright.
which
I'm going down. Yep,
we've cut off. Nice.
got him.
Suction bomb. Crap.
I'm going to their side with Crab Tank.
Okay, nice. Napalm's already forward. There's one behind us on my right. You guys are left.
Jeez.
I should not be in the same place as the crab tank. That's
He's-
a bad
he's
play
down.
for me. Good job. Now we need to get back to tower here, Napalm, because we let someone in between us and the goal. I'm actually going to jump back, so play safe. There's one on you.
Yep. I got their super jump.
Good stuff. Well played. Well
Got
played.
the other one.
There's a jump. I think I've got this. No, I don't.
I got Crab Tank. Oh,
Alright,
Splatana
tower.
wiper by me.
There's
Got
a jump that's going to land on tower. Yeah. Got him.
I got hit by the bomb.
All right. Let's get forward here. One
Someone's
dropped
making-
out behind tower. I'm going to... Actually, several dropped out behind
Jump in
tower.
the napalm.
Oh, I traded.
I'm just going to jump out. I'll have Booyah soon. I'll be able to stop the tower with that, so just stay safe until then.
We got one.
Calling me.
Bubbled up over here.
Worst time.
Okay, nice. And they actually got off tower to push us there, so we can move up. There's one jumping into mid. Actually, they're jumping on the tower.
I got it on tower and I took him.
Nice, that's 3 down. Just the the
Got
Stamper.
Crab up on tower. I'm aiming for
Stamper
the
jumping in
jump
on
spot.
right. Watch right.
Yep.
Beautiful. Good stuff, good stuff. I'm getting pushed on right. This is not a good position for me.
We got one.
Stamper
coming
behind,
in.
stamper behind, stamper behind.
Yep.
Shoot.
Oh. Oh, it got me.
All right.
Got hit by the custom splatter shot.
I'm pretty close to having special charged. I'm just gonna get one more sweep and I should have Booyah, and then we should be able to stop tower with that. So play safe until I've got it. Alright.
Yep.
I'm gonna Booyah
All I
tower,
got is a sensor on the tower.
I think. Am I in a place where I can't hit it? No, I can hit it. Okay, tower's Booyah. Let's move in. There's zip casting, be careful. Okay, that's several. There's one on a ramp still.
Got the
Last
ramp.
one on tower. Last one on tower. I'm flushing them out.
Got him.
Nice.
Traded.
All right, that was a pretty good one.
So that's gonna have to be one thing I learned better. Know when to jump out and retreat.
Mm-hmm.
Same. Honestly.
Whenever you can back up along the objective line, that's ideal. But if somebody's cutting you off from your escape route, then you want to jump out for sure.
Right.
And because this objective line has a curve in it, it's often better to take the jump than to risk staying in. Good job there, Napalm. That's a big KA.
That's probably my best yet.
I didn't see what mine was.
Yours was 16-8.
We lost Pumpkin there. Should we back out?
Oh.
Yeah, let's back out.
Yeah,
hit
yeah, I
hit
got it.
sleep mode, everybody.
There we go. Yeah, I think that was my best KA yet. I'll take
Oh,
that.
like ever?
So far, yeah.
That's awesome. Congrats.
I think my best was 20-1.
I don't remember what my best was. It all kind of bleeds together after a while.
Mine was just because I had played Splatoon 2 before, and it was right when coming into this game, and I just was bullying children, and it felt bad.
Reapa's actually hit
Froggy!
you hit 29 the other day.
That's a really good impression.
Was it 29?
Yeah. Remember, you were just one away from 30 the other day.
Room is up.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Like I get excited for 5 minutes, and then I just legitimately just forget about it because I'm focused on the next game.
All right. And there's napalm. Perfect.
Rolling.
I think that's the first communication error I've had today.
Why? But for me, they usually happen when I paint too much of the room.
Dog boy and cat boy.
That
With
means
matching
they're probably
splash tags.
cheating.
Oh no, I think I fought them earlier.
Oh, and I forgot to put on run speed, even though I had the opportunity. Oh well.
Taking flank.
I mean, I'm still working on trying to get run speed, so no close up.
Traded
All
with the
right, we
Octobrush.
might get rushed on the right here.
I was splatted.
Okay, I got one with a bomb.
Shooting torpedoes out of the air is shockingly difficult with the blob.
I'm gonna back up a little bit. Careful, D, you're last up. We're gonna get rushed here.
Yeah.
Traded.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
Rats. Yeah, I needed to back up a little more. With run speed, I might have actually been able to get away with that,
I got
unfortunately.
double wave breaker.
Ah.
Okay. I'm about to clear tower. There we
I got two
go.
up there. Oh,
There's one
Yeah,
underneath
they have a
me.
play on there. Holy
Octobrush.
crap.
Octobrush
There's still
underneath.
sharking underneath. Get the shark underneath.
Yep,
There's
coming
someone
up.
jumping in.
Got one.
There's another flank.
There, they're down. Good stuff. Right. One more tower. Nice. Good stop. I'll get on. You guys push up. I've got Booyah ready.
Going for the Gatling. Nope, they got me.
Yep, that's just the junior.
That
Just the
cat
junior.
boy.
Where's the junior? Let's get everyone up.
The brush really likes sharking.
Literally, we're just gonna hold charge here and wait. Pumpkin, if I'm on, you can probably push up. Oh, I'm gonna Booyah this.
Got pushed by 3.
I got crab tank.
There we go.
Took the last one off the tower.
Pushing the napalm.
Alright. Napalm and D, let's get up in front of them here. I can cover the area behind us where we're getting pushed by the brush.
Ah,
Nope.
Dang it. Got splatted
Oh my
by the splatling.
Brush is on tower now. Yeah, I'm gonna go down with that, but shoot, couldn't quite get all the way through the checkpoint.
Brush player. is
Good
pretty
progress
good.
though.
Brush
Napalm's out there on
players-
left. Let's try and get with them if we can. OD is down. Okay, back up, back up, back up.
Yeah.
Play safe.
I was trying to kill Catboy, the brush player.
They
He
got a
was
wave
trying
on
to
tower.
advance up the ramp.
Traded. The brush got me up in front. My ouch.
Oh, they got double
Brush is
wave
backing
breaker.
up. Tower is going to be first forward for now. Just watch out for that brush to run forward.
They got a super jump on tower.
I see him. I got the brush.
Good stop.
Hey, out of ink.
Getting on. Blob is on tower. I hit him a couple times. They're down. So let's get some paint up in front of us.
Yep.
Don't drop down until you know that it's safe. There's already one sharking underneath.
We got one.
Oh, that
There we
that
go.
stopper at
That
the
one's
end was
down.
very risky, but we had to.
Tried to pop my
Rush
way out.
behind.
They didn't. Rush.
I'm
Shoot.
done playing.
Oh, you
Got
got hit by the
rush,
booyah.
got heavy. So
Oh, we got
another
two
one in
down.
mid.
We got 2 in mid and a third jumping in.
Oop. Heavy on me.
The sprinkler.
Heavy on tower.
I got 2 on
Ignoring
me.
me, which is a mistake.
Rush
I
behind.
got brushed.
Wait, no, he's dead.
I got crab. I'm aiming straight for the blob blobber up there.
Got the blob.
Moving in napalm.
Heavy's down. That's 2. Just the blob. Just the blob. Go up and get him.
Good right.
Nice.
Go.
That'll be checkpoints.
Same range.
Jumping in.
Oh, dang it.
Jumped on tower. I'm
Rush
coming
is weak.
left. Oh. I can rush on left.
Might be able to keep this going to lead. Yep. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Whew.
That was quite the comeback game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not over till it's over.
Yep. Not over till the last car's been played.
All right. So, that just about does it for the 2 hours here. Do you guys have any last questions now that you've all seen me playing your main weapons and we've talked a lot about the comp moving forward and what we want to be doing with it?
What should be some good long-term goals to set as a team? Like, what are some ideas for the long-term goals?
So in terms of goals, are we talking about like results that you want to get, or because usually with goals, I like to think of granular things that like we can do that don't depend on our ability to beat other people. It's like in any given match of Splatoon, there are variables that are outside of your control about whether you win or lose, and those variables are your opponents. So I try not to measure my success so much based on them, as much as we can. But some things to think about would be getting your frontliners to work together on fights and to have them fighting together in as many fights as possible. Having the Hydra die as little as humanly possible, having the blob positioned in such a way that they're able to paint a lot and also hit opponents that are attacking the front line. These are all ideas to be working towards that will, over time, cause you to beat teams that you didn't before. Some things to also work on would be actually playing solo queue, because rising through the ranks there will help improve your mechanical ability and decision-making in ways that you may not be able to get if your team isn't practicing as often. So, like, if you're able to play but your team isn't, playing solo is still valuable. Focus on learning your weapon mechanically better, so things like aiming and shooting, things like not walking and shooting but moving in between shots, things like knowing how to use your special, where you want to position, when to take a fight, when not to take a fight, knowing when you have advantage and when you don't. So all of those kinds of ideas you can work on in solo play. And it's only when you come together as a team that you're going to be focusing on coordination, because you'll have worked on all of those other aspects of the game ahead of time, and you'll be able to just focus on the things that you can only work on as a team when you're actually with the team. So hopefully that gives you some ideas. If you have any questions, like, I'm happy to answer them about goals still, but...
Not really.
All
What
right.
about that
I
leadership?
think you
question
covered
you
any
had?
question I would have had.
What was the question?
I said I think you would have covered anything I would have had.
Oh, somebody else said something that I didn't hear.
Pumpkin, didn't you want to ask about a leadership question?
If you're referring to a specific one, I don't know what you're referring to. I have a very bad memory.
All
Oh,
right.
God. team leadership.
Oh, is that okay?
Yeah,
I think you
technically
asked
our
me
cap.
something about that on Discord DMs, so I can help you out with that kind of thing there. So no worries.
What kind of sub abilities should I focus on as the 52?
For any gear build questions, I will direct you to a website called sendu.inc. Sendu.inc/builds gives the builds that top players are running on any weapon in the game, and it will be a better resource for what to run on it than even I will be. So I just direct everyone there instead.
Okay.
That's already where we went to build our build.
Awesome.
Okay.
So there you go.
So I guess anything else would just be like, what are some obvious red flags that I should probably, as an anchor, just look for just in any match?
So ways to know that it's time to retreat.
Yeah, know when to back off, know when to start pushing a little bit, that kind of thing.
Good question. So one thing is if a lot of your teammates are down. So if you're in like a 4v2 situation or something, and you don't see any immediate way of reversing that, then you definitely want to just get out of there when you can. If there's nobody who is a frontline weapon in between you and the opposing team pushing you, then unless you have charge all ready to go, then you want to fire. You might want to fire that, but you might also just want to dip out of there. If an opponent has gotten in between you and your escape route that you need to use, then super jumping is what you want to look for. But in general, you're just kind of trying to understand what part of the map does my team control. And if that part of the map does not include the spot where you are, unless you can enforce that control by like using this charge to splat the only players that are threatening you, you should probably just try and get out of there.
Right. I guess the only other questions I'd probably have would just be like some things that you notice that I could have improved on, I guess.
Gotcha. So I think I generally liked your positioning. Whenever you're playing tower control specifically, you want to be cutting off the one side of the tower, whichever side is hardest for your front line to hit, so that your front line can just shoot at the front of the tower and clear the tower, because you only really need 2 different angles on the tower to be able to hit anything that's standing on it. And so that was something that you probably saw me doing, just like aiming at one side, calling what side I was aiming at, and letting the frontliners get the other side.
Right.
And so whenever you need to clear it, that's kind of the defensive utility you can have.
Right.
I was watching you play Rainmaker, obviously, so that doesn't have to do with it, but you kind of aim to, if you can't hit them directly, then at least cut off escape routes so that your team is able to follow up on that fight and get the picks themselves.
Gotcha. Otherwise, just maintain situational awareness,
Right?
which that is something I've really been trying to practice on.
Same.
I think one thing that's, like, this team is going to be significantly better once we start recognizing when we're players down and retreat faster. Like, not getting caught in 2v4 fights is really important, and that's happening to us a lot when we go down. So that's one thing I would focus on in general for the whole team.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
I think that covers any questions.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, and thank you guys for giving us something to look at for 2 hours while we learn about the video game. So
Nice.
I'm gonna hang up from the call now. So good to meet all of y'all, and good luck. And let me know if you ever have any questions.
Will do. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have a nice day.
You too. All right, and time to get back to tier listing. So we're almost done. We're almost there. Just need a little bit more. Then we're good. Okay. One other thing I need to do is check the time to make sure that I do have time to finish all of this up. Because I do have one other commitment today. I want to make sure that I'm not going to be late for it. Okay. I think I can pull it off. I only need about probably 20 more minutes. So, okay. We left off after the Slosher Deco. So we're on the mini. So Slosher Deco has some interesting combinations of damage over the top of ledges with Zipcaster, which I don't think have been fully explored yet, and I'm waiting to see more about. But the line marker is making me think, and the Zipcaster being a little bit outclassed right now is making me think, It may have more potential than other Zipcaster weapons. We'll have to see, but for now, I'm pessimistic. Mini Splatling, again, phenomenal weapon except for the hammer. If it weren't for the hammer, this weapon would potentially be a top tier. Because Burst Bomb plus Mini Splatling is just a phenomenal combination. And I'm sad that they wasted the Burst Bomb kit on having hammer, which is just not a fit for this weapon at all. At least with something like the Splatana Wiper, the hammer makes some sense because you're trying to get behind the front lines and like use it to splat people. With the Mini, all you're ever going to do is throw that thing. At the range that you want to be playing at, like, you're not going to shark in there with a Mini. That's not what you're itemizing to do. So it's just kind of a waste on that weapon. Splatbrella, I think the Splatbrella is a little bit higher up than people are giving it credit for. Obviously, there are a lot of bugs, and those bugs are really inhibiting its ability to have as much of an impact as it could. But I think if this weapon were more functional, it could go up a tier or two. It's not bad. It's a little bit mediocre in terms of its damage output, and that's something that players have been complaining about even without knowing the bugs, but the main weapon is still functional. It gets Tri-Strike, which is very mid, but the main weapon, I think, it as long as they fix it, the main weapon can definitely be used. And Tri-Strike isn't like a death sentence to a weapon, it's just, you could probably do better. So I'm going to put it here, and I think that's a safe place for it. Splattershot Pro is hopelessly outclassed because there are many weapons that have Crab that are better than it. Especially better than a version of it that has Line Marker. So it's a Splattershot Pro, which is not a bad weapon, like I've said. It's, not better than a Squeezer. It doesn't paint very much, but it's not a bad weapon. And Crab Tank is the best special in the game. So, I can't put this any lower than it is currently because of those two things. But Line Marker is the worst sub-weapon in the game, and it is also probably the weakest crab weapon in the game. So, yeah, it's down pretty low right now. Splat Roller, I feel like just completely loses its niche as soon as Carbon Deco hits the game. Big Bubbler is one potential thing that would keep it up there, except that Big Bubbler is also declining in popularity. So it has taken a pretty significant hit in terms of its particular utility. It does have the Curling Bomb, and that's something that does give the Splat Roller unique utility over other weapons. Just the Splat Roller and the Sploosh. Any kind of aggressive sharking weapon would benefit from those, but I don't think that's anywhere near enough. I have a low opinion of Curling Bomb even on weapons like this, so I don't know. Not my favorite. Oh, hey, Devi's here. Devi. I have a question for you. So when you are ready to respond, because you're probably going to get an ad before you are able to say stuff. Oh, okay, you're saying stuff. So Devi, these 4 weapons right here, Heavy Splatling, Ballpoint, Tri-Stringer, Hydra. What order do you put those in? That's my question to you. I will probably adjust based on that. If you even think that they belong in different tiers, I would probably listen to that. Okay, while Devi gets that answer out, we'll talk about the Inkbrush Nouveau. Inkbrush is a great main weapon, and that's why it's up as far as it is, but the kit is not great. Mines, you can use them as a brush, like they're annoying because the brush can put them into places where most weapons can't normally reach, and it can just kind of safely get them there, so it can make for some nice ambushes in some niche situations, but at the pace that the game is played at top level, the brush probably doesn't get to just like live in the enemy base for a long time before the 4v3 it's creating by not being there with its team ends up going badly in its team's favor. So those kinds of strats I feel are much more prevalent at lower levels, and that unless you're letting this brush live in your base without really dealing with it, which is something that won't happen very often at high level, the brush isn't going to get a lot of use out of those. And Hammer, we've talked about Hammer. It's not great. It's the weakest special in the game in all likelihood. So the Nouveau is not a phenomenal kit right now, and both the sub and the special will need buffs for it to ever be considered over the standard ink brush in competitive play. Okay, Devi's going, one sec. Okay. And if you need to like DM me your thoughts, that works too, because it might get buried. Heavy number 1 for sure, could even be moved up 1. Hydra and Try Ballpoint are down 1. Ooh, interesting. Okay. You know what? I'll run with that. I'll run with that. We'll do this. I was vacillating back and forth on those a lot, and so I just wanted to get an actual backliner's opinion. Are where they are. Oh, okay. All 3 down 1? Hold up. Hydra and Try are where they are, Ballpoint down 1. Got it. All right, all right, all right. So like this. I see. Okay. Looks about right. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Gotcha. All right. So that brings us back. Now we're going to spend some time talking about the weak weapons. These are the ones where... Okay. This tier... I'm never going to run these on a competitive team. I'm never going to suggest that someone on my competitive team run these until the game changes. But these are weapons where I can at least see why someone might want to run one. So the Aerospray is very simply a booyah spam weapon, and that is all that it's going to do. And there's probably going to be some very niche situation where even a high-level team finds a reason to use it. Just like there was with the Silver Aerospray in Splatoon 2. If you really need booyah spam, there's your booyah spam. Now, the Sloshing Machine gives you so much more than booyah spam, and it doesn't even get booyah that slowly. So, I'm never going to recommend playing the Aerospray over the machine, but maybe on, like, some map mode that a team has practiced in advance, and they're coming up with a gimmick pick here, having that many booyahs is kind of helpful sometime. That's the only thing I can give it. Sprinkler is absolutely useless for combat. It is only good for farming more booyahs. And the main weapon is absolutely useless for combat. It is only good for farming more booyahs. If you need to get on, like if you play it like a sharking style, you can sometimes get on top of someone, and it has a pretty fast kill time if the shots don't miss, if you're like right on top of them, which is where you need to be anyway to hit them. So like, it's not like, it's like a discount sploosh at that range, which isn't a terrible thing to have. But that's definitely nothing that you're trying to drop everything else that you can get booyah on in order to play. So I would definitely say it's the weakest booyah bomb getting weapon in the entire game. Even though it gets more booyah bombs than anything else. Because a special alone, paint alone, cannot carry a weapon in competitive Splatoon. Clash Blaster. Everyone's like, well, it has a niche in tower control. And I'm like, okay, but like, why not any other blaster? Literally any other blaster. The reason that I'm putting this the vaguest amount above the Lunas is that it gets one of the best offensive kits in the entire game. It has Splat Bomb and it has Trizooka. Splat Bomb Trizooka is something that I would play a lot of weapons if they had it. Like, if you put that on a Splatter Shot, that Splatter Shot is a top tier. Like, that is a better kit than the vanilla Splatter Shot has. That is a better kit than the Tentatek Splatter Shot has currently. So, I mean, that part is great. But the main weapon still stinks. The main weapon, the advantage of the main weapon, and this is, I think, Nintendo designing the game for all levels of play. Because the main weapon, one nice thing about it is that it's very hard to miss with. It is very easy because the hitboxes are just so large. You are going to do an amount of damage, very likely, if you just aim this thing in someone's general direction. The problem is it's not anywhere near enough damage quickly enough against someone who can actually aim something like a Splatter Shot or a 52 gal or even Tetradualies. It just does not splat somebody quickly enough. And so a lot of the time with most weapons, the way that you fight this thing is you just stand and tank the damage and kill it before it kills you. Or you outrange it, because its range is really pretty weak compared to any of the midline weapons or any of the backline weapons. So it's one of those two things that you're going to have as a counter strategy against that main weapon pretty much every time it fights you. So yeah, it can clear the tower with consistent damage, but why not do that with a vanilla blaster? Why not do that with a range blaster? Why not do that with a rapid blaster? Why not do that with like any of the other AoE options that you have at your disposal? Why not do that with a machine? Like, why not do that with a Flingza roller? Why not do that with an Explo? If that's the only thing you're bringing it for, there are like a double-digit number of options that do that same thing but better. So I see no reason to use a Clash Blaster, even though it has one of the best kits in the game. I think that it is that poor of a main weapon at a competitive level. Luna Blasters are a lot different. Luna Blasters are the kind of the extreme end of the ambush weapon playstyle. They are going to try and shark, and they're going to try and get one-shots. And if they can do that, they can be very effective. The problem is you need a ton of paint for them to do that. They don't have that much range, and yeah, they've got a bigger explosion radius, and so they'll hit over ledges a little bit better, but that doesn't really compensate for the lack of range that you get from something like a vanilla blaster. And the kits are just generally worse. Like I've talked about Zipcaster, it's like, ew, it's so close to being good. It's so close to having something special that no other weapon has, but it's just like not quite there. So that's great. That's not as great for it. It does have a great bomb. Like I wouldn't ask for another bomb on a Luna. Like Splat Bomb Luna is phenomenal, but it's so ink hungry that can you get away with throwing the bomb all the time? You can't really spam it, and you're not going to paint very much at all if all you're doing is throwing bombs. So I think the main weapon just doesn't quite paint enough, just doesn't quite have enough range, just isn't quite fast enough. Like, even though it's a lightweight weapon, the fact that you have to fire so many shots just to move is a weak aspect of it. So I'm not liking it as much. And then the Kensa Luna is interesting, because Kensa Luna actually has a mobility sub, which is something that the weapon can actually use really well. Like, next to a curling bomb for straight up mobility, a fizzy bomb is actually the next best sub for you to have, unless you're like super duper slow, in which case you might need a burst bomb instead. But fizzy bomb gives you this really long trail if you just throw an uncharged one at your feet, and it can use that. Problem is, it has hammer. So hammer doesn't do anything that the Luna can't already do by itself. There are some situations where the hammer will one-shot that the Luna would have to two-shot, and that's about it. But it can still hit over ledges the same way that the hammer can. It can shark the same way the hammer can, less predictably and less conspicuously than the hammer can. The only thing it can't do is throw it, but at least has fizzy bombs that it can throw at you from a distance. So it's like so little extra that the hammer gives it, and hammer, again, not great. So, unfortunate. Dabble's Nouveau. Dabble Dualies in general are just a weak main weapon. They are powerful at very close range. They are one of the most powerful weapons in the game at their range. But their range sucks. So pretty much everything in the game is just going to kite it back. Like, even a splatter shot. A splatter shot never gets to kite anything. But I kite Dapple Doolies with the splatter shot. It's just too short of range to be that functional as a projectile weapon. It needs to shark to get picks. It needs to, like, dodge roll through enemy ink to get picks. And even then, if somebody's watching for it, it's probably going to get found. The dodge rolls are quick, but they don't go that far. A brush can put the brush down and just run away through enemy ink no matter how far they have to go. But the dapples, as soon as they've used both rolls, they haven't gotten that far away from you, and they're probably still in range of you if you're a longer ranged weapon. So it's not anywhere near as good for getting out of danger as something like a brush, which would play a similar role otherwise. So dapples need to be kind of saved by their kit. And to be fair, Torpedo is a phenomenal pairing with the Dapple Doolies. Unfortunately, Reef Slider is not. Reef Slider is one of the weakest specials in the game, and people are arguing that it might actually be worse than Splashdown was in Splatoon 2. I don't know that I'd go that far, but it's as situational as the Splashdown is, because it is absolutely very easy to splat you out of a Reef Slider. You just have to do it in a different way than you did with Splashdown. With Splashdown, you stop the special from ever happening, but there's a high skill check to prevent it from happening. With Reef Slider, you stop it after it has executed. Like, they use the Reef Slider, and you either get them in the frames before it starts up and they have invincibility, or you get them at the end when they're frozen in place for a little while, and something like an E-Liter can literally just hold its laser at the point where it ends and fire the shot as soon as the explosion happens and splat the player. So while it synergizes with an aggressive special like that, it's a weak aggressive special. And so it's not enough to save the weapon. If this had something like the Torpedo kit, but like maybe it had... Give this thing... What do you want to give this thing? What's an aggressive special that you'd like to have? I mean, Booyah Bomb wouldn't be terrible, but it'd probably get shredded if it was playing that close. Maybe give it Trizuka or something. Wavebreaker. Just if it had a solid special, I could see this being up even a couple of tiers. I could see this being up with the other Dapple Doolies, but the other Dapple Doolies give a lot of support, and like its kit is what makes that weapon what it is, and this weapon's kit is just not quite there. Again, torpedoes, I might consider moving it up a tier for the torpedoes, but it's still not phenomenal. The pencil. The pencil as a main weapon is really cool. I like it a lot, and I would put it up above the bamboo probably, because it's kind of just like a longer ranged bamboo. There are obviously some differences there, but that's kind of how it's going to function, and so I think it's going to be like a little bit better than bamboo in that role. The problem... a little bit better than bamboo. It might not work for some damage combos. There are some teams that might not want to use it because it only does 60. But I think for the most part, like it just in a 1v1 kind of situation, it's kind of just like a better bamboo. But its kit is terrible. I hate that they did this to this weapon. Sprinkler, one of the weakest subs in the game, only good for farming a special, and the special that it farms is one that it can't use well. It does not care about having a Tacticooler. It's a backline weapon. It shouldn't be dying a lot anyway. And Tacticooler basically only gives you movement speed, if not the like quick respawn and special recharge and stuff like that. It doesn't get any value out of that. Very, very unlikely for it to really be a game changer for it as a weapon. It can't protect itself with this special. It can't really protect its teammates with this special that much. You want to run Tacticooler on a team comp that wants to move fast, but it's a hard backline weapon, so it's not going to be moving that fast. So we just need a good kit. And when we get a good kit, the Snipe Rider is going to be awesome. This Snipe Rider is not awesome. Speaking of not awesome, let's talk about the Nova. I remember an old ad campaign that failed because it was a car called the Chevy Nova. And the problem was that they didn't realize that in Spanish, Nova means doesn't move, which is not a great name for a car. And this weapon has very similar vibes to me. This weapon does not do anywhere near enough damage, and even if it did more damage, it would probably want to be more accurate damage before we're picking this up over even something like a Pro. It's Pro range. It's just the same range as the Pro, but way worse for fighting as a main weapon. It also doesn't even paint that much more than the Pro does, because the Pro's paint droplets go out further. So the Pro outclasses it for combat and almost even outclasses it for painting. It has a little bit better of an ink tank, so I still think that this paints a little bit better, but there are a lot of variables determining what better means, and by some measures, the Pro is actually a better painter than the Splattershot Nova is. So that's already not great, because we have not been saying especially nice things about the Splattershot Pro so far on this stream. But it gets weirder, because it doesn't have a bomb either, it just has the point sensor. So what you end up doing with this weapon is you never want to take a fight. So you're always just painting defensively. You're always just like, okay, there could be a fight from over there, so I'm going to paint to make sure that there's no fight there. And while I'm painting over there, I'm going to throw a point sensor over here so that blocks off a fight from happening from this angle. So now there's no fight on right or on left, so I'm safe from fight. And that actually kind of works a little bit because it scouts. It lets you know information about where the opposing team is. And your teammates can definitely benefit from that if you're doing that the entire game, which is probably what you're doing because you're not going to be trying to take fights. And then if a fight does break out, at least you have the killer whale to maybe help with that a little bit. There's some stuff that it can do. It's not the worst thing ever. But I'm not even going to put it another tier up from here because why would you use this over so many other options? There's so many, even just mid-range shooters. There's a 96. There's a Pro. You could run something like a Mini if you want that kind of range. Like, you could run the Flingza, which has that kind of painting range, paints for a better special, like... If you want a Scout, you've got, like, the Explo. You've got, like, the Nautilus. All of which, like, kill faster and more reliably, and also have point sensor, and also have useful specials. So, like... And it really, they're support specials more than the killer whale is. So, like, why? It's a Scout, but you need more than that on a Splatoon team for it to work. So, not great, not great. Doesn't move. Tentabrella. The Tentabrella, again, is, just like the rest of the Brellas, held back by the fact that it is a Brella, and Brellas are horribly bugged in the game, and the devs are still trying to iron out how to make their shields work. There are just too many times with the latency and with the problems that the Brellas have even without that, that make the shield not function the way that you expect it to and cause you to be splatted in times where you probably shouldn't. The kit is also not phenomenal for it. It would probably... If you give this a good sub-weapon, it's probably a problem. You probably don't want to give it too much of something, but, like, beacons aren't helping it at all in combat, really. They might help you be a little bit stickier and play that kind of skirmisher role where you're flanking and trying to draw enemy aggro. But then you've got InkVac, and InkVac is not that great for it. It kind of has this thing where it can stay alive for a long time, but if you're not doing much while you're staying alive, then you're not a threat that has to be removed as much. A previous stamp kit, previous Brella kit had a stamp that you kind of needed to worry about if it activated that in the back line of your team from behind a tent shield. Like, that was something you kind of had to worry about a little bit more. It wasn't phenomenal for it, but, like, it was aggressive and it worked. And that also had mines, if I remember correctly, which are really annoying. So it could kind of be a little bit more of a threat when it went in. But there's just not enough reason to worry about the Tentabrella in this one. There's only going to be one choke point, first of all, so there's not a lot of flank routes that you can even occupy on a lot of maps. But even if you get into one, all people are going to do is dump up a whole bunch of, like, Ren calls trash damage that is easily put out damage that doesn't cause much threat. It's going to get burst bombed, it's going to get fizzy bombed, it's going to get booyah bombed, and there are just a lot of tools in the meta right now to shred that. Like, that shield isn't going to last that long against a crab tank. There's just a lot of DPS in the game. So it just doesn't do enough with its little, like, shotgun that only one shot's from a very tiny range away. The shield isn't going to last long enough for it to get to a meta team comp. So it's just in a sad state right now. It could easily jump 2 or even 3 tiers if it gets fixed and gets a better kit. But I feel for the Brella mains right now because they're kind of being left out to dry at the moment. Dynamo Roller, big slow roller, which is fine by itself, but the kit is not helping it. Tacticooler, very same problem that the Snipe Rider has. Why does this thing have Tacticooler? It is one of the slowest weapons in the entire game. It's not going to move fast no matter what you put on it. Why are you putting this on it? And Sprinkler as well, which is only good for farming. They have the same kit? Are you kidding me? Sprinkler is only good for farming the special. But this special is not a special it cares that much about. It's only going to be able to help its team with this special. So all you've got is a Dynamo Roller. In Splatoon 2, you could get a Dynamo Roller with a Booyah Bomb, and that was phenomenal. But this is just a Dynamo Roller, so nah. Sploosh is great at a playstyle that doesn't work in competitive play. That is a playstyle of, I'm going to try and zip behind the enemy team and flank them without really being stealthy about it, just using a curling bomb and going and then coming in from behind them. This is probably worse than the Sploosh from Splatoon 2 that had Splashdown, because it has Hammer, and Hammer is not going to move it in as quickly or be as surprising. I guess you could pop the hammer and then like swim up to someone and do the jump swings, but at the level that you're starting to do that, you're probably running into people who know how to counter this playstyle. It's not great. You're probably never going to see that without a different kit in competitive play. Okay. Now we get to the really unfortunate lot where I don't even know what you're trying to do with this weapon at this point. It just nothing fits. H3 is a very slow, long-range zoning weapon that gets Tacticooler. Those are 2 very different playstyles. But also, the main weapon is very aim-intensive, which makes it a little bit more of a liability to run on a team than a Dynamo. At least a Dynamo is never going to miss. The H3 is often going to miss, and all it has to help with any extra damage or anything is a point sensor, which is not enough. Obviously, if you gave that thing a burst bomb, that might be a problem, because it might just be too strong, but it's not very functional in its current state. Aerospray. Reef Slider, one of the worst specials in the game. Aerospray, one of the worst main weapons in the game. Aerospray is only good at farming specials, but what it's farming is one of the worst specials in the game. So it has Fizzy Bombs, and it's basically Fizzy Bombs the weapon, and you know what else is Fizzy Bombs the weapon? Machine, one of the best weapons in the entire game that gets Booyah Bomb and also clogs up choke points like nobody's business and can hit up over walls. There's no reason to run this weapon. And I don't think that there will be with this variant. Undercover Brella. Up until this point, a lot of people would have called this the weakest weapon in the game. I think it has been unseated from that by Big Swig, but we'll talk about that in a second. Undercover Brella, not enough damage for the amount of defensive utility it has. It's just, you're going to get a bomb thrown at you, your shield is going to shred too quickly, and you're going to go down. This does nothing to protect you against a crab tank. It does nothing to really help you against a crab tank unless you can like Reef Slider it. But how do you even get close enough to Reef Slider it before it's like pre-firing you? Because you got relatively short range, you have no way to close the distance, and your sub-weapon is not going to help you with any of that. So, yeah, you can kind of hold your ground a little bit sometimes until they get specials, and then your Brella gets shredded by the wind, and it blown out of your hands, and now you're dead. So, not great. Big Swig is the new candidate for worst weapon in the game, in my opinion. This thing is bad. The only thing it can do is paint. The Aerospray at least has Fizzy Bombs. This one has a wall that it cannot effectively use because its range is bad. And when I say its range is bad, it's like, I'm not even talking about its max range, because for the rollers, range is the same thing as damage. The further the range goes, the further your one-shot happens. First of all, this roller doesn't even have a one-shot except on the vertical flick, which is really slow, and still very short-ranged. Like, it's only like, I think, like Dapple Dooley's range or something that you can actually one-shot someone with that from, and that's the vertical flick. Like, the vertical on some other rollers is twice that for the one-shot. It's crazy. But also, it gets ink vac, which isn't going to help it push forward any. It's going to get ink vac really fast. If you want to spam ink vac, then that's a weapon that you can use for it. But you could also use the jet and have a valuable long-range weapon that paints a lot and supports. So if you're trying to ink vac spam, you're probably going for one of those, or maybe even the 96 because it has a sprinkler. I don't actually know the times for it. But, like, this main weapon is a rubber mallet. It does not do enough damage for the amount of time that it takes to swing it. Doing 70 on a horizontal flick on a roller is completely unnecessary. They didn't need to nerf it that badly. It would still not be that great of a main weapon if it had the same hitboxes, like, in damage that the splat roller has. But it doesn't. And so it's even weaker. And there's not a reason to run this thing. What's worse is the glitch on Eel Tail that I made a video about, which works with this roller and was found out with this roller, and this is the best weapon for using it. So, yeah, it's really, really disappointing. It needs major buffs in order to be functional. It needs a better kit. It needs a lot of things. With a better kit, I could see this being a paint support. Like, you give this, like, a meta special, like a Booyah Bomb, and, like, something it can actually poke with, maybe it can exist in the meta. But this one is not it. And then, obviously, never run Hero Shot, bad weapon. Completely outclassed by V-Shot, no reason to ever use it. That is all. I have been streaming for a long time now, and I have another commitment that I have to jump off to. So, I am going to get a raid going. Thank you, everybody, for watching. And we are going to raid ... We are going to raid... Nobody that I follow is streaming right now? There's no way. How is that the case? This is silly. Okay, you know what? We're going to go and raid Splatoon Tourney. Because they will be showing Ludi matches. And it'll be a great way to see competitive play with commentary. That is good. Okay. We are raiding. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Have a lovely evening. And if you like supporting me or seeing more of me, here are links. Click on that link so that you can find more links. I've got a YouTube, I've got a Discord server, I've got a Twitter account, I've got a Patreon and a Metafy in case you want to support me. All of those things. But I gotta go. Bye-bye.